Naruto is an orphan who didn't know what parental love was or what it was like to have friends. This is what the little boy with unusual wheat-colored hair and funny little whiskers on his cheeks that resembled a fox's were thinking about now, slowly walking through the village. And suddenly he heard behind him. Stop, stop, who am I talking to? Stop, demon. A small blonde boy with eyes like the clear sky ran in an unknown direction to avoid being caught by two drunk shinobi. After all, he understood perfectly well that if they caught him, he would be in trouble and would end up in the hospital again. But he was not destined to run away from them for long. He looked back unsuccessfully, crashed into a wall and fell on his butt on the ground. Well, finally, I thought we would have to run after him all over the village. And now, the pursuers took out kunai, prepare for death. They swung their kunai and were ready to attack the defenseless little boy. But their kunai was suddenly stopped by two black-haired youths. However, one of the attackers managed to wound one of the boy's eyes with a kunai. Excellent, the shinobi who attacked Naruto snapped, smiling his drunken smile. Swinging his kunai again, he was about to finish off the demon, but the short-haired brunette intervened. You're done for. He closed his black eyes, but a second later opened them and instead of darkness, a bloody flame with 3 volumes was burning in them. Then he grabbed the drunk shinobi's hand and broke it, hitting it on his knee, after which he teleported to another attacker and with a sharp movement hit him against the wall, knocking him unconscious, then followed with a hard kick, and the next moment he hit another shinobi, thrusting a kunai into his eye. Naruto slowly began to open his eyes. When his vision cleared, he felt pain in his left eye. But looking around and seeing his saviors, he only began to thank them, crying, holding his left eye. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hello, my name is Uchiha Shisui, and what is yours? Asked one of the saviors, extending his hand to the boy. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Oh. Very nice, Shisui said and took the boy in his arms. But Naruto didn't hear him anymore, because he lost consciousness. So Shisui, throwing his burden on his shoulder, went to the Uchiha clan estate. The head of the clan, Uchiha Fugaku, met him with a stern look. Shisui, this boy, Fugaku began, to which the boy nodded. Can we arrange it at your place? Shisui asked. What kind of questions? Of course you can. Shisui brought the boy into the house and put him in the guest room. He's sleeping, you understand what you did. What step? Don't worry, Fugaku-san, I'll look after him personally. I think Naruto will find out who his parents are sooner or later, he replied. This answer suited the interlocutor very well, so he nodded in agreement. Yes, we'll keep it a secret for now. The next morning, the Uchiha family woke up and a pretty and very beautiful brunette walked into the living room. It was Mikoto Uchiha. Hello, Naruto, the black-haired woman said, smiling. Hello, how do you know me? Asked the blonde. To the question asked, she simply said with a grin. Fugaku told me about you. By the way, would you mind having breakfast with us? The woman answered the question with a smile on her lips. No, of course, I don't mind and thank you very much. And I would also like to ask about my clothes. Do you happen to know where they are? Naruto asked, to which Mikoto only opened the drawer that was in front of him. Well, but I think you'll need to buy some new clothes soon. I'll ask my eldest son to go with you, but now I ask you to come to the table, said the black-haired lady and left with sadness in her eyes, looking at the boy. Naruto, I understand you so well. We don't want you to suffer, but we can't tell you either. When you grow up, Fugaku will definitely tell you everything, the woman mentally justified herself. So Naruto got dressed and also covered his left eye with an eye patch. But right now he wasn't worried about the eye patch at all, he was worried about the question he had been searching for an answer to all his life. How did I come into this world? Naruto thought to himself. With these thoughts, the blue-eyed blonde walked into the kitchen and, bowing, sat down next to Sasuke. Hello, Naruto, I think you already know our mother, asked the long-haired brunette, to which he nodded affirmatively. My name is Uchiha Itachi, and my younger brother is Sasuke. I think you two will become friends, Itachi said with a smile on his face. Well, I think Naruto will rest today, and tomorrow he will go to the academy, but before that. The head of the clan did not continue, but simply looked at Itachi. Seeing his father's gaze, the long-haired man nodded, thereby making it clear what he was hinting at. Fugaku-sama, the blonde interrupted the conversation. What? My boy. Do you know how I was born? Who are my parents? Naruto asked sadly, hoping to get an answer to this question. Sorry Naruto, But it's too early for you to know this. I'll tell you everything when the time comes, Fugaku said. After these words, Naruto calmed down and didn't ask anything else, continuing to eat his breakfast calmly. Thank you very much. It was very tasty, Mikoto-san. She could only smile at the blonde's words again. At that moment, Shisui came to them to begin training with the boy. Naruto, do you by any chance want to train? Shisui-san, but he was not destined to finish. Shisui interrupted him. Just call me Shisui. After saying that, he ruffled his hair as if he was his little brother. Naruto felt for the first time in his entire existence what he wanted and was not given. The love and care he felt from Shisui made his eyes shed tears from the overwhelming emotions. Shisui, without saying anything, walked up to the boy and hugged him, walked up to the one who could not hold back tears from the overwhelming emotions inside. After a short period of time, after the blonde calmed down, Shisui took him to the backyard of the estate. Listen, Shisui, why did you decide to train me? I saw your potential, you have shinobi skills, I think we'll start with hand-to-hand combat or, more simply, with taijutsu. Taijutsu, what is it? Asked the blonde. Taijutsu is a basic form of technique, a term that refers to any technique related to martial arts or the optimization of a person's natural abilities. Taijutsu is performed by directly accessing the user's physical and mental energy, relying on the stamina and strength accumulated through training. It generally does not require chakra, although it can be used to enhance such techniques. Taijutsu also generally does not require hand seals to perform, or rather, the necessary use of certain stances or poses to use, and they're used much faster than ninjutsu or genjutsu. Simply put, taijutsu is hand-to-hand combat, Shisui finally explained. Is that clear? The youth answered briefly. So, now we'll start with 50 squats, 50 push-ups and 50 pull-ups, this way we'll improve your skills every day. So Naruto trained all day, and by the end of the day he was exhausted and the exhausted and tired blonde fell down without his back legs. Why did you bother so much? Shisui asked, picking up the boy and walking towards the estate. I want to become stronger. Naruto answered confidently to such a decisive statement. Shisui just smiled and dragged him into the room. At that moment, Mikoto entered the room and, seeing the tattered state of the blonde, asked. What's happened? Don't worry, everything is fine, he was just training, Shisui said with a smile. Mikoto sighed in relief at this statement. I know this, Mikoto said. Naruto, finally left without strength, stopped resisting his desire and fell into the kingdom of Morpheus. Chapter 2. Morning came. Naruto got up and went to clean himself up. When he came out of the bathroom, he heard Mikoto calling him to the table. Good morning, Naruto-kun, Mikoto said with a smile on her face when she saw Naruto. How are you, Naruto? Mikoto asked, a note of worry in her voice. It's been better, but thank you for caring, no one has ever looked after me, you're like my mother, Naruto said with a slightly sad smile, to which Mikoto grinned sadly. Naruto, how can you hold on like this? How do you manage to move forward no matter what? Where does such strength come from? Mikoto thought about the mysterious blonde. After eating, Naruto tried to get up and was still trying to overcome the hellish pain in his muscles. But Mikoto noticed that something was wrong with Naruto. She came up to him, helped him get up from his place, grabbed his back and threw his left arm over her left shoulder, and grabbed her wrist with her left hand. Fugaku also helped when he came to the kitchen, and together they dragged the guy to the room. Just at this time, Sasuke was walking to the kitchen, but when he saw his parents and Naruto, who was being dragged to his room, he immediately asked. Mom, what's wrong with Naruto? Naruto hasn't recovered from yesterday, I think he should recover, Mikoto said sadly. Realizing what was going on, Sasuke began to help his friend. Thank you very much, Naruto thanked sincerely. Fugaku smiled, he liked the guy's upbringing, usually guys like him are tough and ill-mannered, but Naruto is completely different. Fugaku brought him to his room and sat him on a chair. Naruto tried to get up himself, but felt unwell and almost passed out. Fugaku managed to grab the guy and led him to the bed, then laid him on the bed, and then covered him with a blanket. Naruto, what's happening to you? Fugaku whispered and left the room. Naruto found himself in a dark corridor and decided to go forward. After a while, he came out into a large hall, in which there was a golden cage, in the middle of which was the kanji for seal. From this cage, blood-red eyes looked at him, looking at him with fierce hatred. Who are you? Naruto asked. Boy, it's too early for you to be here, said Kyubi. What's your name? Naruto asked, not listening to the fox. Could it be that the fox thought, smiling. My name is Kurama, but it's too early for you to know who I am and why I'm sealed inside you. Now get out of here, kid, the fox said, and Naruto woke up abruptly with beads of sweat on his forehead. Ah. Phew, it was just a dream, Naruto said, coming to his senses. Fugaku ran into the room and asked in a hurry. Naruto, what happened? I met the Nine Tails, and it seems friendly, Naruto said in shock. Fugaku crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and began to think. This is bad, I think I need to tell him the truth, otherwise he won't leave it. Okay, good night Naruto, tomorrow you will go with me to the academy, but before that we will go and buy some decent clothes for you. Tomorrow I will tell you everything, but don't do anything stupid, Fugaku said in a stern tone. Thank you very much. Naruto thanked Fugaku as he left the room. The next morning, the Uchiha clan leader's family woke up, but one blonde boy was still sleeping. So Mikoto entered his room, walked over to Naruto's bed, and gently ran her hand over his cheek. Naruto slowly began to wake up. He had a fever, Mikoto realized, still touching the boy's cheek, and then left the room and headed to the kitchen, took a rag, then headed back to Naruto's room. She began to wipe his face. Now take off your shirt, Mikoto said in a tone that brooked no argument. Naruto obediently took off his shirt, and she began to wipe the guy's back, went up and down, several times, and finished. She left the room so as not to interfere with him getting dressed, and she went to the kitchen. After getting dressed, Naruto went to the bathroom to tidy himself up. After finishing washing and brushing his teeth, he left the bathroom and went to the kitchen. Fugaku was waiting for him at the table. Mikoto was standing at the stove and washing the dishes. Well, since you're here, I guess we can get started, Itachi, Fugaku said, calling out to his son. His eldest son entered the kitchen. He walked over to the table and sat down. Naruto, your father was the fourth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, Namikaze Minato, and your mother was the previous Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Kushina Uzumaki. They heroically sacrificed themselves to save you and sacrificed their lives so that the Nine Tails would not destroy the village, Itachi told the difficult truth. After hearing this, the blonde quickly began to be overwhelmed with emotions. He felt joy, sadness, pride, pain and anger at the same time. And they hid this from me, Naruto said in a low voice, not noticing how tears were running down his cheeks. Itachi's POV. I got up from the table, walked up to Naruto and put my hand on his shoulder. Forgive us, Naruto, but I can't tell you more until you grow up, I said. Okay, but now I need to be alone, Naruto answered, and my father only nodded to me understandingly, and my mother felt sorry for him. She looked at him with sadness on her face and hurried to leave. My father and I also left, understanding that he really needed to be alone and think everything over. Sitting at the table, Naruto couldn't stop crying, tears just kept coming out. I will take revenge on those who are to blame for all of this, Naruto thought, crying sadly at the table. Naruto, forgive me, I killed them, but I was under the control of that damn Sharingan, forgive me, Kurama said mentally. It's too late for regrets, leave me alone, please, Naruto answered mentally. Why is the shinobi world so cruel? The thought flashed through his head and he fell asleep at the table. The next morning Naruto woke up in his room. Just then Itachi came in and said, Good morning Naruto, I was thinking of taking a walk around Konoha. Would you like to join me? Naruto nodded positively and got out of bed and followed Itachi. First, Itachi and Naruto went to a store where Itachi taught him how to choose clothes. They ended up buying a black t-shirt with the Uchiha clan crest, black shorts, and a black headband. Itachi knew he was from the Uzumaki clan, but he didn't want others to know. After paying for the purchases, Itachi took him to the hospital. At this rate, they approached the reception. Good afternoon, could you tell me where you have experienced surgeons who can perform the operation? Good afternoon, go down the right corridor of the left wing, there you will see a door, from there turn right and go forward, this way you will go to office number 30, that's where you need to go, said the registrar. They thanked the receptionist and followed the route. After following the route the receptionist told them, they finally reached room number 30. Itachi walked up to the door and knocked. After which they heard, come in. Itachi opened the door and he and Naruto entered the office. Good afternoon, could you transplant his eye? Itachi asked, pointing at Naruto. Of course, he's kind, but have you found a replacement? I can also install prostheses, the surgeon said and smiled. Here, Itachi took out an ampoule of liquid from under his bag, which contained the Sharingan. Okay, The surgeon took the ampoule with the Sharingan. Please leave. Itachi came out of the operating room, and the surgeon laid Naruto on the operating table, gave the guy anesthesia and started picking around in his eye, then he started doing the ox-tiger seals. Mystical hand technique, that's how he healed the eye socket and nerve endings, and also stopped the bleeding from the eye socket. The Sharingan was successfully transplanted. Great, everything is ready, the surgeon said and helped Naruto sit up. How did it go? Is everything okay? Naruto asked, getting off the operating table. Yes, quite good, I think that in about a week you will be able to use the eye. After these words, Naruto nodded and, thanking the surgeon, left the office. Itachi, isn't that your eye, by the way? Naruto asked excitedly. Itachi walked up to the guy, sat on his knees and hugged him. Don't worry, it's not my eye, I'll teach you how to use the Sharingan a little later, Itachi whispered in Naruto's ear. He only nodded and quietly began to cry, overwhelmed by his feelings. Now, Naruto, everything will be fine, Itachi said with the same concern and took the boy in his arms, and then brought him home. When they got home, Mikoto had just started setting the table. So they went to the bathroom and started washing their hands. After a few minutes, they came out of the bathroom and went to the kitchen. The three of them started eating. Your mother was my best friend, I understand how you feel, you're worried, because you grew up alone, she looked at the guy, he grinned sadly, and she smiled encouragingly, but you have us, even if it's not your own, but still your family, don't worry. She got up from the table, approached the blonde from behind and hugged him. The rest of the family could only watch this idyll from the side and smile sweetly. Chapter 3. Waking up early in the morning, Naruto got dressed and went out into the yard. He was sad, but suddenly he saw a small puppy. Shiro, the blonde called the puppy, after which he approached him and began to pet him. The puppy came closer and started whining. Itachi, watching all this from the side, smiled, and then slowly approached his adopted brother and put his hand on his shoulder. Let's go, it's time for training, Itachi said and walked towards the clan training ground. Naruto, today I will tell you about the Sharingan. The Sharingan is a doujutsu, or simply put, it is the enhanced genome of the Uchiha clan, which is selectively manifested in its members. It is considered one of the three great doujutsu, the three great, eye technique, along with the Byakugan and Rinnegan. While its powers originated from Kaguya Otsutsuki's Rinnya Sharingan, as a separate dojutsu, it was first awakened by Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Thanks to it, our clan can copy the enemy's techniques, Itachi said when they reached the right place. Now, look closely. Rat, tiger, dog, ox, rabbit, tiger, phoenix flower technique. This technique allows the user to attack the opponent with a volley of small fireballs. In addition, the strength of the flames is controlled by chakra, which means that this technique is difficult to dodge. Itachi explained the principle of the technique. Here, take this, Itachi said, handing him a square piece of paper. Why is that? Naruto asked and looked at Itachi with a questioning look. Itachi only smiled at this question. So we will determine your element, if the sheet of paper is crumpled. Lightning, rots, earth, burns, fire, cuts, wind, gets wet, water. Naruto took and concentrated chakra through his fingers into the paper, it crumpled, cut, burned, got wet. Itachi was shocked. What does this mean? Naruto asked. You have 4 elements. Wind, fire, lightning and water, Itachi said, recovering from his shock, thereby shocking Naruto himself. Okay, I think we should call Kakashi. Shisui, call Kakashi. Okay Itachi, Shisui said and went after Kakashi. After a while, Shisui brought him. Kakashi, I want to introduce Naruto Namikaze, who is also an Uchiha, I think the reason is clear. To which Kakashi nodded because it was clear. Kakashi, teach the boy the element of lightning, Itachi asked his senpai. Naruto, look carefully. Ox right pointing arrow rabbit right pointing arrow monkey or ape right pointing arrow dragon right pointing arrow rat right pointing arrow bird right pointing arrow ox right pointing arrow snake right pointing arrow dog right pointing arrow tiger right pointing arrow monkey. The result was the so-called Chidori, which Kakashi used to strike the tree with devastating force, causing it to collapse. Naruto, now you try, Kakashi said, and Naruto nodded in response. The blonde then took off his bandage and began making hand seals. Ox right pointing arrow rabbit right pointing arrow monkey or ape right pointing arrow dragon right pointing arrow rat right pointing arrow bird right pointing arrow ox right pointing arrow snake right pointing arrow dog right pointing arrow tiger right pointing arrow monkey. Chidori, A concentration of lightning was created in his hand, which Naruto used to strike the tree. So the guy worked hard on the elements of lightning, fire, wind and water, and eventually the guy could control it well, which Itachi watched in shock as Naruto quickly developed. Soon the blonde went to the academy, with a blade on his back. It was a katana given to Itachi. Many students looked at the guy. Ino blushed a little when she saw him, and Iruka looked at the list. Ah. Naruto Namikaze? Iruka asked. He nodded. The teacher smiled. Please, sit down in any free place. Naruto sat separately from everyone else. So Iruka began the lesson. So, introduce yourself, Iruka said in a serious voice. My name is Kiba Inuzuka. Shikamaru Nara. Ino Yamanaka, and blushed again and looked at the blonde. Sakura Haruno. Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke said and sat down and looked towards the blonde. After all, only he understood what Naruto was feeling. He didn't want many to know who he really was. Shino Aburame, said the last student in the audience, finishing his greeting. Iruka began the lesson. So, what is chakra? Chakra is a component that is essential to performing most basic techniques. Through various methods, the most common of which are hand seals, chakra can be controlled and manipulated to create some superhuman effect that would otherwise be impossible to achieve without these methods. This includes abilities such as walking on water, breathing fire from the chest, and creating illusions. Chakra is usually not visible to the naked eye unless it is highly concentrated or manifested in large quantities. Chakra originally belonged to the god tree. When Kaguya Otsutsuki ate the fruit of the god tree, she became the first person in history to wield chakra. With her newfound power, she stopped all the wars that were plaguing countries. Her sons, Hamura and Hagoromo Otsutsuki, were the first people to be born with chakra natively. Afterwards, Hagoromo began distributing chakra to other people through a practice called ninshu, intending to create peace by combining people's spiritual energy, allowing them to understand each other without words. However, people did not use chakra in the way Hagoromo had hoped. Instead, they used it to combine their internal spiritual and physical energies. They also molded their internal chakra to strengthen it and turn it into a weapon, creating what is now called ninjutsu. The founders of our village, Madara Uchiha, and Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage. Thus ended the first lesson. Naruto fell asleep, not listening to anyone. Iruka asked the blonde. Young man, tell us, who was Madara Uchiha? Madara was the legendary leader of the Uchiha clan. He founded the Hidden Leaf village alongside his friend and rival, Hashirama Senju, with the intention of ushering in an era of peace. When the two disagreed on how exactly to achieve this peace, they fought for supremacy over the village in a battle that ended with Madara's death. Madara was born during the Warring States period, the eldest of Tajima Uchiha's 5 sons. He and his brothers grew up on the battlefield, caught up in the Uchiha's endless war against their eternal rivals, the Senju clan. 3 of Madara's brothers died as children, leaving him with only one sibling, Izuna. Madara and Izuna became very close to each other due to their shared losses, and constantly competed with each other to become stronger. Due to this, the young Madara, who also possessed extremely powerful chakra from birth, was already capable of killing adult Senju in battle, earning himself a reputation as a genius. During his rare downtime, Madara one day met a boy named Hashirama, who was his own age. The two quickly became friends and developed a friendly rivalry, not only over playing pancakes, but also in regards to training. Hashirama was a shinobi who had lost his brothers to war, just like Madara. Together, they shared dreams of a world where children like them would not have to fight. 9. As a precaution, neither Madara nor Hashirama told each other their last names, but they soon learned the truth of their parentage nonetheless. Madara was an Uchiha and Hashirama was a Senju. It was the duty of one to kill the other, despite being friends. Forced to choose between his family and his dreams of peace, Madara chose to sever his friendship with Hashirama rather than hesitate to kill him in the future. Madara's determination in this choice was strong enough to awaken his Sharingan. Iruka was shocked. Oh okay, I think you can answer in theory, but you can stay awake, okay? Naruto nodded. Forgive me. Iruka was surprised about Naruto, but Kiba Inuzuka couldn't stand it, so he said arrogantly. Ha, damn smart guy, show off. But Kiba didn't even have time to notice how Naruto stood behind the guy and twisted his arm. Iruka said in a hurry. Naruto, stop. Naruto immediately came to his senses. Damn psycho, you have no place in society. Naruto punched the dog owner in the jaw, and knocked him out. For such actions, Iruka took the guy by the hand, thereby stopping him. Damn you Naruto, where are your ambitions? Bastards like that shouldn't live. Naruto said and wanted to leave, but Iruka got ahead of him and blocked the exit from the classroom. Naruto, I understand how you feel, but you don't have to do this. Understand that it's important for you to successfully graduate from the academy. Naruto apologized and said, "Forgive me," the blonde said and left. But at the last glance at the boy, Haruka felt sorry for him, and after thinking for a while, he decided to visit the Hokage's residence. "Come in." A voice sounded behind the door after knocking on it, after which Haruka entered the office. Haruka. "Yes, I'm about." He wasn't destined to finish, because the Hokage interrupted him. "You mean Naruto?" To which he nodded. "I know the guy is trying to hold back, QB, but remember, he shouldn't be angry, but." He sighed heavily, and continued, "He found out the truth about his parents, now understand." He looked up and said, "Be gentle with him, I beg you," asked the third Sama. Haruka nodded and left. "Minato, your son, eh?" thought the third Sama, looking at the portrait of the fourth. Chapter 4. The woman was left alone in the Uchiha estate. Her husband had gone to a meeting, the children to their schools. The food had already been prepared, then Mikoto, leaning on the nearest wall, fell into her consciousness. She could have stood there for a long time, if she had not heard the sound of the door opening and the tramp of feet. Mikoto initially tensed up a little, but seeing Naruto enter the kitchen, the woman was immediately taken aback and calmed down. "So, how are things at the academy?" Mikoto asked with a smile on her lips. "Okay, really, I didn't talk to anyone, we just met," said the blonde. "I understand you, Naruto, what it's like to feel alone, but don't worry, you have us." Naruto was slightly caressed by such words. He had never heard them in his life. The feelings were mixed. On the one hand it was pleasant, but on the other it was so unusual and new. But before he could even lie down on the bed, Itachi's voice was heard from the corridor. He and Fugaku had just returned from a meeting. "Naruto," Itachi thus drew attention to himself. "At the moment, you are studying at the academy, but the knowledge they give you will not be enough. So Shusui and I, well and sometimes Kakashi-sensei, will train you. Now you have learned the Chidori technique and are more or less good at it." Shisui suddenly intervened in the conversation. "Since you are learning taijutsu, I think you need some training, so look." Shisui formed the cloning seals and in a matter of moments an exact copy of the Jonin was transformed next to him. What you just saw is a shadow cloning technique. Thanks to this technique you can clone yourself and in addition learn information from the clone who will pass it on to you. It's all very simple. Naruto nodded and began to concentrate his chakra. Standing like that for a while, the blonde made a cloning seal, but, alas, it turned out to be a log. Itachi and Shisui nodded affirmatively, thus starting the training. The Uchihas went their separate ways, leaving the guy alone with his cloning attempts. Naruto trained all day and all night. And he would have been in proud solitude, if not for a girl named Ino, who almost from the very beginning of the training, from the corner, watched the guy. After such long attempts that ended in failure, she felt sorry for him. She wanted to support the guy, but the blonde was not going to give up or rest. He spent all his time training, this damn cloning. The hard training paid off, and after creating a clone, Naruto fell to the ground with a sense of pride and relief. "Good morning, Naruto," the head of the Uchiha clan said when he noticed Naruto, who had just gotten out of the room. "So, how are things going with the cloning?" Itachi asked as the family sat down to breakfast. "Great, I was able to clone even more than one clone, databio," said the blonde with a smile from ear to ear. 12-year-old Naruto sat on a bench and looked at the sky, thinking about his father. These thoughts still did not leave him. Outwardly, the guy looked very mysterious. Half of his face was covered with a mask, which made him look like Kakashi. But he was not destined to sit alone for long. Suddenly Ino Yamanaka came up to him. "Hey Naruto, can I sit down?" the girl asked, to which Naruto nodded. "And how long are you going to hide your face? It's so cute." "Ino, forgive me, but the mask has become a part of my life. I've worn it all my life, and I probably won't take it off for a long time." Ino looked at the guy. With her beautiful blue eyes, she took off the mask with her index finger, and dug into his lips, took his cheek with her palm, and with the same hand took his neck. His lips were soft and so desirable. It even seemed to her that she was kissing not Naruto, but a girl. The blonde himself was confused by this unexpected from the girl, but got into the swing of it. Ino moved away from the guy and said, "Naruto, I guess I should go," said the princess of the Yamanaka clan. "Can I walk you home?" Naruto asked. Ino smiled and allowed it. "Of course." So the girl and the boy left the park and headed towards the Yamanaka estate. Inoki met the guys with a smile on his face. "Hello Naruto, have you fulfilled your duty as a gentleman?" Come in, I'll treat you to some tea. Thank you, Anoiki-san, for your hospitality, but I'm late for training. But only on the way home he realized that all this time he had been walking around without a mask. He wanted to put it back on half his face, but it was missing from his neck. It looks like I'll have to go without a mask after all, Naruto thought, remembering the insidious blonde with blue eyes. Naruto came to the Uchiha estate, so the boy began training again. Naruto had been training for several years, and the young shinobi was already graduating from the academies, and Itachi decided to train the boy. Now we move on to Genjutsu. The Sharingan user can instantly make the target freeze or submit. The technique can also be used for interrogation or to remove another illusion. He subdued the bird, and so he dispelled, now it's your turn. The blonde did the same. He learned to master ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Itachi, Shisui, and Kakashi trained him. Naruto understood that he would soon graduate from the academy. Chapter 5. The next morning Naruto was getting ready to go to the academy. The guy woke up, got ready in the morning, folded the bed neatly. Mikoto prepared breakfast. Mikoto, good morning Naruto, come sit at the table. Naruto sat down with Sasuke. Sasuke said, Mom, today we will use the first ninjutsu, Bunshin no Jutsu and Henge no Jutsu, and Naruto and I will go. Naruto smiled at Sasuke. Naruto dressed in a black t-shirt, a black headband, black pants, and left the katana in the room, so the guys finished breakfast. Naruto thanked Mikoto and he and Sasuke ran to the ninja academy. The girls paid attention to the guys. Iruka began his speech. Iruka, so, now let's move on to ninjutsu, a term that refers to the vast majority of techniques used by shinobi in combat. They allow a ninja to do things with chakra that he would not be able to do as an ordinary person. Unlike genjutsu, the effect of ninjutsu is real. There are a huge variety of ninjutsu. For example, simpler ninjutsu, such as Henge no Jutsu, or Kawarimi no Jutsu, require only a fraction of the user's chakra, while large-scale techniques, such as Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, require an incredible amount of chakra from the user. Thanks to Seishitsuhenka and Kitaihenka, ninjutsu can change their form or affiliation with the property of chakra. Elite shinobi, Jonin, Kage and some Anbu, are able to use several properties in one technique, an example of which is the shadow clone technique, while for the initial stage, you will learn to use shadow clone techniques and reincarnation. Iruka looked at the boys. Iruka, the first Naruto Namikas, Naruto easily created shadow clones by making a cross-shaped seal, and doubles appeared around him. The office was filled with 20 clones. Most of the genin looked at the guy in shock. Iruka said stuttering. Oh okay, so now the others, almost everyone passed. Among the students there were those who failed. Naruto went through the transformation technique. Now let's move on to the technique, substitutions, in case of a ninja attack, and the use of elemental techniques, Kawarimi, or the technique of substitution. Shinobi can use substitution, and so the first Naruto Namikas. The guy folded the seals. Tiger, pig, bulldog, snake, and Naruto turned into a tree, and he himself ended up in Iruka's ass. They were shocked. Naruto was the best in the academy, thanks to Shisui and Itachi. Iruka. Now, techniques that use the user to direct chakra into the opponent's brain. This can completely cloud all 5 senses of a person. This way, the opponent can be limited in many ways, such as putting them to sleep or paralyzing them. Especially strong genjutsu can physically harm the victim. However, such techniques are at a very high level that their use or even creation is only possible with the help of above-average intelligence or Kekkei Genkai. There are various ways to dispel genjutsu. Since genjutsu uses the victim's chakra against the victim, it can be dispelled by stopping your own chakra flow, as this prevents chakra from flowing into the brain, which the opponent can control. This technique is called Kai, in which the user forms the Thor seal and shouts Kai. Depending on the skill of the user, this technique only works with certain genjutsu. Another way is to release the victim of the illusion through external influence, such as pain. Naruto used the Sharingan and took off the bandage. The genins were surprised. He was not an Uchiha, but he had a good command of the Sharingan. Shisui pulled the guy up. Naruto used the technique. Iruka. And so here is the final part of the exam, sparring, Naruto Namikas, against Inuzuka Kiba. Naruto stood next to his opponent. Iruka. Strikes to the groin are forbidden, okay. They nodded. Naruto and Kiba pounced. Naruto used taijutsu and hit the dog walker hard, knocked him to the ground with a front throw, and put a kunai on his neck, Iruka said. Iruka. That's enough, now let's go to the academy. So the young shinobi came to the academy, and the formation of teams began. Iruka. It's hard for me to say this, and it's always hard that your teams are releasing. It hurts my soul, and I understand how you feel. Okay, Let's start forming the teams. Team 7, Namikaze Naruto. A genius and a worthy son of the fourth. Naruto cried. Iruka saw that the guy was feeling bad. Hear the name of the father. Ino felt sorry for the guy, and also wanted to support him. Many of his friends understood the guy. Iruka said. Iruka. Naruto, don't worry. He walked up to the guy and put his hand on him. Your father is proud of you, and smiled at the guy. Iruka patted the guy on the head and returned to his place. He continued, Uchiha Sasuke is a genius and a worthy son of Uchiha Fugaku. And, Iruka. Sakura Haruno. Quite a strong genin in theory. Yes. Sakura jumped happily and looked towards Naruto and Sasuke. Your mentor Hatake Kakashi. He will probably come soon. And so on. Inuzuka Kiba, if not for his character, could have become a genius. Hyuga Hinata. A strong, but modest and shy girl. Aburame Shino. Did quite well in the exam. Your mentor Yuhi Kurenai. The pretty-looking woman waved her hand at the three genin, and soon they disappeared from the office. Next, Hyuga Neji, the genius of the clan, passed the theory and practice with flying colors. Tenten showed excellent results in fuinjutsu and handling weapons. Rock Lee, despite the small amount of chakra, he was able to pass the exam. Your efforts can only be envied. Your mentor, Might Guy. The man who looked like Rock Lee gave a thumbs up and said something to his students. And finally, the last team. Nara Shikamaru, a genius, but lazy. Akamaiki Choji, did well in theory, but did poorly in practice. Yamanaka Ino, has become quieter lately, which is simply praiseworthy. Your mentor Sarutobi Asuma, well, good luck to you in your new life as a shinobi. Naruto and Sasuke walked together, talking. The guy sighed heavily. Naruto, well, damn, we got a loudmouth Haruno on our team. She really pisses me off. Sasuke nodded approvingly. Sasuke, yeah, you're right, she's a real pain in the ass. She'll always get into trouble and we'll have to answer for it. Naruto agreed. Naruto, yeah, so they were going to the Uchiha estate, and the guys started training, throwing kunai and shuriken. Itachi trained them well. Naruto learned to master the element of lightning well, so the guys finished throwing kunai, and came home. Naruto put his hands on his neck. The guy cried again. He decided, tears won't help grief. You need to become stronger. Naruto calmed down, and fell asleep with these thoughts. The next morning, Kakashi's team went to the designated place. Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke were sitting on the roof waiting for their mentor. Naruto understood why their sensei was late. Naruto. Again. Sakura tried to talk to Sasuke. Sakura. Sasuke-kun. He turned away. Sasuke-kun. Sasuke. How annoying you are, Haruno. So Sasuke sat down next to the guy. Now Sakura connected to Naruto. Naruto had no choice but to endure. Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, hurry up. Damn it, save me. But Kakashi appeared in white smoke. Kakashi sorry was walking his grandmother across the road, but there were only two dissatisfied faces. Naruto didn't give a damn anymore. He wanted sensei to quickly say something. Kakashi. And sir, by the way, for 2 hours, Sasuke said caustically. Well, maybe we'll talk on the roof. I'll wait for you in 10 minutes. With these words, Kakashi disappeared. 10 minutes later, Kakashi was indeed sitting on the roof, leaning on the railing. Well, come on, tell me about yourself. Kakashi started the conversation. Tell me, Sakura asked in surprise. You didn't even tell me anything about yourself. Well, okay, my name is Hatake Kakashi. What do I like and dislike? I won't tell you that. There's no point in talking about my dream, and my goals don't concern you. And what about hobbies? Well, I have many hobbies. Well, that's all, I think. You only told us your name, Sakura said discontentedly. Okay then, now you. Let's start with you. He pointed his finger at Naruto. Naruto. My name is Naruto Namikaze. I have no special goals. I found out who my parents are, and my dream is not, rather, a goal, to find who is guilty of the death of my parents, and kill them with a painful death, and the rest does not concern you, neither my dreams, nor goals. Sasuke understood what Naruto was feeling, and also wanted to help the guy. Sakura only sadly lowered her head. Her parents were always with her. Naruto and Sasuke understood that she was a spoiled little girl, with a childish crush. Kakashi. I understand, Naruto. I'm next. I'm Haruna Sakura. I like to communicate with Naruto and Ino. I don't like when I'm scolded without knowing why. Favorite activity? I have a lot of them too. My dream is to become the strongest kunoichi. Less than it's surprising that she doesn't care about boys. Usually at this age, girls start to cling to boys. I should talk to Jiraiya about the idea of a new novel. Greater than I'm Uchiha Sasuke. I like my puppy. I hate it when something is taken away from me. My favorite activity is learning techniques, and I support Naruto in everything. My dream does not concern you. Well, alright. Tomorrow will be your first joint mission. Seeing Naruto chuckling, Kakashi tried not to notice it. I advise you not to eat anything. Because what you will see will not be the most pleasant sight. General Assembly at 7 o'clock in the morning on the 7th platform. With these words, Hatake disappeared. I wonder what the mission is. Naruto. I don't know, so the guy disappeared in white smoke along with Sasuke. Sakura sighed heavily and headed home. Chapter 6. Morning came, the sun had just begun to rise, everyone was still sleeping and dreaming their sweet dreams. But one blonde woke up too early. The guy got up, dressed in new clothes with the Uchiha clan crest, but still called himself Namikaze, since he did not want to change his last name. Naruto's POV. After Itachi told me the truth about my parents, a lot of time passed. I thought about many things, assumed, looked for clues at the site of the battle between Kurama and my father, but I still found nothing. And even a genius like Itachi could not find the culprit. I was restless, which is why I woke up early. It was just dawn. I even managed to meet the Konoha police. We greeted each other, after which I jumped up a tree and began to wait for my friend. Father, I have so many questions for you, which you will not find answers to. I mentally addressed my father. But looking at the sky, all my worries were carried away into the distance along with the clouds. I was the only one waiting for Sasuke. But to my surprise, I was not the only one who woke up early. End of Naruto POV. Fugaku woke up early in the morning, got dressed and went out to get some air, but met Naruto looking at the sky. The clan leader understood what Naruto was feeling. The guy grew up alone all his life, and Fugaku did not want the guy to become a Nukenin, or a loner shinobi. He wants Naruto to find a girl so that they can start dating. Wants to watch how their relationship develops and so on. Naruto, calm down, you still have time before the missions, Fugaku said. Naruto jumped down from the tree and approached Fugaku. Naruto, I understand you perfectly. The clan leader smiled, put his hand on his shoulder and leaned him against himself. Your father was friends with our honorable Hokage, but I don't think he will talk to you about these topics. But I have to talk. Naruto said with a firm determination, bowed and walked out of the manor. Naruto was going to the residence to have a serious talk. When he reached it, he quickly walked to the door of the third's office. When he reached it, he knocked on the door. Come in, said the third. Naruto walked up to the table and bowed. Naruto. Did you want something? Asked the third. Hokage-sama, please tell me what my parents looked like. I can't find a place for myself. I understand perfectly well that this is forbidden, but I can't do otherwise. I torment myself and the questions that torment me. I didn't know my parents. Please Hokage-sama, help. Hiruzen felt sorry for the guy. He understood what Naruto was feeling and couldn't hide it. Okay, look, said the third and took a photo of his father and mother from the table. Naruto ran his hand over the photo of his parents and cried. The feelings he experienced were very sad. The Hokage could do nothing but get up from his chair, walk over and hug the boy. Naruto, don't cry, I'm with you. The Uchihas will look after you like their own. Don't worry Naruto, your parents are real heroes. After these words Naruto calmed down, wiped away his tears. The guy wanted to meet his parents as soon as possible. But the third one began to remember that terrible night. Hiruzen's memories. In the village everything was burning with a terrible flame. In the middle of the village there was a huge nine-tailed fox, which was not controlled. Minato did everything possible to drive the fox out of the village. He made the only decision. He decided to seal the nine-tailed fox into his child. But as soon as Kushina's chains weakened, he freed his paw and intended to pierce his future Jinchuriki. Kushina and Minato saw that the demon's claw was going to the boy. All they managed to do was to block the boy with themselves, thereby stopping him with their bodies. Hiruzen could not do anything. He could only watch all this through the barrier that did not allow the fox to escape. Naruto, take care of yourself. Become a worthy shinobi. Become a worthy protector of the village. As for alcohol, do not drink until you come of age. Save the money from the mission for later. As for women, she was breathing heavily. I am a woman myself and find one like me. Darling, from this day on, your life will become a difficult test and what you have to go through, you would not even wish on your enemy. Naruto, I have so much to say and so much more. So much. There is everything I wanted to teach you. Tears flowed down her cheeks. She stroked his cheek. I don't want to leave you. I love you. Minato, forgive me, I wasted your time. Naruto, I also wanted to tell you a lot, but. Your mother, such a chatterbox. She said everything. Fugaku. Minato, I'll look after your son, don't worry. Seal, Minato said, and a flash of light began to emanate from him. So he sealed the tailed beast into himself and Naruto, and so the seal appeared. End of Hiruzen's memories. Who is to blame for all this? Naruto asked angrily. It was Shimura Danzo, the head of the Anbu root, and other elders who were involved in the death of your clan. And the masked man was involved in the death of your parents, said the third, realizing that there was no longer any reason to hide the truth from Naruto. Naruto calmed down. He understood what would happen if he rushed with his revenge. Understood, Hokage-sama. What about my boy? Can I learn the Thunder God technique? Yes, you can, but from now on it's up to you, said the third, taking a scroll from behind his desk with the technical God of Thunder. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Naruto said with a hint of joy in his voice. Coming out of the third office, the fox mentally addressed him. Naruto, before I teach you Hiraishin, I think we should start how it all began. The Uzumaki clan is the most famous clan of the hidden whirlpool village. The Uzumaki, being descendants of Asura Otsutsuki, also shared a blood relationship with the Senju clan. Over the years, the Uzumaki and Senju maintained close ties, with members occasionally marrying between clans, such as with Hashirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki. After the founding of Konohagakure at the end of the Age of Shinobi World Wars, the Senju decided to symbolize their clan's friendship by adding the Uzumaki emblem to Konoha's flak jackets. Over the following decades, Konoha and the Uzumaki remained close allies, with the Uzumaki in particular providing Konoha with fuinjutsu whenever needed. Over time, an Uzumaki temple was even built on the outskirts of Konoha. The Uzumaki's mastery of fuinjutsu earned them respect and fear throughout the ninja world. At some point after Kushina Uzumaki, your mother, immigrated to Konoha, several of the world's countries banded together to destroy Uzushiogakure, believing the village to be too powerful to be allowed to continue. The survivors of the destruction went into hiding and spread throughout the world. Hiraishin is a technique created by Tobarama Senju and modified by your father, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, that allows one to teleport to any location in an instant. Basically, this technique is similar to the summoning technique, as it is actually a space-time jutsu, but instead of summoning, it sends the user to a designated location instead of summoning someone. In order to activate this technique, the user needs a special seal that they place on an object that they can then teleport to. After that, they can instantly get there. Now, take the paper and absorb the chakra, and you will teleport, the fox instructed. Naruto followed all of Kurama's instructions. The wind blew and the leaf slipped out of his hands. But at the same moment the nourished leaf slipped out of his hands. Naruto teleported to him. Cool, was all the blonde man could say, surprised as hell. But Naruto didn't realize that he was being watched. He was being watched by Inoki Yamanaka. Indeed, flashed through Yamanaka's mind. Okay, Naruto, to activate this technique, the user needs a special seal or technique formula that marks the desired location. After that, the user enters a dimensional void that instantly transports themselves to the location of the seal. The technique can create smoke similar to the summoning technique, but it is completely random, that is, wrapping a piece of paper with a seal around the handle of a kunai. The fox said. Naruto did so. Great, now teleport. Naruto took the kunai in his hand, swung it and threw it at the fence, and then teleported away. Minato, your son, will surpass you in time, considering his progress, Inoki thought and left, and Naruto went to his team. Sasuke-kun, Sasuke-kun. Sakura said, trying to get her idol's attention, but the brunette simply ignored her. Kakashi appeared from the white smoke. Sorry. But his monologue was interrupted by Naruto, who appeared in a yellow flash. Kakashi looked at the guy in shock. Minato-sensei. The name flashed through Kakashi's thoughts as he looked at the blonde. Sorry I'm late, I was walking my grandma across the road, Naruto lied without blushing. Sakura only checked if her heart was beating because Naruto scared her. Sasuke smirked at his best friend because he knew what he was doing. Okay, now let's begin. He took the bells out of his pocket and showed them to the newly minted genin. These are tasks for taking away the bells. If you finish them before lunch, you'll pass. Understood? They nodded. Make it as if you're trying to kill me, Kakashi said. Naruto smiled. He understood the essence of the test, as did Sasuke, but Sakura didn't understand anything. She was too weak on par with the guys. The guys started to make seals. Rat right pointing arrow, tiger right pointing arrow, dog right pointing arrow, bull right pointing arrow, hare right pointing arrow, tiger. Kaiten, Hosenka, no jutsu. The guys shouted. This is Hosenka, but the jutsu is one of the simplest fire release techniques. When used, the user creates several small fireballs that are directed at the enemy along an unpredictable trajectory, Kakashi analyzed. Fireballs were flying at Kakashi. He tried to dodge the attack as best he could. Kakashi used a counter technique by folding the seal. Snakes. Technique. Mud wave. Kakashi puts his hands on the ground and shakes it. The genin fell down from such force. Well, what will you do now? Naruto grinned bloodily and folded the seals. Tiger right pointing arrow, bull right pointing arrow, dog right pointing arrow, hare right pointing arrow, snake. The copyist only said, this is a C-class technique. How does Naruto know this? But he wasn't destined to finish the thought, because Fuyutan. Great impulse. When used by a more skilled ninja, the technique has enough destructive power to fell a large tree, Naruto thought as he used the technique. Kakashi only had to use the substitution technique, which he actually did by forming the seals. Tiger, pig, ox, dog, snake and disappeared. Damn, Naruto. Calm down, everything is under control, databio, he said and began to fold the seals. Monkey right pointing arrow, dragon right pointing arrow, rat right pointing arrow, bird right pointing arrow, bull right pointing arrow, snake right pointing arrow, dog right pointing arrow, tiger right pointing arrow, monkey. Chidori, Naruto exclaimed. Creating lightning in his hand, he took out a kunai for teleportation and disappeared. Where is Naruto? Was all Sakura could ask, surprised, looking at the smiling Sasuke. Naruto, how? Kakashi asked, not understanding how he found him so quickly. The blonde smiled at this question and said, look at your hand. Kakashi looked at his hand and noticed that there was a seal on it and asked, when? Right away, during the test, I put the Hiroishin mark on you. Answer, I teleported to you. Naruto said and attacked him, but he dodged the attack. Naruto, Kakashi-sensei, maybe we should stop this circus. What are you talking about? Kakashi said, confused. You weren't testing our strength, but how we would work as a team. Strength is certainly necessary, but teamwork is much more important. Naruto said. The Jonin was amazed. No one could understand the meaning of Kakashi's test. Minato-sensei, your son is a genius, he is a worthy son of his father, Kakashi mentally addressed, looking at the sky. Okay, you're through, Kakashi said. Naruto and Sasuke smiled and clapped their hands together. Why didn't you connect Sakura? Well, it's all very simple. Sakura is quite strong in theory, but she's a complete zero in practice, she needs to work on her practice. Naruto said. Kakashi smiled through his mask and gave the boys bells. If Minato-sensei were here, he would be proud of you. Kakashi said and placed his hand on the boy's head, ruffling his hair, smiling at the boy. Naruto smiled back at the copy ninja. Okay, I think it's time for us to go. The guy turned to Sakura. Sakura, let's go, I'll walk you home. Let's go, Sakura said with a smile. Sasuke, you can go home, I'll be home late, Naruto said to his best friend. Sasuke simply nodded, and that's how they parted. Chapter 7. Naruto walked Sakura home. Haruno blushed a little and said, Naruto, maybe you could spend the night at my place. The guy shook his head. No, I can't, I promised Sasuke, because tomorrow is the first mission, and we would like to train. Sakura sadly lowered her head. Don't be sad, Naruto, he smiled at her through his mask and said goodbye with the same smile. He disappeared in a yellow flash. Sakura looked in shock as the flash of a guy appeared. The parents ran out to the noise. Daughter, it's going to rain soon. Sakura giggled. Don't worry, this is a teleportation technique, the flying thunder god technique. Kazashi was in shock. What? The fourth's technique? Sakura nodded, and Mebuki just sighed. Okay, let's discuss it at home, and they entered. The head of the house's wife was setting the table and then asked. Darling, have you ever told me about Nigoye before? His name is Naruto, I think. Sakura nodded. Who is he? To which Sakura replied. He's a member of my team, and we need to take a photo as a keepsake. I think we'll do that tomorrow. Sakura closed her eyes dreamily. The girl's father looked at his daughter suspiciously. Sakura, if you haven't forgotten, you have your first mission tomorrow. Exactly, the younger Haruno slapped her forehead. Meanwhile, Naruto returned to the Uchiha estate, where Sasuke was waiting for him. Finally, I thought I wouldn't wait for you. Naruto scratched the back of his head guiltily. Sorry, I was late, Sasuke chuckled. Itachi came out of the house and looked at the guys. I think it would be wise to demonstrate Naruto's abilities. To see what he has achieved during his training, Fugaku nodded. They jumped onto the roof, watching the guy. Sharingan, Naruto activated his eye, removing the bandage. The younger Uchiha didn't hesitate and, using a shuriken with chakra attached to it, wrapped it around the blonde, quickly forming a tiger seal with his fingers. Fire release. Dancing flame explosion. A stream of fire was directed along the lines. Naruto grinned. Using Kawarimi, he immediately moved, replacing himself with a log. Appearing opposite the Uchiha, Uzumaki, without wasting time, kicked Sasuke in the face with a roundhouse kick. The Sharingan carrier jumped back, breaking the distance. Fugaku became nervous. Itachi, this doesn't look like a simple sparring match. Father, they won't get out of control. I trust Naruto and believe in him, Itachi answered, watching the fight. Naruto began to attack in response. Snake, sheep, monkey, pig, horse, tiger. Fire element. Fireball technique. A ball with a diameter of 40 centimeters flew at the brunette. Sasuke managed to use a clone. The brunette ended up behind the blonde. Itachi decided to stop the fight. That's enough. Naruto and Sasuke stopped immediately. Uzumaki closed the bandage. Fugaku looked at the guy. He understood that Naruto was similar in fate to Kakashi. So tomorrow is your first mission, so you need to get some sleep. Good night, everyone, Fugaku said. Good night, Team 7 members answered in unison and ran off to their rooms to sleep. Fugaku also went to his beloved wife. So how is Naruto doing? Mikoto asked with a smile, looking at her husband as soon as he arrived. The elder Uchiha smiled. Naruto showed his results in using the fire element. I liked it, but if it weren't for Itachi, the sparring would have turned into a hot fight. Fugaku lay down next to his wife and hugged her. Mikoto asked with a smile. Our boyfriend has been living with us for 5 years now. Do you have any plans for what to give him? Fugaku smiled. We'll see, but I want to give him an unforgettable gift. Mikoto, having settled herself more comfortably next to her husband, smiled contentedly and, closing her eyes, sank into a peaceful sleep. Chapter 8. Morning. The guys were waiting for Kakashi. He was late as usual. Damn, as always, Naruto thought, and leaning his back against the railings on the bridge, he began to think how to find the guy in the mask, and what he was like. Sakura saw that the blonde was thinking. Naruto, what are you thinking about? The girl asked. Well, I'm just wondering where sensei might be, Uzumaki said, lying to the girl. Sasuke said with a grin. Looks like it's delayed again. Naruto sighed heavily. Sakura was already beside herself with anger. KSO, when I see sensei, I'll. But before Sakura could finish speaking, Hatake appeared from a white cloud of smoke. What are you telling me? He asked with a smile. Sakura quickly moved back without answering. Naruto sighed heavily. Okay guys, let's go take a photo for memory, what do you say? Kakashi asked, looking around the team. Everyone agreed. Hatake smiled, so the guys left the bridge. Kakashi was reading a book. Naruto noticed what kind of book Hatake was reading. The guy also pulled out a book and began to read. Sakura looked at both of them suspiciously. Something wrong, Sakura? The blondes asked in unison. No, everything is fine. I just noticed how similar you are to each other. Naruto smiled through his mask. On the way to the photo studio, Naruto and Sasuke had a squabble and now the guys were demonstratively ignoring each other. That's how they got to the photo studio. Hello, what would you like? Asked the salon worker. To take a photo, as a keepsake, to remember, Kakashi answered for everyone. The photographer nodded. So, stand in a circle. Hatake stood behind, Naruto chuckled and turned away. Sasuke did the same. Sakura smiled and put 2 fingers forward. Kakashi smiled, hugging the guys, pressing them to himself. Click, flash, and you're done. After the photo shoot, the guys approached the photographer. Tell me when I can pick up the photos. He smiled. In 2 hours, it will be ready. They nodded and left. So, what should we do? Kakashi smiled. Maybe we should go to the entertainment center. There are lots of interesting places there, Haruno suggested. That's not a bad idea. I like it, Uzumaki said, smiling at Sakura. So the boys ran to the rides. Naruto threw a kunai at toys, cans, and so on. Sasuke tried to catch a fish. Kakashi continued to read. Uzumaki knocked out all the toys. Boy, since you knocked out all the cans, you get a prize, said the seller and presented the blonde with a huge teddy bear. And gave it to the guy. Forgive me, but I don't know what to do with him. I'm a man, Naruto answered, embarrassed. You'll find a solution, young man, the seller replied. looking at Sakura with a hint. The blonde nodded imperceptibly to the man as a sign of gratitude and approached the pink-haired girl, handing her the teddy bear. Here, Sakura, this is for you, Uzumaki said, embarrassed, but it was not noticeable under the mask. Thank you, Naruto, I am very pleased. The girl also blushed and accepted the gift. Uzumaki smiled. Sasuke decided to make peace after the morning squabble with Naruto, and approaching his friends, he addressed the blonde. Naruto, maybe we should compete in shuriken throwing. No, I don't want to, Uzumaki answered. Sasuke asked with a smile. Are you afraid? Naruto was indignant. Who? You or something? The brunette grinned. Then let's go. So the boys ran to the shuriken throwing range. Taking 10 shurikens each, the boys stood next to each other and each began to throw the projectiles at their target. Uzumaki launched 5 shurikens from each hand in a fan shape, and they all hit the target. Uchiha decided to follow his example and launched his projectiles in the same way. 9 hit the target, 1 fell. Sasuke chuckled. He was the best and he remains so. And he continued. I hope you didn't use the Sharingan. Naruto laughed. No, I didn't use it. 2 hours passed like this, and the team returned to the photo studio. Well, is everything ready? Hatake asked again for everyone. The photographer nodded affirmatively. Yes, you can take it. It's 200 ryo. Having paid, the team went outside and headed to the cafe. On the way, Itachi met them. Brother, Sasuke exclaimed upon seeing the elder Uchiha and rushed to hug his brother. Itachi sat on one knee and hugged his younger brother. Having fun? The clan genius asked. Kakashi nodded. Children. Itachi chuckled. Let them have fun while they can, Uchiha answered with some sadness, and, pushing his brother aside, he stood up again and addressed the entire team. The Hokage is calling you. He probably wants to give you a mission. Sasuke's eyes lit up and he asked his brother again. Really? Mission? Itachi smiled. Yes, the elder Uchiha answered affirmatively. Without wasting a minute, Team 7 went to the Hokage's residence, and soon stood in the office in front of the third, who looked at them carefully and said. So, Team number 7, you have your first mission, this is. Sasuke and Naruto were worried, they wanted to get at least an S-rank mission, but. D-rank mission, search for a cat. The team's high spirits immediately sank into the depths of despondency. A black stripe appeared on Naruto's head and he asked in a dejected voice. www what, cat? The Hokage nodded. Yes, Naruto, this is your first mission. Uzumaki sighed heavily and continued. Hokage-sama, we are not ordinary people, we are shinobi, why should we look for all sorts of cats? Kakashi hit the blonde on the head with a book. Ouch, the guy exclaimed, clutching his head. Yumino said with a heavy sigh. This is Naruto's first test. Okay, rest and tomorrow we'll start the mission. Team 7 left the residence, leaving Itachi alone with the third. Hokage-sama, do you think anything will happen to Naruto? Itachi asked. Hiruzen looked at Itachi. Should it? It's just that the guy found out the truth, and he can make a lot of mistakes because of it. Hatake, who had been silent until then, sighed heavily. Itachi, during our introduction, he said that he was looking for some person in a mask, I guess who it could be. Uchiha nodded. Naruto is a grown man, I don't think he'll immediately get into trouble, but I'll keep an eye on him. The Hokage looked questioningly at Hatake and asked. Why? Itachi looked at the Hokage in surprise. At that moment, a man with a red hairy on his back, a scroll, with white hair, flew into the window. Well, hello Itachi. At this time, the 7th team was walking through Konoha, talking to each other. Suddenly, someone pulled the pink-haired girl's dress from behind. Sakura and the boys turned around and saw a little girl. The blue-eyed creature that was looking at them extended a small, thin palm in a pleading gesture. From her appearance, one could tell that she was a homeless child. A dirty face, palms with calluses from work, an old dress with many patches. Are you from an orphanage? Uzumaki asked, looking closely at this miracle. No, the child answered, shaking his head. My mother is sick and I help her as best I can. Well done, he ruffled her hair and handed her a couple of bills and a handful of candies that he had in his pocket. Sasuke and Sakura also added money and candy from themselves, and Haruno also gave a toy that Naruto won for her. Uzumaki nodded his head approvingly, in agreement. The girl lit up like a sparkling ray and, thanking the guys with a smile, ran to the drugstore. And the team continued on their way. Suddenly, a woman's scream was heard from a nearby alley. Naruto and Sasuke rushed there without saying a word and, turning behind a house, saw 5 big guys pinning a young girl to the wall. It's not nice to bully the weak, Uzumaki said, drawing attention to himself, leaning his shoulder against the wall and looking at his fingers with interest. Why don't you kids get out of here? One of the men said, looking away for a moment, and then froze, seeing the forehead protectors on the boys. Shinobi, the second one asked mockingly. You punks. And everyone laughed together. Naruto got tired of this and he suddenly moved away from the wall, jumped and put his leg forward, knocking out one of the men, knocking out a couple of his teeth along the way. Sasuke also did not stand idle and ran up with a sharp blow and knocked out another. Having almost equalized the chances, the guys turned to the rest, frozen in a stupor. Oh, you bastards, shouted one of the rapists, and all three, as if on command, rushed at the boys. The guys looked at each other and rushed towards them, a couple of blows, a couple of cuts, and all three were already lying on the floor. At this time, the first two came to their senses and, having assessed the situation, ran away. The second three followed their example. Naruto and Sasuke approached the girl, and at that moment Sakura ran up. Are you okay? Uzumaki asked, helping the girl up because she had slid down the wall helplessly while Naruto and Sasuke were dealing with the attackers. Yes, everything is fine, the girl answered in a slightly tearful voice. Thank you very much. Little things, Sasuke replied, smiling. I'm Sasuke, that blonde idiot Naruto, and this is our friend Sakura. Toruna, the girl introduced herself, bowing in greeting. Are you from around here? Sakura asked. No, the girl answered, shaking her head, and these guys took my money. The girl sobbed again. Sakura, can you take her to your place for the night? Otherwise the Uchiha might think that I or Sasuke brought a bride to our place, Uzumaki asked, looking imploringly at Sakura. Oh, no need, the girl tried to refuse. It's okay, everything's fine, Sakura smiled. Let's go, I'll take you there, Naruto responded. Don't think of me as weak, Sakura responded to Uzumaki's proposal with resentment. I don't think you're weak, but I'll still take you there, Uzumaki replied, and turned to Sasuke. And you go to the clan and warn them that I'll be late, okay? Okay, Sasuke replied and said goodbye to everyone and left in the direction of the Uchiha quarter. The rest went to Sakura's house. The sun slowly disappeared behind the horizon. At this time, Mikoto was worried about the guys. Where are they going? They will come. And, suddenly, she was horrified. Suddenly, Fugaku sighed heavily and walked up to his wife. You know, our guys don't like to lose just like that, to anyone. Itachi was calm. Mom, you're an Uchiha, which means calm and composure always come first. Fugaku grinned. Sasuke entered the house. Glory to Kami. Son, she rushed to hug her son. Mom, what's wrong with you? It's like I came back from the war. Sasuke asked, hugging his mother. She looked and noticed that Naruto was gone. Where is Naruto? He's seeing Sakura off. He'll be back soon, and to confirm this, Naruto appeared in a yellow flash. Fugaku was stupefied for a few moments. Minato, looking at the blonde in shock. Itachi smiled. Okay, come to dinner, he's waiting for you. Everyone went to the kitchen, had dinner and went to bed. The next morning, the Uchiha family woke up and, as usual, began to do exercises and water procedures, and when they finished, they went into the kitchen, where Mikoto was setting the table. Boys, breakfast is ready. All the men from the Fugaku family began to eat together, discussing training and the upcoming mission. Well, guys, this is your first mission. It may seem easy, but at the same time, it is hard, so be vigilant. Fugaku gave parting words at the end of breakfast. Having thanked everyone, the guys went to Sakura's house. They were met by Sakura's mother Mebuki Haruno. Naruto and Sasuke. Good morning, Mebuki-san, Naruto and Sasuke greeted in response. Sakura will be out soon, the elder Haruno said with a smile. Maybe you'll come in and have some tea. Thank you, but we'll wait for her outside, Uzumaki replied. Okay, Mebuki replied and went into the house. The boys sighed heavily. Naruto was reading a book, Come Come Paradise, sitting with his back leaning on the concrete supports. Soon Sakura came out with yesterday's new acquaintance. Sorry for keeping you waiting, pointing at the girl. The Hokage will deal with Torun, and now let's go. The guys greeted each other and they all went to the Hokage together. Soon the boys came to the office and knocked. Come in, said the Hokage, and Team 7 entered the office where Itachi was already. Search teams. The Hokage chuckled. Here, please love and favor, Madam Shihime, wife of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Madam, the floor is yours, said the third, turning his gaze to the woman. She nodded. Hello Team number 7, I decided to call you. The thing is that the cat ran away from me, and she constantly runs away, and I will constantly have to catch her. I feel sorry for the cat, and I want her found as soon as possible. Naruto sighed heavily. If I had, I would have run away as a cat too, the guy muttered. Itachi hit him on the head with a book. Ouch. Itachi-sensei, rubbing his bump. Uzumaki was indignant. The elder Uchiha chuckled and said, all missions must be taken seriously. Naruto sighed heavily, and Lady Shihime continued. Her name is Tora, she wears a lilac bow tie, it's hard to miss her, here's a photo. She handed the blonde a photo. Naruto sighed heavily. It will be done, Uzumaki said crisply and left. He was tired of messing around. The rest of the team went after him, leaving Torun with the Hokage, and soon they were already on the street. Well, how are we going to catch it? Sakura asked. We'll figure it out as we go, muttered Uzumaki, who was increasingly disliking this mission. They decided to hold a brainstorming session on the roof of the nearest building, and when they arrived there they saw a cat exactly like the one in the photo. The cat seemed to sense danger and quickly ran away, and the 7th team chased after it. The guys realized very quickly that this was not just a cat, but at least an S-class renegade shinobi. It's easy to bypass the camouflage network and drop both guys there. Unravel from the chakra forest that twisted the whole body. A couple of twists and turns and freedom. Direct attack from 3 sides, and a blank wall behind. So you can jump forward and scratch everyone who is there. After half a day of exhausting chase, the cat was caught and handed over to the hands of the owner, who in a fit of passion almost strangled her right there. Hooray, how I missed you, where did you run off to? Having paid for the mission, Mrs. Shihime left. Yeah, I would run away every time too, Uzumaki commented, looking after his wife, Daimyo, and immediately hit Hataki with the book. So, team number 7, congratulations on your first successful mission, get your money and you can go free. Having received their money, the younger members of Team 7 went about their business. Itachi and Kakashi remained in Hiruzen's office. What do you say, Itachi? Hataki asked. I think they're ready, Itachi replied thoughtfully. We still need to work on teamwork, but that's a minor thing. Okay, then I'll leave them to you, Kakashi said. Okay, Kakashi-senpai, the Uchiha replied. Then there was a discussion of other problems and Itachi was busy in the residence until evening. When he came home he was just in time for dinner. This time it was a festive one, in honor of the successful completion of the guy's first mission. After eating and having fun, everyone went to bed. Chapter 9, or Technique of the Flying Thunder God in Action. Morning came, the sun took its rightful place on the horizon, replacing the night. Naruto woke up early. He dressed in a black t-shirt with the Uchiha clan crest, and put the black armband in his pocket. After getting dressed, he began to do exercises to maintain his physical fitness. Having finished with the warm-up, the Jinchuriki jumped out the window and headed towards the training ground, which was located in the Uchiha clan quarter. Having reached it, he decided to run around the training ground first. After the run he began to do push-ups. When Naruto finished with the exercises, he returned to the estate where Itachi met him. So where have you been? Itachi asked. I was doing exercises, Naruto answered. Okay, let's go, breakfast is waiting for us there. Itachi said smiling and led the guy to the kitchen. Having greeted everyone, the guys sat down at the table and began to eat. Fugaku, looking at Naruto with concern, said, you have a mission today. Be careful, you have good shinobi skills and you have a Sharingan. Even though I'm not your real father, I still worry about you like I would my own son. We all worry about you as a family. Naruto could only sigh mentally. Kurama chuckled. Having finished breakfast, the genin and their mentor went to the Hokage. So Naruto, let's go to the Hokage. Itachi said from the table and went to the exit. On the way they met Ino. Hello Naruto, said Ino, ran up and hugged him. The blonde was confused, but after a few moments he hugged her too. The guy will have problems, Itachi thought, sighed heavily and said, Naruto, Hokage is waiting for us. Excuse us Yamanaka-hime. Everything is fine, Ino said with a smile and, letting the blonde go, she went into the flower shop. Naruto just looked slyly at Yamanaka, and Sasuke just grinned. 20 minutes later, the team was already standing in Hiruzen's office. Well, I think you are ready for AC rank mission. Your task is to escort one person to the land of waves. You need to escort him alive and well. They nodded. Tazuna-san, come in, said the head of the village, and an old man in a hat entered, holding a bottle of sake. And, hic, they will protect me, hic. These are your escorts, no questions asked, said the Hokage, and sighed heavily. I appoint Hataki Kakashi as the group commander, said the third. Understood. Hokage-sama, can you resolve the question? What is it, Kakashi? Ah. Naruto is feeling better already, asked the team leader. Naruto sighed heavily and said, Kakashi-sensei, I'm completely fine. Okay, get going, said the Hokage. They left the office and went their separate ways. Naruto and Sasuke came to the estate of the head of the Uchiha clan, went to their rooms and began to prepare equipment for the mission. The blonde put a kunai with the seal of the god of thunder under his bag. Fugaku decided to lead them. So the guys left the Uchiha quarter. Fugaku warned. Naruto, I hope you understand that it's better not to get into trouble. You're still too young to fight, but despite all this, I don't want you to be weak. You can fight, but in moderation. Fugaku said in a serious tone. Naruto nodded and soon they left for the meeting place. Well, is everyone here? They nodded. Then let's move out, said Hatake, and the boys went out the village gates. As they walked, Kurama decided to talk to his Jinchuriki. Boy, I want to tell you how I appeared and how it all began. Like the other tailed beasts, I was originally part of the Juubi, a monster with incredible power that terrorized the world. The first shinobi Rikudo Sennin and his brother used their ability, Banbatsu Sozo, to split the goddess's chakra and create the 9-tailed beasts known today, while the body of the Juubi itself was sealed on the moon. My father gave each tailed beast a name, and said that despite their separation, they would always be one and one day learn the true meaning of power. He gave me the Kyubi no Yoko name Kurama. Over the course of several years, I became a natural disaster in the shinobi world. At an unknown time, members of the Kinkaku Butai tried to capture me, but the leaders of Kinkaku and Ginkaku were swallowed by me. But they survived by feeding on my flesh. Because of this, I simply spat them out of my body, and the brothers gained an ability called the Kyubi no Koromo. How disgusting, Naruto commented on what he heard. The fox continued. After Konoha was founded, the Shodai Hokage became Senju Hashirama, and therefore the most important person in Konoha, the other creator of the village, Uchiha Madara, was afraid for the power and influence of his clan. He tried to explain that Hashirama could stage a coup and destroy the Uchiha clan. But the rest of the clan did not see these problems, after which a disappointed Madara left Konoha. However, Madara wanted to take revenge on Hashirama and remove him from power, so he decided to kill him in the final and decisive battle between them. The legendary final battle between them took place in Shumatsu no Tani. Before that, Madara managed to find me and subdue me with his cursed blood and Sharingan. With the fate of the village and the entire shinobi world at stake, both of them fought with all their might. Even I was used in this battle as a weapon. Due to the energy released in this historic battle, Shumatsu no Tani was formed. Later, 2 giant stone statues were erected at this site, depicting the eternal confrontation between the 2 legends of the shinobi world. Ultimately, Madara lost the battle and his trail was lost. I was subdued by Hashirama and sealed into his wife Uzumaki Mito, making her my first Jinchuriki. Sometime later, the seal that I was sealed with weakened. The top brass of Konoha and Mito herself decided to seal me in your mother, Uzumaki Kushina. At that time, neighboring countries repeatedly tried to steal her, and one day she was saved by your father, and they fell in love. And they began dating. One day, Kushina found out that she was pregnant. Over time, the period of carrying her child ends. Because Kushina is a Jinchuriki, her seal should have weakened during childbirth. Because of this, they decided to deliver the child in a secret place, but a masked man who called himself Madara managed to find out this place. He separated Minato and Kushina, and also released me so that I could destroy Konoha. After the Battle of the Fourth and Madara, chained up, but no longer controlled by the Sharingan, I tried to kill Kushina, but she was saved by Minato, your father. Many died then. The Konoha ninja were unable to defeat me, but the Yondaime Hokage sealed me. When sealing me, Minato combined several techniques. By using Shisho Fuin twice, he created Hak no Fuin Shiki. It allows a small portion of my chakra to enter your chakra system, and thus you have a large amount of chakra. Also, when sealing, he uses Fuinjutsu, Shiki Fujin, and before that, he divided my chakra into 2 parts. He seals the Yang chakra into you, and sacrifices the Yin chakra to the god of death, along with his life. He ordered that you be seen as a hero who saved the village from me, and not a monster, which the people of Konoha ultimately did not pay attention to. The Sandaime Hokage even forbids you from telling you that I am sealed within you. If anyone goes against the ban, they will be severely punished. Since then, you have been hated in the village because you carry me inside you. The villagers are afraid that someday you yourself will turn into a monster. I am very sorry, Naruto, forgive me. Everything is fine, Kurama, the blonde answered, but his voice was quiet. But before Kurama could finish speaking, the boys were attacked by shinobi mercenaries who came out of the bushes and tried to surround the bridge builder, but Naruto used lightning. The blonde immediately sensed chakra. He was a sensor. 2 shinobi mercenaries tore Kakashi apart with chains. Sasuke immediately covered the bridge builder with his body. Naruto did not hesitate, using the Minato Namikaze technique, the element of lightning, a dance of yellow lightning around Minato's kunai. Naruto knelt down. The others looked at the guy in shock. Naruto, how strong have you become? Naruto, you look exactly like your father. I remember he saved me with this technique. Naruto grinned. You've amazed me. I'll talk to the Hokage about being promoted to Chunin. Kakashi looked at the bridge builder, his gaze as stern as the yellow lightning. Tazuna-san, maybe you could try to explain why these 2 shinobi mercenaries tried to kill you. Especially since they attacked you exclusively, and decided to eliminate us as pawns. Tazuna sighed heavily. Initially, we are a poor country, we are like a separate country cut off from the rest of the world. We started to build a bridge in the hope that goods from other countries would start to be transported through our country and the bridge, but we did not have the money, so we asked the Hokage to. Naruto interrupted. In order to know the rank of missions, such missions should be carried out by Chunins and not by graduated Genins. Kakashi sighed heavily. Naruto, let's help them, what do you think? Naruto nodded his head in agreement, the others too. Zabuza watched the boys near the leaves and said. Now it's clear who beat up the devils, Namikaze Naruto, and this guy is good, he knows a lot about fighting, I think I'll play with him. He came to his senses looking at the copy ninja. So, and with him is Hatake Kakashi, from the village hidden in the leaves, and he has the Sharingan. Naruto looked behind him at the branch. But they're already here. Sakura tensed up, as did Sasuke. Naruto, did you feel it too? He didn't answer. The swordsman took hold of the sword hilt and said, now it's clear who gave the devils a beating. Naruto of the invisible leaf village. Zabuza throwing his sword at the bridge builder. Naruto shouted. Watch out. The sword was flying at Tazuna, but Naruto managed to use the Thunder God technique. The guy immediately grabbed Tazuna by the sleeve and also put a mark on Sasuke. He instantly realized and moved Sakura away from danger. So quickly lined up in the manzi position, guarding the builder. We don't get into a fight. Naruto decided not to hesitate, and took off his mask, using the Sharingan. Naruto, do you really want to fight the swordsman? Yes, I want to test my skills. Sakura shouted. No, this is not a situation where you can just attack. He is an experienced shinobi against simple shinobi, and your skills will not be enough. Kakashi agreed. She's right. Naruto, you yourself are still a little raw for such battles, don't forget, even I'm questionable, I'll fight myself, and you keep the kunai with you. If he attacks, then immediately use the flying thunder god technique. And everyone disappeared from the sword. Kakashi looked at the blonde in shock. And Naruto, why you? Tazuna's head was spinning. I'm going to throw up. And everyone moved away. I went to burp. Zabuza grinned. Not the most pleasant sight. And slightly frowning. It's the same. So, Zabuza Momaki from the village of Mist is a fugitive shinobi. Naruto, nicknamed Orange Lightning, if I'm not mistaken, and also Sharingan. I'm truly sorry, but the old man will have to go with me. Naruto prepared the 4th kunai. I've heard a lot about you. You are the son of the Hokage, 4th Minato Namikaze Yellow Lightning. Naruto nodded. I'm glad that I'm becoming famous. Zabuza grinned. Tazuna asked again. Shari, what? Sasuke sighed heavily. Sharingan is a powerful thing though, Naruto chuckled. Is in the eye, such a dojutsu he can see any genjutsu, taijutsu, and ninjutsu and turn any technique of the enemy against him, however, not everyone has such a dojutsu. Naruto nodded and continued. If you think about it, the Sharingan is bigger, maybe much bigger. Zabuza continued to stand on the sword. The fog began to thicken. What about you, colleague? You are a jonin, and you have an installation to open fire to kill. You have been on the case with us for a long time with your tricks. You are already up to date with 1000 jutsu, Kakashi copy ninja. Sakura mentally said wow, he's a celebrity. Sasuke says suspiciously in his mind. But excuse me, only the Uchiha ninja uses the Sharingan, or maybe he. The young people have correctly noted, but you see, the Sharingan is capable of analyzing the opponent's technique and copying it down to the smallest detail. Give us your grandfather here, we'll kill him gently. Naruto immediately teleported, grabbing the 4th kunai. What if you don't want it? Then we'll start with you, Kakashi. Get ready. Zabuza rushed from his place. Naruto immediately felt the chakra. There he is, standing on the water. Kakashi says mentally. The chakra however blows through well. Kirigakure, ninja in the fog, Naruto put his hand on the architect's shoulder. Sasuke immediately noticed the seal. Sakura said with excitement. Sensei, Kakashi walked forward saying now he needs me. Who is this? Zabuza Momaki. He used to be in the Hidden Mist Killer team. Naruto remembered. That's right, I read about him Sakura. This man is a big fan of killing silently. Sakura asked again Naruto, what do you mean? Naruto sighed heavily. Such a jutsu, happens in one moment, happens without noise and dust. Kakashi continued. Very quickly, chicken you're already in heaven. Even Sharingan won't help, so keep your ears open, Naruto, use your father's technique if anything happens, you'll have time to save him. Naruto nodded, Sasuke got nervous. Kakashi was calm. However, if they finish us off here, Sakura interrupted him. What are you saying? And the fog is getting thicker. Kurama got nervous boy, get the kunai ready Minato, quickly. Naruto nodded, making a seal on the kunai. Tazuna said everything here is surrounded by the ocean, the fog here is like in London. Sensei, said Sakura. -8 dots, Zabuza said. Naruto swallowed hard. Pride, spine, liver, carotid artery, iliac vein, kidneys, heart, which one shall we choose? Naruto grabbed a kunai. The swordsman appeared near the guys. Naruto immediately got his bearings. Kakashi spotted him with a Sharingan. Naruto grabbed Tazuna by the sleeve. Sasuke managed to grab Sakura. The guy quickly figured it out and moved him to a safe distance. Zabuza grinned. I like you kid, your teleportation technique works wonders. Kakashi stood quietly near Zabuza with Naruto's kunai. Stop. Now it's definitely checkmate. You're finished. Naruto grinned. Sakura asked. Naruto, how did it happen that Sensei ended up with your kunai? Naruto chuckled. During the attack, I managed to put a seal on Sensei, thereby using a clone to give him my kunai. Zabuza figured it out and tried to kill us with a silent murder. I immediately detected his chakra, so I put a seal on Mr. Tazuna's sleeve. Sasuke immediately understood what I wanted, and quietly gave his palm, and managed to put a mark. You did not immediately understand how you ended up at a safe distance, thereby that the Thunder God's flight technique worked successfully. I thought that this technique would not work. And I thought it would be the end for us and we would be in heaven, but I successfully tested it back in the Uchiha quarter, and practiced with Itachi. Itachi then understood what kind of technique it was, and the training was not in vain. Kakashi grinned. It was a great plan, Naruto, your plan is incomparable. You think like your father, as he expected, you grew up with a good head. Sasuke grinned looking at his friend. Naruto. Sakura said in shock. This is cool, he grinned. Yes, the Namikaze clan is very cool, I'm a representative of two clans. Sasuke grinned. True, but the Uzumaki clan is much cooler than Namikaze and Uchiha combined. Zabuza began to think. So, they were developing a strategy for this fight from the very beginning. Kakashi saw that I would attack and copied the water clone jutsu. Naruto used the clone, giving Kakashi his kunai and putting a mark on it. The blonde understood that I was going to try to kill the bridge builder and quietly put my mark on the old man, thereby managing to save his friends and successfully teleporting away from my attack. And this kid is smart, and that boy from the Uchiha too. Interesting kids, smart ones. Zabuza began to laugh bloodily. He, it's over, you really don't seem to understand, your technique is just a crude trick, a cheap imitator like you can't defeat me, and I'll get even with you, Yellow Lightning Jr. Kakashi stood in the clone's backside, the swordsman ended up in Hitachi's backside. Kakashi stuck a kunai in, but you can't outsmart me that easily. Kakashi stuck a kunai in his neck. Zabuza flew at Kakashi with his sword, waved at the copyist, he ducked, the sword crashed into the ground, quickly changing his hand, kicking. Naruto used the technique again, but faster than the previous one. Thunder God technique, Flying Thunder God instant mutually inverse technique. The blonde immediately grabbed Kakashi. Zabuza missed. Sakura was worried about the guy. Tazuna stood in shock watching what was happening. Guys, is this guy even human? Sasuke grinned. Don't worry, Naruto mastered this technique when he graduated from the academy. He is a human. Tazuna sighed heavily. I don't believe it. Zabuza grinned. And how do you like this? Zabuza grabbed Kakashi and using jutsu, forming a seal. The clone grabbed Naruto, blocking his hands. Naruto, Sakura shouted. Sasuke blocked her path. The demon was making a seal. Water prison jutsu. No, Kakashi was taken to prison. Mistake, Naruto and I shouldn't hide underwater. Zabuza let out a bloody laugh. A prison made of water, but it is stronger than steel. It is difficult to fight when it is difficult to fight when you cannot move. That is all. Respected Kakashi, we will finish you off later, But for now we will deal with your friends. Zabuza folded the tiger seal with his hand. Jutsu, water clone, Kakashi mentally said. He did even better than I thought. Sasuke started to tremble. Zabuza grinned. Do you think that once you put on a headband you become a ninja? When you have been between life and death so many times that you don't care anymore, then you will be called a ninja. When you become dangerous even for me, then maybe you deserve the title of ninja. Zabuza folded the seal again, and calling an upstart like you that is just laughable. Naruto grinned. He disappeared again. Naruto felt the chakra. The swordsman kicked Naruto in the face. The guy didn't see him right away. Jumping back, the bandage fell near his leg. Naruto, Kakashi started screaming. Here's what, grab the builder and run. He needs all his strength so that I don't jump out of prison. His clone is fighting you and the clone can't help but move away from its original. If you manage to escape, he won't catch up with you. Naruto, use the teleportation technique to protect the builder. Run, there is no such function. It is not mentally when you are caught, said Sasuke. Mentally it does not matter how fast we are and how far he will find us, and destroy if we use the position of Manzi. He will go around. Sasuke turned his gaze to Naruto, the blonde prepared to attack. If we are alone, we are finished. The only chance for salvation is to help you. We must do this. Sasuke moved from his place. Naruto looked at the brunette in shock. I decided not to lag behind you, Naruto. Sasuke threw a shuriken on the fly. The swordsman calmly deflected the shurikens with his sword. Sasuke jumped on top with a kunai on Zabuza. Get it? Naruto shouted. Stop, idiot. Easy. The swordsman grabbed the Uchiha by the throat with his hand and threw him hard. He flew back 5 meters. Sasuke. Naruto was not himself. Naruto formed Chidori. Chidori. Zabuza grinned. Come on, and he attacked. Naruto ended up in the back, and the bag fell. Sasuke barely got up, as if in a friend. Sakura looked at the guy in shock. How? Naruto grinned. The guy threw the bag. Kakashi looked at the student in shock. Is that it? Naruto was already in the mist demon's ass. Sakura only had time to look at the guy and the bag. Naruto, the girl rejoiced. Tazuna looked at the guy with a trembling body. Now it's definitely checkmate. Naruto caught a regular kunai by the throat. I had already put the Hirashina no Jutsu mark on you at that moment when Sasuke moved, thereby confirming my theory that Sasuke would try to kill the clone. I specifically allowed you to hit me so that the clone would move, thus Sasuke and I caught you by surprise, Zabuza. And I killed him with Chidori. Think what you want, but I still insist that he is some kind of alien. Sasuke grinned, lying on the ground. Zabuza got angry. How did you get me? Yellow lightning, die. Zabuza quickly unsealed the shadow shuriken. Die. Yellow lightning. Kakashi managed to block the shuriken with his hand. His hand was wounded. Kakashi looked angrily at the swordsman with his sharingan. Zabuza looked at the copy ninja in shock. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura was delighted. Tazuna was shocked. No, it's not a guy. Some kind of alien. Sasuke grinned. Naruto, your plan with Sasuke was excellent. You really learned a lot. The Uchiha trained you well. Sasuke stood in a stance. This time you won, but you won't get away with it again. So what next? Zabuza frowned angrily. Kakashi frowned at the mist demon. Looking at the demon pressed with force, but Kakashi repelled him. Those two jumped back. Naruto immediately stood behind the guys. Sasuke grinned. Will you teach me this technique? Naruto laughed. Sakura felt uneasy. I finally realized that I'm special. Sasuke pouted childishly. No, I just want to be like you. Naruto giggled. I'll teach you later. Sakura looked at the guys in shock. Think whatever you want, but Naruto and Sasuke are a great team, although there are squabbles, but this is rare, and moreover, they are great friends. Naruto showed his mastery in the possession of the Hirashina no Jutsu technique, and Sasuke showed talent. These guys are the best on the team. Sakura said in the dark side. I got caught, stupid pig, ahaha, these guys are the best. Ahaha, serves you right, one is lazy and the other is fat. Zabuza made a bird seal. Kakashi copied it. Here is the Sharingan in action, they shouted. Kakashi copied the swordsman's movements completely. Water Jutsu Water Dragon. Two dragons met, they reunited, biting in the neck, thereby attacking again. The wave went to the guys, they fell, could not withstand the strongest onslaught. How does he do it, Sasuke? Naruto sighed heavily, lifting the builder. Everything is accurate, as if, waving his hand down, Kakashi repeated after him, as if he knows. What are you going to do next? Kakashi said. What? He can read minds too. This Sharingan, Kakashi repeated the bird seal. It's annoying, isn't it? Zabuza made the tiger seal. You're just repeating after me like a monkey. This won't work with me. They said together. I'll crush you. Zabuza began to make seals. I'll crush you, I'll knock your brains out, monkey. A clone of Zabuza appeared in Kakashi's ass. It's me, but how? Is this a method of hallucinations? Water style, whirlpool jutsu. That Zabuza was in shock. A whirlpool was directed at him. It can't be. The wave drowned the demon. Kakashi threw a kunai at him. Naruto was slowly running out of breath. Naruto, grabbing Sasuke's friend. Everything is fine, I guess. I'm really tired. Sakura put her palm on the guy's forehead. Don't scare us like that, you blockhead. The pink-haired girl said with a grin. They threw senbons at Zabuza, Kakashi placing 2 fingers on his neck. Senbons don't kill Kakashi-senpai. Naruto said with a smile. Kakashi nodded his head. That's right, said the masked stranger. Hello, the battle is over. Took him on his shoulder. I'll take care of the rest myself. Even his body keeps secrets. No one should know about them. Forgive and goodbye. And they disappeared. Kakashi sighed heavily. Tazuna relaxed. Well, I suggest you spend the night at my place. They nodded. Hatake was about to, but he felt paralysis and fell and lost consciousness. Naruto reacted quickly. Oops, Sakura shouted. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke sighed heavily. It's normal, it's because of the Sillingan, because he fought with it for a long time, and it takes too much chakra. Sakura sighed with relief. Well, damn, I'd rather fight against a swordsman. Kurama laughed. Love to ride, love to carry the sled. I think you'll come to me, there's a village nearby, you can put sensei down there. Sasuke grinned. While sensei is tired you are for him, Naruto nodded thank you, so they went. Soon they came to the architect. They were met by his daughter Tsunami. Hello, come in, she said, helping the guy carry him to the bedroom. Maybe have dinner. Naruto shook his head. We would like to rest, if you don't mind. Tazuna smiled at the blonde. You saved me so many times that it doesn't count, go get some sleep, and then we'll have dinner. Tsunami led the boys to different rooms. Naruto showed his room. Here is your room Naruto-kun, he nodded, thanking the daughter of the bridge builder, closed the door, lay down on the blanket, and went to the kingdom of Morpheus. Kakashi slept in the living room. So the guys fell asleep from the hard battle. Part 10. Naruto somehow woke up, put on his uniform and went out still sleepy. Good morning, or rather good afternoon. Hello, where are the others? Tazuna sighed heavily. Tsunami prepared breakfast while you were sleeping, young man, and your friends are apparently sleeping too. This time a heavy sigh was heard from Naruto. Yes, the battle was hard, I have never felt so killed. Who would talk? Shame and disgrace, Kurama responded immediately in his subconscious. You are not old yet, but you complain as if the biju was removed from you, and you walk like an old man. Naruto scratched the back of his head guiltily. You're some kind of Uzumaki, said the fox and fell silent again. At this moment, Kakashi somehow woke up. Good morning. Tazuna nodded in response. Hello, having finished his coffee, Naruto continued speaking. Ah, Sasuke and Sakura. He chuckled. 10 a.m. Everyone left their rooms. Naruto put his eye protector on and entered the dining room. At this time Tsunami was setting the table. Good morning, the lady said with a smile on her face. Good, Naruto said, smiling in response. I would say something nice too if it was true, Kakashi said, to which Naruto simply looked at him with a smile. Naruto, did something happen? Hatake asked. By the way you fought was both admirable and a little scary, so please don't overdo it anymore, you've already spent enough chakra saving us. Okay. Uzumaki said and sat down next to Hatake. Deciding to change the subject, Tazuna voiced the question that interested him. Where is Sasuke? He must be sleeping. Okay, I'll go get some air. Thanks Tsunami-sama. Having thanked the woman for the delicious breakfast, the blonde was about to get up to go out, when suddenly an upset Inari entered the kitchen. Good morning, Tsunami said, turning her gaze to the guy who had just entered. Good, the boy said sadly. Tazuna. Inari, are you still worried? Tazuna said with a heavy sigh. What are you talking about? What happened? The copy ninja asked. Tazuna. Many years ago, Inari met Keizu, he became like a father to him. It happened on a log, then Inari ran to save the puppy, but at the last moment he almost fell. Keizu managed to save him. He also handed him over. There was another moment when the wave country could have been destroyed by a rather strong storm. Kaiser turned out to be the only person who was not afraid to save the village and since then became its hero, so he married my daughter, and Inari became his adopted son. Adoptive. Didn't he adopt him? The kunoiki who had just entered asked in surprise. No, he didn't adopt me. He didn't have time. I still can't believe what's happening, Tazuna answered. Oh. He's not here now. I hate you. Inari jumped up from his chair and ran to his room. Inari, the mother shouted, and Tazuna only sighed sadly. Okay, I think we should go to the bridge and take a look, Tazuna said, getting up from his chair. After leaving the house, a small group of people headed towards the bridge. Naruto decided to go with them. The blonde was tense the whole way, which did not escape Haruno's eyes. Damn, tsunami! Uzumaki screamed and disappeared. Sakura realized that something had happened. Meanwhile at Tsunami, Waraji and Zori attacked her. The reason for their appearance was Tazuna, or rather information about him. Tell us everything you know about Tazuna. Immediately, Zori literally growled and was about to wave his hand, but Thunder God technique, second stage, was heard behind Tazuna's daughter. Uzumaki appeared near Suna unnoticed by the enemies and stopped the attacker with his hand, looking at him with his Sharingan. Tsunami, in tears, could not believe that the shinobi appeared near them so quickly. I see this brat, he's fast. Waraji pressed hard on the guy's hand, so that his hand was already covered in wounds. Tsunami still looked at the guy in shock. No need to take risks, Suna said, in shock. Oh no, such are the circumstances of a shinobi. Naruto jumped to the side creating lightning, taking the fourth kunai, he stood in a fighting stance. Are you Gato's wards? None of your business, boy, the two replied with a grin. Naruto created Chidori. The guy created lightning in his hand. Zori died, and swung his sword at the guy, but Naruto blocked with his hand and turned to the left. He was in shock. Zori, how? I give you a minute to think, or you leave the house. I don't want to get dirty with you, or I will take your life in a matter of seconds. They were immediately horrified. No, we're leaving, and they ran away screaming. Tsunami, thank you, Naruto-kun, the guy grinned, putting the katana behind his back. Inari watched the guy in shock and ran away. Naruto sighed heavily and headed to the room. Will you let me in? He opened the door. Naruto. I understand how you feel, Inari, you lost your father, and it hurts you. Inari looked at the photograph. Your stepfather Kaizo gave his life for a reason. He understood what was at stake. He knew he would die, and his strength, spirit and courage, passed on to you. The guy stood up and looked at the photo, with the puppy and with Kaizo, Inari's stepfather. And he smiled, continued Naruto, but you have a mother and grandfather who are willing to risk their lives to protect you and sacrifice themselves for you. I understand, my boy. Not today. Tomorrow I will fight, and maybe I will die in battle. Who knows? Naruto stood up and headed for the door. Inari asked the boy. Naruto, thank you. Naruto said with a smile. You're welcome. You also have the will of the power of a shinobi, and you can follow in your father's footsteps. I believe in you. The bridge builder's grandson smiled. The blonde walked up and put 2 fingers on Inari's forehead. He remembered how Kaizo had treated him. So Naruto left Inari's room. Why can't I be a shinobi? The guy whispered. Tsunami asked. So how did you talk to him? Naruto, yes. Now I'll go to the bridge. The guy left, leaving Minato's kunai on the table. Tsunami didn't understand what kind of kunai it was, but she didn't throw it away and left it in the locker. Naruto ran to the bridge. Sasuke fought Haku to the fullest. Senbons were flying at the guy. He saw them. Haku moved through the mirrors. He sees all my movements and successfully dodges. That time, if this is ice, then it means he started making seals. Element of fire, fireball, flame flew out, but to no avail. This ice is not so easy to break through. He started throwing senbons again. Sasuke got angry. No, the guy shouted and awakened the Sharingan. Haku looked at the eyes in shock. What are these eyes? Then we need to attack with full force. And he began to release hundreds of senbons at the brunette. Ice mirrors of demons, so Haku entered the mirrors and began throwing senbons at the Uchiha, but Naruto. Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto quickly moved and took Uchiha. The guy was able to awaken the Sharingan while he was fighting. Naruto looked into the eyes and was shocked. Naruto. Sasuke, is that you? He stuttered in shock. Sasuke. Yes, brother, I awakened the Sharingan. His eyes were with one Tomo. Naruto smiled, and again teleported to Haku. Naruto pulled out his katana and started fighting against Haku, but there was fog again. Zabuza, haha, I see, it's you again, boy, it seems I underestimated you. The swordsman tried to use silent killing, but Hatake stopped the sword, holding the arm guards on the boy's head with his hand. Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, I owe you. Hatake smiled. The sword fight began. Haku lured the guy. Haku. 1,000 deadly needles. Needles flew at the guy. Naruto was seriously wounded. Naruto, oh shit, tried to get up, and hit Haku hard with his left. The guy grabbed his hand, but Haku counterattacked with needles again. Naruto got angry, and used Kyuubi's chakra. Kakashi, it can't be. Kakashi sensed chakra. Zabuza sensed chakra. Really? Haku, no. The chakra is too strong. Who then? Kakashi. No. The chakra is too big for him. Who then? Kakashi asked in shock. Sasuke. Unlikely. No. It can't be. Sasuke was slightly thrown back by the power of the nine-tailed beast. Is this the power of Kyuubi? Naruto got really angry. The guy started to heal before his eyes. Really, Naruto? He understood that it was not too late, and called the dogs. Kakashi. Zabuza, I'm sorry, but the battle will have to be accelerated. The Jonin twirled the scroll and folded the seals. Tiger snake dragon dog summoning technique. They found Zabuza within a second. Kakashi put his finger to his ear and said, jokingly. So, did my dogs really find you? He saw that the fog was clearing. That means you definitely found it. Zabuza is the end for you. While the lightning was being created, he says. Kakashi. Do you understand that I am not joking, Zabuza? Naruto needs help, and Sakura loves him. She is probably worried about him. I understand them. He smiled at the swordsman and said. I'm happy, you heard about Naruto's fate. Zabuza, all these are reservations, and yes, I heard about the boy's fate. Well done, Naruto, despite everything, moves forward. Hatake smiled. Jonin finished with Reikiri. Kakashi. Here, your end has come. At that time, Naruto became normal, and began to fight. The guy created Chidori, and ran to Haku. Haku. Zabuza-san, this guy, the mask broke. The guy ran at an incredible speed, but stopped. Naruto, no, I can't kill you. Haku asked, crying. Why don't you want to kill me? Naruto, you are similar to me. You also grew up without parents, and don't you understand what you feel when you are used as a weapon? The guy still had an open bandage, closed on his right eye, and a Sharingan on his left. Haku. And what? Do I need anyone? And, Haku cried. Naruto sighed heavily, but Zabuza suddenly threw the dogs aside and ran at Naruto, who used Chidori. Naruto. Chidori, and killed Haku. The guy got hit, blood flowed onto Naruto. The blonde jumped back and covered his eye with a bandage. Zabuza. Haku, why did you risk your life for me? Hatake dispelled the Chidori in shock, looking at the blonde. Naruto. You are a dear person to him. He had no one but you. The boy lost his mother. She was killed by her husband, Haku's father, and his father, a pathetic bastard, was killed by his son. Since the death of his mother had a strong impact, and you Zabuza became a dear person to the boy. And he is not afraid to put himself under attack, and you will continue to claim that he is a hired killer. Shouting at the swordsman, Naruto felt that Gato was there. Gato. So, Zabuza, you have disappointed me. I am very upset. Zabuza, my boy, I see you are into cold weapons. Naruto, yes Zabuza, he held out his Kubaribako. Zabuza, here, take it. Naruto took it. And what about you? Zabuza, I don't need him anymore. Better give me your kunai. The guy gave the kunai to the fourth one. He ran to Gato. Zabuza flew at the official. Zabuza. Demonic attack. The swordsman in rage attacked the official, but was stuck with weapons, bandits, Gato. He stopped, and continued. Zabuza. Now, I am your hell, and he smiled slyly, showing the demon's technique, chopping the guy, the official's body, with a kunai. Gato. No, demon, get out, he screamed at the top of his lungs. Zabuza stabbed the official in the heart with a kunai and hit him with his head, and he flew off the bridge. Your mother, let's get out. He looked angrily at the bandits. Kakashi and Sakura were in shock, like everyone else, but Inari intervened with the residents and Tazuna's daughter. Inari. And how do you like this? Holding a crossbow in his hands. Naruto. It looks like there's some chakra left. Multiple shadow cloning technique. Several hundred clones appeared near the guy. Kakashi. It looks like I have some chakra left too. Technique, shadow cloning, near Hatake, also became clones. Naruto. Oh. Well, what, don't you want to fight? Wah. Zabuza, boy, said in a half-dead voice. Bring me to Haku. Naruto walked up to the swordsman, took him, and carried him to Haku. Zabuza. Haku ran his hand over the guy. It started to snow. Sakura snow. Naruto answered sadly. These are Haku's tears, pouring down on us. They sadly lowered their heads. Zabuaz. Naruto, come here, he said in a half-dead voice. Naruto came up and bent down. Zabuza, take care of the sword, don't sell it, let it be like a relic. Naruto took the swordsman's hand and said, don't worry, Zabuza, I'll take care of you, rest in peace, so he died. I will hope Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and smiled at the end. Naruto cried. Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, why? They weren't enemies, yes, there were moments, but. Kakashi went and put his hand on the guy's shoulder. Kakashi, that's how it should be, they were your first enemies, Naruto, and smiled. The Jonin took the sword and carried it on himself, as he wants to fulfill Zabuza's request, to the guy. Soon the snow stopped, and the sun came out again, the birds were singing. Tazuna, thank you very much. Naruto rubbed his nose with his finger, smiling, like everyone else. Tazuna, well, I suggest we name the bridge Naruto when it's finished. Tsunami is a great name, I like it, the villagers nodded. Inari looked at the boys. Inari. Naruto, the boy shouted. The guy stopped. Naruto, what? He asked. Inari smiled. My dream is to become a leaf shinobi, and he smiled. Naruto began to joke. Naruto, what are you? Inari shouted even louder. Inari. I'm going to become a shinobi, Databayo, repeated what Naruto said. He again. Well, stand up, maybe we'll fight. And Inari smiled. Tsunami sat down and said to her son, if you want anything, everything is possible, Kaizo. That's what he wants, for his son to become even stronger. And she smiled. Tazuna said with a smile, okay, if you're in a hurry, we won't hold you up. And they set off, the residents waving their hands as they saw the boys off. Chapter 11 Memory. Naruto walked through the village remembering how he was almost killed by drunk shinobi. Flashback. Stop, demon, stop. When will you die? Naruto, seeing this, started to run wherever his eyes looked. The guy ran without looking back, but did not notice a healthy brick lying under his feet, falling on his butt. The attacker took out a kunai from under his bag. Naruto continued walking through the village and remembered this. Die, but 2 people saved him, they belonged to the Uchiha clan. You're screwed. The girl activated the Sharingan and attacked 2 drunk shinobi herself. The guy was covering the little boy so that they wouldn't attack the guy without protection. The girl jumped back and grabbed him by the sleeve. The Jonin herself with his own hand, jumped and stabbed him in the eye, turned and kicked him. He flew off and fell against the wooden gate. Oh, you slut. The girl called another drunk shinobi a name, and didn't stand on ceremony with him. Sharingan, Genjutsu, the girl was able to cast an illusion on the drunk shinobi thanks to her eyes. He fell down, falling rapidly, he could no longer use techniques. The end of Flabeka. Naruto stood near Ichiraku, clenching his fists. The guy did not want to remain weak, although he had already fought on the bridge, risking his life, but he was tormented by the fact that he could not stand up for himself then. Of course they were punished, but not by his hand. Naruto was extremely determined. I have to become stronger, I don't care what I have to go through. Naruto walked past Ichiraku, his daughter, Ayami, came out. Was it Naruto? It's strange that he didn't come to us, very strange. Uchiha Quarter. Mikoto was laying the table. Fugaku, Naruto is late, haven't you noticed? He nodded. Yes, but don't forget his skills reach the level of a chunin, if not a junior jonin, he can take care of himself, he is no longer the brat that they brought him. Rin and Obito, he is apparently in his thoughts. There is no need to worry so much. Yes, he accepted us as family and was able to feel what parental love is, but he is haunted by the fact that he himself lost his parents. Mikoto sadly lowered her head. Yes, you're right, to be honest, I'm not myself after I lost my friend Kushina. We spent so much time together, and then this. The woman left the kitchen and went into the living room to calm her nerves. Meanwhile on the street, it was already too late. Naruto was still walking around the village. I'm definitely a weakling. I can't forgive myself for letting those bastards gouge out my eye. Naruto gave a fist until it crunched. Chapter 12. Naruto continued walking through the village. Suddenly he saw Kakashi reading a book. Naruto walked up to the sensei, and Hatake looked up from his book and saw Naruto. Naruto, he nodded. Kakashi-sensei, please can you train me in using the Sharingan and secret techniques? I want to become stronger than ever. Kakashi smiled. Sorry, but you, like me, use the Sharingan to copy the technique. You have already become stronger. Where do you need to improve? Naruto clenched his fist. I want to become stronger than Sasuke. He closed the book. If that's the case, I'm sorry, but I can't help you yet. Naruto looked at Kakashi in surprise. Why? I showed you Reikiri not for killing comrades, but for restraint, but your persistence scares me a little. But, Hatake interrupted him. I said everything, Naruto, forgive me, but I'm training Sasuke. Naruto sighed heavily. I see, who can we look for? You can train with Itachi or Shisui, they trained you somehow without me. Naruto left Kakashi for the Uchiha quarters. I may have been harsh with him, but this technique is not meant for killing. Okay, I'll talk to Naruto. Hatake sighed heavily. Naruto walked up to Itachi. Itachi was cleaning up near his house and Naruto walked up to him. Itachi, aren't you very busy? Itachi put down his broom. No, Naruto, what is it? Do you want to train? Naruto nodded. Itachi grinned. What happened between you and Sasuke? Sasuke is just getting stronger and stronger. I can't give in to him. Itachi sighed heavily. Okay, I'll change and show you some techniques. A couple of minutes later, Uchiha came out in an Anbu uniform. Let's go, Naruto. He nodded. Why did you change your clothes? We'll spar after training and at the same time we'll see how much faster your Sharingan sees than my movements. They stood at attention. Look, Naruto, the black-haired man makes a seal, the element of fire, fire dragon, the flame of the dragon flies out of the mouth, which hits its targets. Since you also have the element of water, you can easily put out the fire. He nodded. Naruto was forming a seal. Water element, a stream of water. A stream of water flew out of Uzumaki's mouth, which extinguished Uchiha Itachi's flame. Okay, we will now begin sparring. Since you have the technique of the flying thunder god, the fourth Hokage of your father, you will be able to counterattack me instantly. Itachi took up the sword, as did Naruto. Attack. Itachi attacked the blonde, swinging his sword at Naruto, but Naruto blocked his attacks. Itachi formed a technique with one hand. Naruto looked at the Uchiha in shock. Fire element, Phoenix Hermit technique, fire shurikens flew at Naruto. Naruto used the teleportation technique and disappeared. Itachi looked around. He saw a kunai where it was written, teleportation techniques. So, where will you direct yourself? Naruto was already behind the Jonin, holding his katana by the throat, taking off his mask and showing his Sharingan. Itachi smiled. You're a good boy. Naruto teleported from behind. Johnny looked at his left shoulder, where the teleportation mark was. You managed to put a mark on my shoulder, thereby using the flying thunder god technique, counterattacking me. Okay, we'll finish training for today, and tomorrow we'll start training. I'll teach you how to control the nine-tailed chakra. In the meantime, you can rest. Chapter 13. Naruto and Itachi stood at the Uchiha clan's training ground. So, Naruto, you already know the composition of ordinary seals, but you also have another chakra. This is the chakra of the nine-tailed demon fox. If you learn to control it, you can be the strongest shinobi in the world, but for now you are not able to cope with the power of the Kyuubi alone. That's why I'm here. If something goes wrong, of course, we don't want that, but suddenly, if it happens, I will stop him with my Sharingan. He nodded. But something unexpected happened. An Anbu fighter appeared near Itachi. Naruto turned his attention to the Anbu soldier. Is that true? He nodded. Did you examine the bodies carefully? Yes, Itachi-san, they belong to the Uchiha clan. Itachi clenched his fist. Naruto, I'm sorry, but training is cancelled for today. Naruto wanted to ask something, but the Uchiha disappeared into the Shunshin. Naruto sighed heavily. The guy was walking home towards the Uchiha quarter. The blonde pressed himself against the door, listening to the conversation between Fugaku and Itachi. It's much worse than we imagined. Rin and Obito are dead. The best of the best are dying. Fugaku clenched his fist. Who committed such a crime? You yourself know, father, who is capable of this? Shinobi of the Hidden Stone, Tsuchikage Onoki, you will regret this. Naruto was shocked to hear this. The boy disappeared in a yellow flash. Itachi turned his gaze to the courtyard. It can't get any worse, muttered the elder Uchiha. Hokage's office. Naruto stood near the fence. Third, Hiruzen looked out the window and saw Naruto. Naruto, he nodded, what have you come for? I'm talking about Rin and Obito. Did they really die? The Hokage sighed heavily. So you already know about it. After a couple of minutes of silence, he continued, yes, that's right, they died defending our village. Naruto clenched his fists. I myself will destroy the village hidden in the rocks. I won't let you even think that. Do you understand what you're saying? You'll put yourself in danger and the Akatsuki will start hunting you, including the root. I'm already trying to hold them back, and if you join without the knowledge of the Leaf Elders, you'll automatically be considered a missing nin of the village, and then I definitely won't be able to help you. No need to do such stupid things, Naruto, no need. I've sent a team to search for their bodies. They should be back in a week. To hell with this team of yours if I can't avenge the death of my comrades. You don't understand. I grew up practically alone, not knowing what parental love is. I am the one who will be hated by my native village, considering me a Jinchuriki of the Biju. I'm going out of my way to get the attention of the villagers. The first ones to recognize me were Iruka-sensei, the Uchiha clan and Kakashi-sensei, but still I. Naruto began to cry, clenched his fist and blood slowly began to drip onto the floor. The third one noticed his palm. And even now I'm relaxing my ass instead of avenging the death of my murdered comrades. You don't understand what it's like to lose your friends and family. The Hokage interrupted him. No, Naruto, you're wrong. The guy looked at the Hokage with tears in his eyes. I also lost my friends and students. One of them went into hiding and became a Nukanin who conducts illegal experiments on people. He has many shelters, and he hides in various corners of the world. Naruto understood who they were talking about. Aren't you talking about Orochimaru now? Yes, Naruto, now go to sleep. I don't want to discuss this topic anymore. Naruto disappeared in a yellow flash. He entered his house, closing the door. He wanted to be alone. Naruto sat on the bed, squeezing his knees and remembering the days when he met again. Meanwhile, Mikoto was preparing dinner. Fugaku, do you know where Naruto is rushing off to? Yes, I understand that I am not his biological mother, but nevertheless. The head of the clan interrupted her. You shouldn't worry. Naruto needs to be alone and think about his next steps. We are not his parents to reproach him for anything. Let him do as he sees fit. Chapter 14. Naruto stood near the door of the Hokage's office. The guy knocked on the door. Come in, says the Hokage. Naruto entered the office. Hiruzen looked at the blonde. Naruto, did you want something? He nodded. Yes, give me an S-rank mission. Hiruzen was surprised. You just passed the Genin level, and you already want a mission of this rank. Yes. There is one mission for you, but I don't know if you can handle it. I can handle any mission, you know my abilities. I understand that you are tired of sitting in the village doing nothing, but I don't want to let you go alone. Naruto wanted to say something, but he was interrupted. However, so be it. I'll send you on a mission. You'll go with Itachi. He nodded. Itachi was already behind the Hokage. Itachi, your mission with Naruto is to kill a gang of robbers, they're shinobi, and take the leader of the gang prisoner. They nodded. We're meeting in 2 hours. Disperse. Itachi and Naruto disappeared. Let's see what you're worth, Naruto Uzumaki, said the Hokage. Meanwhile, at home, Haruno, Sakura, it's time to get up. Sakura woke up reluctantly. Good morning, Mom. Good morning, my daughter. Come have breakfast with us, you will have training with Kakashi-san. Uchiha Quarter. Good morning, Mom. Mikoto nodded. Good day, son, you will have training, right? He nodded and sat down to breakfast. Where is Itachi? Fugaku chuckled. They're on an S-rank mission with Naruto. Sasuke was surprised. S-rank mission? Yes, son, they're already outside the village. Naruto, you just passed Genin, so you have to listen to me if you don't want them to kick our asses. Naruto nodded. Itachi opened the scroll. I see, said the elder Uchiha. What's the matter? Our task is to destroy Shinobuzu's squad and capture the leader of the Shura gang. What kind of gang is this? This is a squad of Nukanins. They mainly attack defenseless houses, burned and robbed them. Our task is to either destroy them or take them prisoner. I see. So they are just ordinary ninja scum. The boys approached the port. Hello, I hired you to protect me, because I am constantly attacked by gangs and robbed. We know, but why us? We need strong guys. He turned around and saw the gang. Here they are, we're finished, there are only 2 of you. Naruto chuckled as he pulled out his sword. Victory will be achieved not by quantity, but by quality. Naruto stepped forward and threw kunai in different directions. Teleportation techniques. Itachi chuckled. You're the same as always, Naruto. The blonde took off his mask, showing the renegades his Sharingan. Let the fun begin, said Uchiha Sr. Chapter 15. Itachi chuckled. Do you remember what I told you, Naruto, not to get into trouble? Naruto had already gone forward. The guy closed his mask. So you are the shinobi of Konoha? One of them grinned. It was their main leader Shura. You will only interfere with us. It is better to step aside if you do not want problems. They immediately attacked the guy. Naruto began the attack. Itachi sighed heavily. Life teaches you nothing. Naruto was already behind them. They quickly looked back. Monju was making seals. Metal sphere. Naruto stopped. Itachi used Susanoo. He pierced the metal sphere. Naruto froze in place as if rooted to the spot. Come on, Naruto. He nodded. The guy pulled out a kunai. The element of lightning dance of yellow lightning. They dodged the attack. This technique, he whispered and then said. Do you have the same techniques as the fourth Hokage? Don't you dare mention my father's name, scum. Naruto created the Chidori technique. Chidori, Namikaze shouted. Itachi used Mangekyo Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi fell into Monju's illusion, he was under his control. Naruto meanwhile used the Flying Thunder God technique, and ended up behind Toki. The guy used his eyes. Watch me in my genjutsu. Naruto showed him the Sharingan. Gantosu decided to help the guys from the leaf. He took a log and attacked the leader of the group. Itachi quickly asked, did you cast the genjutsu? He shook his head. Rather, he attacked himself. Shura killed him with an umbrella. You're an idiot, attacking your own, how stupid. Naruto decided to create a Chidori. Shura used an umbrella, senbons flew at him. Itachi protected the guy in Susanoo. Naruto forward, he nodded. The guy used the technique of the Flying Thunder God, and unnoticeably appeared behind Shura. The guy put him under genjutsu, and stuck a Chidori into him. Naruto killed one of the group's leaders. The entire criminal group was destroyed. Itachi deactivated the Sharingan. Well, that's it. I'm not even tired. Itachi sat on his knee because he was exhausted using Susanoo. Well, I don't have as much chakra as you do. That's why you don't look tired, even though you also kept your Sharingan open all the time. Naruto sighed tiredly and sat down on the ground. We can say that we have dealt with the mission. Todoroki approached the guys. Forgive me again for hiring you, but we needed protection, and I was wrong about you. Forgive me for that too. And he bowed his head to the shinobi Konohagakure. We defeated them, and thus the village is saved. Itachi sighed heavily. And you can create a shinobi in your village. It's expensive for us, so we don't ask ourselves this question. I've already sent a report to your Hokage about the mission you've completed, so you can relax and have a rest with us. Naruto grinned. We will be extremely grateful to you. So he led the Konoha shinobi to his house that was their port. Chapter 16. Naruto and Itachi were walking home to report to the Hokage about the mission. Naruto started a conversation. Itachi, the Chunin exam is coming soon, he nodded. Yes, I heard about it, but you still have 2 months, so you still have time to prepare. Naruto interrupted him. I'm not talking about that. I'm already ready for the exam. Where do you think it will take place? Ah, is that what you mean? He nodded. The Chunin exam will be held in 3 stages. Stage 1 is a written test, that is, there is a time limit. If those teams that were unable to write it are automatically disqualified until the next year. Stage 2 is the Forest of Death. The point is that you will need to go through it in 5 days, otherwise you will be disqualified. After that you will have sparring. After that, the third final stage of the exam is a battle against one or another opponent. The point is that your opponent will be randomly nominated. It doesn't matter whether it's a guy or a girl. Naruto sighed tiredly. I see, what the hell? Itachi grinned. Don't worry, we'll train you just like Sasuke. You're on the same team after all. Meanwhile, Danzo-sama, the Uchiha have already become too close with the Lord Hokage, the Daimyo, and the elders of the Leaf. We will no longer be able to carry out a coup d'etat. Danzo. Even if we can't, we can remove the person we don't need. It's too early to attack, we need to wait for this time. And Danzo smiled slyly. Chapter 17. It was morning, in the Uchiha clan's training ground. Itachi was training the boy, stronger and stronger. So Naruto, do you already know how to use the elements? He nodded. Then look, Itachi absorbed the fire into the sword, and the sword began to burn with flames. Naruto was surprised by this. Wow, Itachi, this is super cool. Uchiha smiled at such praise addressed to him. Yes, it's called nature control. Thanks to this the sword will have more damage. You can do the same too. Naruto created lightning in the sword without hesitation. Itachi grinned. So, you prefer lightning more than other elements? I wonder, why lightning? You yourself know that lightning causes great damage. He nodded. Let's start sparring then. Me against you. Sakura, his teammate, was passing by the Uchiha clan. She was watching Naruto and Itachi training. The girl sat down on a bench. Come on, guys, get into a fighting stance. Itachi activated his eyes. Naruto took off his mask, showing his Sharingan. A sword sparring session began. Fire and lightning flashed in different directions. Itachi tried to strike suddenly. Naruto saw through Itachi's attack. The metal bindings were heard, and also the contact of the elements. Sakura smiled. These are the techniques of both of them. It's breathtaking to watch. It's not for nothing that Naruto is considered the strongest in our team, and she smiled with these thoughts. While Sakura was thinking, the guys did not stop training with their swords. Shisui approached the guys, but pressed his back against the tree and watched with a smile as the guys trained. Naruto and Itachi jumped back. The guy was breathing heavily. You're not bad, Naruto. You've learned to completely copy techniques. I know, I'm cool, Databayo. Itachi smiled. Databayo means Shisui came out from his hiding place, so you are training here and didn't invite me. Well, you're a busy person, Shisui, after all, you're Anbu. Shisui chuckled. By the way, about that, I heard you did a great job on the mission. Itachi nodded. Yes, but Naruto, as always, got into trouble, although this is not surprising. Shisui sighed heavily. Naruto, we don't want you to do everything alone, remember, the more power, the more glory, and this concerns you first and foremost. Naruto nodded. I just want to become stronger and kill the masked bastard who is responsible for the death of my parents. He may be strong, so don't rush into a duel right away. Naruto agreed. At that time, Sakura came out. Hello Naruto, long time no see. Naruto blushed slightly. Hello Sakura, what are you doing here? Yes, I just came to see my best friend, because he saved me more than once. Itachi smiled. Okay Naruto, go and find the girl and get her home, and then don't be late like usual, otherwise you'll make Mikoto-san worry. The guy nodded. Well, shall we go, Sakura? She nodded with a smile. While the guys were following the couple, Ino Yamanaka was watching them. Chapter 18. Naruto left the Uchiha estate late at night heading to the training ground. The guy came to the site. Taking off his mask, Naruto trained the lightning element. There were a bunch of rocks. The guy made a seal. Chidori, the sound of 1,000 birds appeared. Naruto hit the rock and jumped back. He took off the bandage, closed his right eye. Naruto created seals again. Chidori, the lightning flashed again. Naruto hitting the rock. Sweat dripped from his pale face. Naruto began to form the seal again. Chidori, the guy created lightning, but not like Sasuke. The next morning, Naruto is exhausted. The blonde creates a seal. Nenji's team was watching him. Lee said with tanned eyes. This technique is super mega cool, how does he master it so well? Nenji sighed heavily. Leave him alone, blockhead, he's training, can't you see? Itachi approached Naruto. Itachi. Naruto, Kakashi is calling you, yours are already waiting. He nodded, the guy ran forward. Kakashi leaned against the barrier. Naruto had already come to the team. They sighed. How much longer do I have to wait for you? Sorry. Kakashi sighed heavily. Sasuke looked at the blonde suspiciously. And not that you trained in Chidori. Naruto stepped back, his face slightly blue. How did you understand? Sasuke smiled with the corners of his thin lips. I can tell from your hands that you used the lightning element, but Naruto, you will never surpass me. Naruto sighed tiredly. We'll see. Kakashi scratched the back of his head. Actually, why did I gather you guys? They looked at him. You will have an exam for Chunin, so you shouldn't sit around idly. Here are the forms with the introduction to the exam. He gave the guys the forms. They took them. I advise you to read them carefully, and then we will check your combat skills, and see what you have achieved during this time. They nodded, and the guys went their separate ways. The Chunin exam, huh? Naruto asked. Sakura said. The guys there will be stronger than us, much stronger. Sasuke scratched the back of his head. Don't worry. Sakura, Naruto and I will take care of you. After all we are on the same team, and with a smile he closed one eye and said with a smile. Naruto with a smile through his mask confirmed Sasuke's words by nodding his head affirmatively. Sakura-chan, don't worry, we'll cover you, and smiled at her. Sakura pouted her lips childishly. You treat me like a little girl, I can take care of myself too. The guys grinned. And yet you will not refuse our help. So they walked around Konoha, talking. But on the way they met the Ino Shikacho team. Damn, what a pain in the ass. Why do we have to take this damn exam? And Mentor Asuma made us read this. Choji, eating his chips, said, Shikamaru, there are no easy ways for a shinobi, even I will give in with my tar weight. Ino sighed tiredly. Team of idiots. She closed her eyes and sighed tiredly, then she saw Kakashi's team. She looked at Sasuke and blushed again. SSS Sasuke-kun. She said shyly. Sakura saw her step forward with a determined look. Hey, pork, Sasuke is mine, okay. I won't give him to you. Naruto sighed tiredly and approached Shikamaru. Shikamaru, let's go for a walk while these guys sort things out. He nodded. Choji also decided to go with them. Wait for me, so he caught up with Naruto and Shikamaru. The guys were walking and talking. Sasuke frowned. Thank you so much Naruto for leaving me to be torn apart by those crazy girls. Chapter 19. Team 8, what do you think about this? Shikamaru sighed wistfully. What is there to think about? This is an exam for Chunin after all, especially since I promised that I would become one Chunin. Naruto turned to Choji. And you? Choji answered while chewing. What about me? I stick to Shikamaru's answer, especially since we should all become Chunin. Naruto leaned against the railings on the bridge. The guy pulled out a book and began to read it. The book was called Flirting Tactics. Shikamaru paid attention to this. Is it okay for you to read something like this at our age? What's wrong with that? This is a wonderful book written by Jiraiya-san. I can't wait to meet him. Shikamaru leaned his hands on the railings. Listen, Naruto, maybe we shouldn't have left Sasuke alone to be torn apart, these two. Naruto sighed tiredly. Nothing will happen to Sasuke, don't worry so much. Remember, he's an Uchiha, the star of the academy. Girls are crazy about him, so they're climbing on him, and we left them to give them the opportunity to sort things out on their own. Shikamaru smiled. You're right, Naruto, he's our mega star, so let him deal with his show off. Choji's father approached him. Choji, it's time for us to go, he nodded. Choji said goodbye to the guys and left. I envy Choji Shika. Beautiful girls walked past the guys. They smiled at Naruto. Naruto grinned back at them. Naruto, I understand what it was like for you to grow up alone. You took all this pain on yourself, all the grief that you had to endure took on yourself, and also Rin and Obito died. Naruto interrupted him. I don't want us to discuss this topic. I'm already tired of sitting here. Itachi passed by them. He saw Naruto. He nodded. What happened, Itachi? In the evening, Itachi leaned near the bridge and told what happened earlier. I see, so this is the decision that was made. And what should I do? You know, Naruto, we can't blame you for everything, but there were rumors in the clan that you shouldn't wear the Sharingan. When I heard this, I reported to my father, and we came to the conclusion that you should leave the village for 2 to 3 years. I know that you have an exam, so there is nowhere to retreat. We will allow you to take the exam and you will leave the village with a new mentor so that all this calms down, because Fugaku can't do anything. It takes time, and only time. Naruto sighed heavily. I see. Naruto and Itachi parted ways. The guy entered his favorite eatery, Ichiraku Ramen. Oh Naruto, it's been so long since you've been here. What are you going to order? As usual, old man, but 3 times bigger. He nodded. His daughter Tsuki Ayami came out. Hello Naruto-kun. He nodded. Hello Ayami. What happened? I need to ask you this. You haven't visited us for a long time. I'm a shinobi after all, and I can't always come. Tsuki wanted to cheer me up. Well, why are you all so sour? Here's your ramen. Naruto smiled. Bon appetit, and began to eat. Tsuki asked, Naruto, why are you hiding your face under a mask? This is so that the residents don't see my face. I'll probably be walking around with this mask for a long time. Kurenai joined Naruto. Hello Naruto. Kurenai-sensei. She nodded. Shall we go for a walk? He nodded and thanked the owner of the eatery. So they left. What will we talk about? So they got to talking. The guy said clearly. Kurenai smiled. Thank you for taking me there, Naruto. And with a smile she went to her home. The guy also went home to the Uchiha quarter. Chapter 20. The next morning, the boys were standing near the bridge where Kakashi said. They sighed heavily. Naruto stood on the water. Well, damn, as always, Sakura muttered. Time passed and there was no sensei. I wonder, Naruto asked, do all Hatake descendants have this thing, being late? Sasuke nodded wearily. It seems like he scheduled it for 8 a.m., and told us not to eat anything, and so on, and we've been waiting for 40 minutes already. They sighed heavily again, but Kakashi appeared, just in time, and guiltily scratched the back of his head. Sorry, Kakashi said, continuing to smile guiltily. I was walking my grandmother across the street. Well, yes, of course, all 3 of them shouted in unison. Hatake scratched the back of his head again. So guys, you will have an exam for Chunin, as you already know, so let's not waste time and go to the training ground at the same time, and I will ask you about something. They followed Kakashi. Naruto looked at him suspiciously. Sasuke paid attention to the guy. What's wrong with you? Uchiha asked. Sensei is more suspicious. He smiles all the time, don't you think? So what? Maybe he's in a good mood. I hear everything. The Genins were in a stupor. So they reached the training ground. So, guys, what do you know about the Taiunin exam? Naruto replied. Almost nothing like that. Itachi told me briefly how it would go for 4 days. Kakashi sighed. Brevity is the sister of talent, he said mentally. Okay, the exam for Taiunin is a competitive stage to get this rank. Then comes the higher rank of Jonin. This rank is given for completing difficult missions, and for proving yourself as a fighter, but it's too early for you to be Jonin. There are guys who still go around as Genin. So, the exam is divided into 3 stages. The first one is written. You are given 30 minutes to write a text. Among them there will be both test questions and not. The second one is the Forest of Death. Though it is a bit creepy. How is that? This function is aimed at you Genin. If you want to become Tayunin, this serves as a test for you. This is a very dangerous place. There are many giant wild animals, poisonous plants, and so on. I will not go into details. I will tell you briefly. Each team will be given 2 scrolls. This is heaven and earth. They will be one of you. Since you have one, the task is to take the second. That is, the teams will take from you with those by force or by talking. There will be strong teams. Each team must have 2 scrolls. If you do not survive, you will die. Kakashi frowned, looking at the Genin. The guys felt uneasy. Naruto chuckled. We can handle everything. Why such confidence? Sakura asked. Remember, we told you that we would protect you. You don't have to worry about that. Kakashi looked up. Let's test your skills. As usual, you have to kill me, but Iruka intervened. Iruka-sensei said to Naruto in surprise. Iruka paid attention. Naruto. And he smiled and walked up to him, sitting on his knee. And you have changed so much since then. And stroking his hair, yes, there is such a thing, and it has become stronger. You will have an exam, so we will see how strong you have become. Let's eat ramen tonight. I won't refuse. Yumino smiled. That's great. He then turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, the Hokage, is gathering us for the exam. He nodded. I completely forgot. Okay, then see you tomorrow at the same time, and they disappeared. The boys sighed heavily. I also want to become strong. Naruto, maybe you will train me. Sasuke was surprised by such a request, as was Naruto. Okay, let's do it this evening at our training ground, and at the same time I'll look at your techniques. Chapter 21. Sakura and Ino walked through the village. It's so good that Naruto doesn't have parents, and no one reproaches him for anything. I envy him. Sasuke unexpectedly appeared from behind. Loneliness, he began rudely. They turned around. Sasuke-kun. What are you talking about, Naruto? The girls were shocked. I said that this idiot, even though he is the strongest member of our team, is such a moron. We constantly have some kind of squabbles with him. Sasuke lost his temper. What do you know about loneliness? Sasuke finally lost his temper. Ino chose to remain silent. Loneliness is the worst thing that can happen to a person. He grew up completely alone without knowing parental love, without feeling what parental care is. How can you even say something like that about Naruto, and you yourself asked to be his student? Sakura wanted to say something, but the brunette interrupted her. How I'm sick of you, Haruno. Your childish crush on me has gone too far. You don't see anything except yourself. You don't see without noticing, except yourself. Remember one detail. With your difficult character you will lose not only your friends, but also everything that is dear to you. I will not tell Naruto what I think about you, but your frostbite has gone beyond my understanding. And at these words the brunette disappeared. Ino sighed heavily. Are you happy with the big forehead? Ino, this Naruto. Meanwhile in the center. Naruto was reading a book when Konohamaru's team ran up. Hey brother Naruto. He turned around. Konohamaru turned into a slender beautiful brunette. Perversion technique. Naruto's nose started bleeding from excitement. Iruka lost consciousness. Konohamaru became normal. Well, how was it? Was it cool? At that time, Fugaku sighed heavily. What idiocy. Itachi grimaced. Damn, this Konohamaru is looking for an adventure on his ass. Suddenly a fist flew from a pink-haired girl. Sakura in the dark subconscious was angry. Yes, I'll give you a little brat. The showdown attracted half the neighborhood. Naruto suddenly teleported and managed to intercept Sakura's hand. Sakura, the Hokage is calling us. She sighed heavily and lowered her hand. Yes, you're right, so they went to the third one's office. Konohamaru, the guys ran up to him. He grimaced. What a girl they have. Chapter 22. Evening in Konoha, all the eateries began to close. Residents walked around the night. Konoha. The Hokage gathered a council. The Jonins left after the meeting. So it's Pesca Village? Guy asked. We don't have very friendly relations between them. Kerr and I looked at Guy. Yes, especially what happened. The penultimate event, before Naruto was born. Remember, when the fourth Hokage tried to befriend them, they did not accept his friendship. Minato-sama did everything he could, but even that didn't really ease the tension, even though this Kazekage isn't very friendly. Shikaku sighed tiredly. What a pain in the ass. We have 180 people from different villages who will take part in the Chunin exam, and the guys will be in conditions that make me feel uneasy. Kakashi put his hand on his friend's shoulder. Why are you always so gloomy? We need to prepare the genin for the Chunin exam. And we need to teach them how to survive in places where there is no food. So that they get everything themselves. Kakashi himself frowned, remembering the third's request. Flashback. Hiruzen looked at Hatake. Kakashi. He turned his attention to the Hokage. This is Gaara of the Sand. Remember, he is also a Jinchuriki like Naruto. He is a little strange, so keep an eye on the Sand team and on the mentor Baki from time to time. This man is stern and callous. For such people the mission always comes first. Be more careful, people like him do not forgive mistakes. Although, you will have more experience than him. Whatever it is, be on guard. Hatake nodded. Disperse. End of flashback. Kakashi, what are you thinking about? Guy asked. Oh. Nothing special. See you soon, he said and disappeared into white smoke. Kurenai sighed. I'll probably go too, Guy said and also disappeared. Hatake at his home took a photo of the guys. Obito, Rin, Minato-sensei. A tear ran down Hatake's face. Because of me, you died. If it weren't for my ego that the mission is more important, you would be alive. You can't even imagine, Minato-sensei, what Naruto needs to go through. What a path he needs to go through to achieve his dream. I will definitely be by his side, because we are very similar to him. Hatake lay down on the bed, but he couldn't sleep. Naruto didn't give him any peace, because they had a similar fate. Chapter 23. The next morning. The boys were walking around sunny Konoha. I can't wait for the Chunin exam. Everyone is already on edge because of this exam. And we need to find a sensei who could train us. Sakura exclaimed. Kakashi will train me, Sasuke replied. I'll probably look for it too. After all, I'm left without a sensei and I need to learn new techniques for self-improvement. Naruto noticed Ebisu and Iruka-sensei ahead. Naruto, I would like to recommend Ebisu-san to you. He will be your mentor. Sasuke started laughing. Is something wrong? The Jonins asked, looking suspiciously. Are you serious? Uchiha continued to laugh. Are you suggesting that some weak shinobi train Naruto? He won't be able to teach him anything. He needs a more serious teacher. Naruto showed the book, Flirting Tactics. This be book AAA, the blonde stammered. After which he swallowed hard. Iruka looked at the guy in surprise. Naruto, you're genin. It's too early for you to read something like that. The guy put the book in his bag. If Ebisu-san trains me, I would like to try sparring with him. Sakura tried to object. Naruto, Ebisu is our teacher and he can be strong. Naruto chuckled. Yes, I can defeat him even without the help of the Sharingan. Ebisu was surprised by this answer. Do you really have a Sharingan? Sasuke nodded. And not just a Sharingan, but a Mangekyo Sharingan. Now both Jonin were in shock. Sasuke, why did you already reveal my power? Oh well, if you really want to train me, the blue-eyed man said thoughtfully in thought, then you must defeat me, using all your techniques against your opponent. Don't forget, the exam is in 2 weeks. I'll be waiting for you at training ground number 3. And with these words Naruto disappeared in white smoke. Iruka and Ebisu parted ways after saying goodbye to the guys. Iruka started the conversation. Ebisu, I want to warn you in advance, this guy had a very difficult past. He's similar to me. Remember when I was a kid, when the 9-tailed beast attacked Konoha and burned it to the ground, I lost my parents. He's also gone through the same grief, so be gentle with him. I still see myself in him. Ebisu placed his hand on Iruka's shoulder. I promise I'll be gentle with him. In the evening, Ebisu came to the training ground. The guys, Fugaku and Itachi Uchiha were already waiting for him there. Ebisu paid attention and immediately bowed to them. Fugaku-san and Itachi-san, what are you doing here? Fugaku replied. How can I miss something like this? You're going to teach Naruto during the Chunin exam, and you want to become his sensei, even though Naruto already has a sensei. Ebisu asked without raising his head. Who is this? Itachi said. Raise your head. Ebisu raised his head. He's right in front of you. Ebisu took a few steps back in complete shock. At this time, Naruto was watching them, sitting on a tree and looking straight at them. So it's you. The future heir of the clan nodded. Yes, it's me. I also want to warn you, Naruto will fight seriously. Even without the Sharingan, he can easily deal with you. Naruto jumped down from the tree and Ebisu turned to him. Sasuke walked up to the blonde and he gave him the katana. You can play with him, said the blonde, after which they stood opposite each other. Itachi commented on the rules. The winner is the one who can defeat the opponent or make him surrender. Everything is allowed here, he said with a grin. Just don't kill each other. Naruto nodded and Itachi jumped back into the tree. Uzumaki made a seal and disappeared into a pile of leaves. So what will you come up with next, Naruto? Fugaku grinned and activated his Sharingan. Chapter 24. Ebisu chuckled, knowing what kind of jutsu this was. That same trick again, huh Naruto? The past flashed through the Jonin's mind. Naruto didn't answer and immediately rushed to attack. The blonde jumped and hit Ebisu, but the man managed to dodge and jump up. And you don't? He didn't have time to finish speaking before Naruto immediately interrupted him. Don't get distracted during the fight. Uzumaki began to form a seal. Fire element. Fireball. A ball flew out from behind his mouth, heading towards the Jonin, who in turn used a substitution, but Naruto immediately understood what kind of technique it was. Substitution technique flashed through Uzumaki's head, and at that time Ebisu tried to suddenly attack from behind using a kunai, but the blonde quickly reacted and jumped up and kicked him in the chin, with such force that the Jonin staggered, barely staying on his feet. Well, as I said earlier, I won't use the Sharingan against you, because you're not my equal. The blue-eyed man grinned. Itachi just smiled at this. We trained him well. He should learn the summoning technique, and the only person in the village who can use the summoning technique is Kakashi, Fugaku said with a grin. Half a day had already passed, and the boys were still sorting things out. Ebisu adjusted his glasses and said, You want it like an adult, huh? Okay, have it your way. He made a seal. Shadow clone technique. 4 clones appeared near the Jonin. Naruto stood up. Attack. Having heard the order, the clones immediately began to attack Naruto. One of the clones took a kunai and threw it towards the guy, which he successfully dodged, but could not foresee that another one would come. He punched Naruto in the jaw and jumped back. Touching his jaw with his hand, the blue-eyed man began to massage it. The clones hit their fists on their palms. Naruto grinned unkindly. In vain, the guy began to fold seals and read the book. Attack. Jonin. He sent clones and they ran straight at the guy. One with a bat on his right leg tried to hook the guy, but Naruto dodged by jumping on one of the clones, grabbing his head with his feet and throwing him against a tree. The other 3 attacked him all at once. To this the blonde threw the book up, managing to grab the hand of the Ebisu clone with his hands and jump to kick him in the chin. He flew into a tree and as a finishing move, the guy with a sharp movement of his hand threw a kunai at him. After which the clone disappeared. The other 2 tried to outwit him, but Naruto figured it out right away and used the fire elemental technique. Fire dragon. A fiery stream of fire flew out from behind his mouth. Naruto destroyed the clones, and suddenly found himself behind the Jonin. Ebisu adjusted his glasses with a smile. And you really a strong Naruto. Who could have thought that Itachi would be your mentor? He turned to Iruka and raised his hand. At that moment Itachi appeared next to them. So the winner of today's tournament is Naruto Uzumaki. Putting his hands in his pockets, the blonde walked on, and Iruka and Ebisu went in the opposite direction. Fugaku said, Itachi, we need to think about who we can find for him as a teacher. Kakashi is training Sasuke. We need someone who is free and truly strong. Fugaku said, making Itachi think about his words. Chapter 25. Meanwhile, somewhere in the center of the village, Sasuke was walking with Itachi. Listen brother, where is Naruto? He was here this morning, and then he disappeared somewhere. Passing by the Yamanaka flower shop, the brunette looked around, then hearing his brother's question, he smiled and spoke, Don't worry. Let's go eat ramen instead. But mom cooks deliciously as it is. Where else? Sasuke tried to object, but his head was filled with other thoughts. We don't need another idiot. But having lost the argument, he still followed his elder to Ichiraku. There. Chuki met them with a smile on his face. Oh. Uchiha clan. He drawled. How can I help you? Miso, please 5 servings with pork and more vermicelli, Itachi ordered, to which Chuki nodded. Will you feel bad? Sasuke asked skeptically. Relax, brother, we're already trying not to burden our mother, Itachi smiled. Meanwhile, Naruto met a man in a red haori and a scroll on his back. He, great, literally singing, he began to enlarge the telescope. Young beautiful girls were swimming there. Naruto sighed tiredly. Aren't you ashamed, old pervert, to spy on girls? Naruto shouted, so loudly that the girls heard his scream and ran away. The man grimaced. Who are you? At least I'm not a pervert, Naruto replied, but suddenly a man appeared from behind. So, the target, said the strong man and the young man with a bandage on his head and a mask on his face. Which sent shivers down Naruto's spine. Old pervert, Jiraiya threw the pipe into his hands and ran away. Take them. They ran after them. That's how romances always end. The man said quickly. Nasty. Old pervert. The guy growled through his teeth and dissolved into a pile of leaves, after which the pursuers stopped. Damn it. This kid is a shinobi. One of them said, sighing tiredly. Chapter 26. Naruto and Shisui stood facing each other. Naruto, I think you already know how to use techniques. We've been training you all these months. I think it's time for a real sparring between you and me. After all, you don't have a Sharingan like us, so you can use it fully. So, the Sharingan has other techniques. For example, Susanoo, this technique is used only by true Uchihas. Almost no one has it, only Itachi and I have it. There is also Amaterasu. This is a black flame that cannot be extinguished by a simple water technique. Okay, I've talked too much. Get ready for a fight, because you still have the Chunin exam ahead of you. Naruto took off his headband revealing his Sharingan. Shisui activated his eyes. Thus began their sparring. Shisui kicked the guy in the stomach, and he, in turn, did a somersault, landed down and said, "You are strong, Shisui. You won't have time to talk during the exam." The Jonin grumbled as he made a seal. Naruto tensed. Fire element. Fireball. A ball flew out from Shisui's mouth, heading towards Naruto. The blonde quietly appeared behind the Jonin. Shisui instantly swung his katana, but Naruto used smoke screens. Not bad. Shisui grinned, but didn't have time to finish, as a counterattack was heard. Water release. Water jet. A jet of water was directed at the Jonin from the smoke. He could only sit down. At this time Naruto used a technique from underground. Earth release. Double suicidal decapitation technique. Shisui could only gasp before ending up underground, and Naruto managed to jump out. Did you really think that you could defeat me in battle just like that? The Jonin disappeared, and Naruto realized that it was a shadow clone, as Shisui appeared from behind with a katana, aiming at Uzumaki's neck. I managed to cast Genjutsu on you. Naruto, you lost. Uchiha made his verdict, putting the katana behind his back. Naruto gave up. It feels like I'm sparring with Itachi. Naruto, you never cease to amaze me. You should also learn how to master the summoning technique and then everything will be fine. Shisui said with a smile. After which, the guys went to have dinner. Commentary on Chapter 26. The phraseological unit, everything will be fine, denotes a successful state of affairs and is synonymous with the phrases, everything is good, everything is excellent. Chapter 27. In Orochimaru's hideout. The snake Sannin was conducting experiments in his laboratory, but suddenly someone knocked on the door. You may come in, Kabuto. A guy with round glasses, ash blonde hair tied in a ponytail, and black eyes entered the room. He also had a Leaf Village headband. The Sannin understood why Yakushi had visited him. I understand, Kabuto, that you want to go to the exam. The guy wanted to say something, but Orochimaru interrupted him, not even letting him say a word. Go, and be kind enough to keep an eye on some guys. The names are Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. They are both strong. When you assess their characteristics, then immediately come to me and report everything. And why do you need these two, Orochimaru-san? The shinobi asked, to which the Sannin chuckled. Good question. The Sannin stood up from his chair and approached Kabuto. You see, these guys have a strong Kekkei Genkai. Both Uzumaki and Uchiha. I don't even doubt that this Naruto is a master of the Fuinjutsu of his Uzumaki clan. I hope you know the history of this great clan. Yes, Orochimaru-sama, this clan is probably stronger than the Uchiha clan. The shinobi agreed, the Sannin only nodded. Or on equal terms. But unfortunately, the Uzumaki clan was wiped out, and Naruto is the bearer of the nine-tailed fox Beiyu. This boy, the owner of the most powerful of all Beiyu. Kabuto asked in bewilderment. In response. It is Kabuto, but he cannot control the power of the Kyuubi, as the younger brother of Reikage Ada's, Killer Bee with the eight-tailed Gyuki. For Naruto to reach the same level, it will take more than 1 year of training. Earlier, I sent my agents to the Akatsuki hideout in order to check what is happening there, but so far I have not received any answer. Kabuto, if they do not come in a week, you will take the best 4 of sound and go to the hideout, and at the same time get me information. To which the ash-haired man nodded silently. Meanwhile, at the Akatsuki hideout. Damn, what a pain in the ass to sit here doing nothing. Kisum yawned tiredly. Hey, listen fish head, I understand that you are tired, but at least don't show it. And they call you a Jinchuriki without a tail, Deidara said excitedly, and at the end he smirked. More like a decrepit old man. Kisum was offended by this and he suddenly jumped up and grabbed Dade by the throat. I hate it when people call me that, Kisum said furiously, but fortunately, Pain Yahiko intervened in time. You both calmed down immediately. They immediately pulled away from each other. Our target is the 4th Mizukage Yagura. He is the Jinchuriki of the Four-Tailed One. The leader of Akatsuki began to speak. 2 people will be sent on the mission. Kisame Hoshigaki and everyone who was at the meeting tensed up. And Deidara, whose eye started twitching after hearing this. What did you say? Nagato, I understand, but I'm not going to be paired with a fish. To which Kisame grinned maliciously. Oh yeah, you're my next month or two. Dei slapped his forehead with his hand in frustration. I'll slap Yahiko's body on you. At these words, Pain gave the blonde a furious look. I'll burn you with the Rinnegan. Deidara immediately ran out of the shelter into the street. Looking at this performance, Kisame only sighed heavily, then took his Samyada sword. So the Four-Tailed One, at least we'll warm up. He was about to leave, but at the last moment he stopped abruptly and turned around and asked Pain. By the way, what about the 9-tailed Uzumaki? I think. Don't worry, I'll send the best to look for him. They know how to fight against the Sharingan, that is, the Uchiha. The leader answered his question, then began to leave. You also prepare for this Hoshigaki Kisame. He smiled maliciously and also began to leave, only in the opposite direction, to his so-called partner. Chapter 28. The next morning, the boy decided to take a short walk and read an interesting book while walking. As soon as he was immersed in the story, he was suddenly interrupted by a collision with a rather familiar silhouette. It was none other than Jiraiya-sensei. Ha, the old man is a pervert. I'm not a pervert, kid. Jiraiya slapped his forehead, getting into a stance, from north to south, one of the invincible trinity, the white-haired guy, the toe charmer, the one who will comfort even a baby, the great Jiraiya. That doesn't mean anything to me. Naruto grimaced and walked away, continuing to read the book. Of course, he knew who this person really was, but he decided to mock him a little. I see you're reading my book. Do you like it? The white-haired man grinned, to which the blonde nodded briefly. Yes, this is a story about one guy who became a savior. At that moment, Rock Lee and Guy ran past them on their hands. Another training session was difficult, both were sweaty and breathing heavily, but they were not going to give in to each other. 898, Lee said with difficulty. 903, Guy said the numbers with the same difficulty, his forehead just begging to say, damn Kakashi, I'll get even with you. Somewhere behind them were the rest of Team 9, Neji and Tenten. They're up to their old tricks again, Tenten sighed heavily. Instead of training us, these two are walking on their hands, Neji continued. Asuma's team was moving in the opposite direction. Damn, thank you very much, Shikamaru, how could you use a shadow technique against your teammate? Just don't tell me you lost control of your technique. The blonde said ironically. What are you even talking about? I was distracted by Asuma's clone, and Choji completely ruined my plans with his meat tank. That's how it happened that you accidentally got hit by my technique, and it's your own fault. The shinobi began to justify himself. So, in your opinion, I'm also guilty. Ino's indignation knew no bounds, but Nara tried not to notice it and answered the question with a short nod. Yeah, right, I found a place to use the mind transfer technique. It's become noisy outside, the Sannin sighed tiredly. I have a great suggestion. Naruto, how about we go to the brothel? Imagining this place, the man immediately broke into a wide smile. B brothel. Uzumaki's face instantly turned pale. I'm not a pervert, I'm a proper person. Having forgotten where he was, the blonde shouted throughout the alley, thereby attracting the attention of passers-by. Well, there is no better place to meet your future student. Naruto's eyes lit up at these words. What did you say? Will you take me as a student? The future student asked again, not believing his ears. Smiling, the Sannin nodded positively, then threw the scroll. Here, catch it. Why do I need a scroll? The boy stared at him in confusion. This is a summoning scroll. Here the user specifies his name and the desired animal that he wants to summon, but this is not a place for training, so let's go to some beautiful place. Chapter 29. Sasuke and Naruto trained at the Uchiha training grounds. As soon as the guys got into position, Itachi appeared. So, guys, this is your last training. Starting tomorrow, you will have the Chunin exam, and I heard that you are eager to pass it. They nodded confidently. Yes, we will definitely pass. We have been on so many missions, we have passed everything and we will pass the exam. As you wish, Itachi grinned. So, the rules are the same, said the elder Uchiha, waving his hand and jumping to the side. The boys simultaneously exclaimed. Sharingan. Sasuke's eyes activated, and Naruto took off his blindfold. The fight began. The guys started attacking each other. At first there was a fight in taijutsu. Sasuke did a leg sweep. The blonde fell before he could react, to which he grinned contentedly and, finishing him off with a punch to the stomach, disappeared. Not bad, not bad, Itachi smiled, watching from the roof of the house. Next, Sasuke threw a kunai with explosives, which flew into a tree. An explosion occurred. Naruto decided to use the teleportation technique and tried to kick Uchiha, but he dodged. You're good, Uzumaki drawled. But not good enough to defeat me. Sasuke frowned instantly, realizing what kind of technique the boy was using. It was definitely a dungeon technique. Underground decapitation jutsu. After these words, the guy disappeared underground, then grabbed Sasuke by the leg and changed places with him. Just like Kakashi did, the elder chuckled. But this didn't stop the guy. He disappeared and at the same second appeared next to Naruto, in order to kick him in the face, but he managed to jump away at the last moment. Both boys were breathing heavily, both were running out of strength. Despite this, Naruto began to form a seal. This is hidden mist jutsu. Well, very interesting. This action clearly intrigued Itachi, while Naruto was saying the next technique. Whirlpool impact jutsu. And the next moment the whirlpool flew at Sasuke, a powerful stream hit him in the stomach, pushing him into a tree. After making sure that the enemy did not get up, the blonde dispersed the fog and Itachi immediately joined them. Naruto Uzumaki has won, the guy declared, after which he turned to his brother, Sasuke, you are also the heir of the Uchiha clan, don't lose face. With these words, he began to move away, but at the last moment he stopped and turned to Naruto, and you, don't disgrace yours, one of the greatest clans, Uzumaki. And with these words Itachi disappeared. The boys sighed heavily. Naruto helped Sasuke up, and on that note, they both walked towards the house. Chapter 30. The next morning the whole team was at the cathedral. What's going on here? Uchiha Jr. asked. Sasuke sat quietly on the tree watching the strangers while Naruto grabbed Minato's kunai and was ready. Temari turned her attention to the speaker. These two started attacking themselves. Shut up, or I'll kill you, Gaara said in a calm and commanding tone. Naruto was about to rush into battle, but the Nine Tails stopped him. It's not worth it. The one with the red hair is the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed Shukaku. Naruto tensed. Is this guy also a Biju? Kurama answered this question with a nod, then added with the words, exactly. It was noticeable that Naruto was getting nervous. Hey, guys from list, just don't be offended, okay? Itachi had been watching the tree the entire time, starting to activate his Sharingan, trying to control the situation. Sasuke's body involuntarily began to tremble. I don't like this guy, he said to himself. Temari's cheeks turned slightly pink and she turned away, trying her best to hide her blush. Gaara began to mentally analyze the situation. This guy is a good guy. Getting to Kankuro is not that easy. He teleported using sand. Let's go, we didn't come here to have fun. Wait, Sakura called out to them, stepping forward. They stopped. You're from the Sand Village, right? Yes, and what will this knowledge give you? The countries of fire and wind are allies of course, but you didn't just come here, why are you here? Answer differently. Hi. The sand team turned towards the girl. Naruto grabbed Haruno's hand. Sakura, no need to escalate the situation. Naruto whispered. Temari just smirked and showed the guy permission. Here are the entry visas. Naruto glanced at the visa. This is the same Chunin exam, he said thoughtfully. Temari nodded. That's right, I see you're not empty-headed. Everyone started to disperse when Sasuke suddenly jumped out of the tree. Hey, you there. They stopped again. What's your name, anyway? Leaves flew past them. The dog no Gaara. I'm interested in you. And what are your names? Gaara looked at Uchiha and Uzumaki with a questioning and appraising glance. Sasuke Uchiha, and this is Naruto Uzumaki, nickname, Sharingan. Sharingan, Temari whispered in shock. They nodded and Gaara chuckled. It will be interesting to see you both. I'll be glad to fight you, Naruto said, approaching Sasuke. It's unlikely to be Gaara, he's my rival, Sasuke smiled faintly. We'll see, Gaara said. Of course, I apologize, but we will continue to prepare, Kankuro said. Itachi deactivated the Sharingan and disappeared. Itachi was walking in his thoughts after meeting the Sand Shinobi, when suddenly Kakashi came out to meet him. Kakashi senpai. Itachi. They stood in awkward silence for half a minute, then Kakashi said, you seem nervous, did something happen? I was watching the guys and they met the Sand team. Kakashi nodded. You know as well as I do why all this is necessary. So what's the matter then? Itachi asked, bowing his head. I don't like them, they're too suspicious. Kakashi looked ahead suspiciously. Do you think they're up to something? Don't forget, we're allies. I understand that too, but that guy with red hair, he's not a simple shinobi, I'm sure of it. Everything will be fine, don't bother your head with it. We have an exam coming up and we have to be there. Well, if you suspected something, you can easily follow them, no one is stopping you. That's what I'll do, Kakashi nodded, walking away. Chapter 31. The boys walked through Konoha, looking at the shinobi from other villages. The exam for the tuner has arrived. The girl nodded. That's right, it looks like there will be a lot of participants. This is how they met Asuma. Hello, Asuma-sensei. Guys, are you ready for the exam? Always ready. You have a cool team, Kakashi. Asuma smiled and nodded to the children. Good luck, you'll need it. And then he went ahead. The boys went further, but met Jiraiya. Naruto immediately turned away. Oh. Guys, hi, the girl said immediately. Hey, are you that legendary Sannin? He nodded with a smile. Right, it seems you know about us. I read and heard. He's just a regular old pervert. Naruto just smirked through his mask. Jiraiya slapped his forehead with his palm. Don't call me that, how long can you keep saying the same thing? Sakura immediately became interested. Do you know him, Naruto? Who doesn't know him? I burned him a week ago at the hot springs, barely escaped from my pursuers. Kurama began to laugh. Ha, Naruto, you never cease to amaze me with your stupidity. Why did you go to these springs? And he continued laughing again. Naruto was furious at this. Shut up, stupid fox. Oh, you can't do anything to me. Right now your Sharingan can only copy your opponent's techniques, nothing more, and I have methods against you, you're not a real Uchiha. So Naruto found himself outside again. Okay guys, here's what, he looked at Sasuke. Can I have a word with you? You are from the Uchiha clan, aren't you? He nodded. We need to whisper and they went out of the store. Naruto and Sakura were left alone together. And why did you take me away? You know about Naruto's chakra, right? He has a different chakra, the brunette nodded. I saw his chakra on the bridge when I was almost killed. Naruto got really angry and I was almost thrown back by the force. It was red chakra filled with hatred and malice, one void in his heart, he was out of place. Jiraiya realized that he was talking to a difficult brat, and extended the seal. Sasuke shifted slightly. Not worrying about it being an explosive seal, Sasuke turned his attention to the seal and the protector. The Sannin of Mount Myoboku. Sasuke took the seal. Looking at the Sannin in surprise, he began to tell. This is a seal. The seal of suppression of Jinchuriki. It will be able to suppress this power in Naruto. He does not yet know how to control the power of Kyuubi. If you see what is happening to him the other side of the coin, something is wrong with his chakra, you will be able to suppress it by applying it to the forehead, or to other parts of the body. Watch his behavior and the number of tails carefully. This seal is designed for a maximum of 4 tails. If there are more, it will be too late. You need to immediately react to the flow of chakra and watch the formation of tails. It is better to do this on 1, 2 tails because it will be more difficult to get closer. He nodded. What if the situation gets out of control? Then stop, you have the Sharingan, and it won't be difficult for you to do this, he nodded. So they left. What were you talking about? Jiraiya grinned. About girls, Naruto grimaced. I don't need you to drag Sasuke into your dirty business, he'll become like you, Sakura sighed heavily, looking at both of them. Chapter 32. In the Uchiha house. Mikoto was sitting on a chair and talking to Kiba's mother. Tsume was looking at the seals. Mikoto, what are these seals in your house? She didn't answer right away. This is a spatial technique, the technique of the flying thunder god. Tsume was surprised. As far as I remember, the 4th Hokage owned it. She nodded. Naruto is the next representative of this technique, Mikoto added. The second woman's surprise is beyond words. She simply looked with her mouth half open. But then she decided to ask again. This boy? Yes, Uchiha answered briefly. The second one wobbled slightly. You know, I thought this was a forbidden technique after the 9-tailed beast attacked the village and almost destroyed it, but for a descendant of the Uzumaki clan to master it. This information shocks me. Mikoto smiled at her friend. He is not as simple a shinobi as he seems. In terms of, he will be like my eldest son, Itachi. Both in intelligence and in strength. They went on an S-rank mission together. Itachi once offered him to take the Chunin exam early and join the Anbu, but he refused. Yes, nowadays people don't really want to join the Anbu. Suddenly, a tired Fugaku came in. Hello, dear, how was the meeting? Inosuke greeted the clan leader, who nodded in response and began to speak. It's better for you not to know, he said and sat down on the sofa. The woman approached her husband with concern. What's happened? Fugaku looked at her. Beads of sweat appeared on her face. Akatsuki have started hunting. At this rate they will reach us too. We need to send a strong shinobi to them to learn more about them, to infiltrate them. Is there anyone? Mikoto asked. He nodded. Shisui and Kakashi. She stood up and walked to the door. If it's that serious, we need to hide Naruto. Her voice seemed to waver on the word, hide. You don't need to worry so much. Naruto is strong and will be able to fight him off. What's going on there? At this question, Naruto appeared next to Sasuke using teleportation technique. Damn it, couldn't you stay longer? The girl screamed. I overslept. She sighed heavily, and Sasuke hit himself on the forehead. At that moment, Kakashi appeared. And as always, he began telling tales to his students. Sorry, I got lost on the path of life. Of course, so we believed you. Sasuke and Sakura answered simultaneously. The girl giggled, and then turned her attention back to the sensei. What's wrong with you? Okay, I'll tell you right away, you're recommended to take the exams for Tainan, so here's your application, and he handed him the stamps. It's up to you to decide whether you want to take it or not. There were a couple of seconds of silence and Kakashi continued. Naruto, I know that you carried out missions with Itachi, and therefore it will not be difficult for you to pass this test. Sakura was surprised by Sensei's words. It was very strange to hear such a thing. Have you completed missions yet? Kakashi answered for the boy. And yes, not just any missions, but S-rank missions. It seems Kakashi already bragged. Sakura's eyes widened, she didn't know what to answer. Before I forget, your task is to sign the forms and come to room 301 on the 5th, before 3 p.m. Sasuke chuckled. Tunin exam. The guys walked, each thinking about their own. That guy is a puppeteer, I will crush him with lightning and water elements, and the blonde grinned bloodily. Sasuke had a fleeting thought of Gaara. Sakura had a thought of Temari. Naruto walked along in his thoughts. It seemed that he didn't notice anything. The guy was thinking so carefully. I'll need to use my flying thunder god technique, otherwise the opponents will kill us, the blonde continued to think. But suddenly, he met Konohamaru with the guys, and all thoughts flew out of his head. Brother Naruto, and rushed to hug the guy. Naruto smiled. Well, after the blow, the boy started to tremble. Don't remind me. Naruto stroked both boys' heads. But some shinobi ran up to them and grabbed Konohamaru and ran away. Hey old man, what do you want to do with Konohamaru? Let me think. He is the grandson of the Honorable Hokage, and they will give a good reward for him. The rascal smiled a poisonous smile. Naruto didn't like it. What do you need? Asked the blue-eyed blonde. The scroll of the first Hokage. Naruto chuckled. You're joking, he put a kunai to the third's grandson. Another move. He didn't have time to finish speaking, as Naruto used the flying thunder god technique and ended up behind the jonin, placing his kunai on his throat. Let go of the kunai. He did so. You'll get it, he said and disappeared. The next morning, everyone was at the academy, but Izumo and Kotetsu got up. They hit Lee. And these brats want to pass the exam. And they started laughing. Naruto stepped forward. What are you doing here, little one? Hold your tongue. And he showed the Sharingan, and they opened the door. Come in. The Genins were shocked when they looked at the blonde. He was able to easily, thanks to the Sharingan, let them through. Neji approached the blonde. Your name is Naruto, right? He nodded. Izumo and Kotetsu were able to dispel the illusion, and in the next room. This guy isn't joking, but Itachi quietly appeared behind them. Itachi-san. As you understand, he doesn't like to stand on ceremony. We carried out missions on equal terms. And by the way, you were lucky. Then why does he take the test along with everyone else? Flashback. Naruto and Itachi walked around the village shopping. Naruto, I've been thinking. The blonde looked at the older Uchiha in surprise, and he continued. Why don't you want to take the Chunin exam early? Naruto thought for a moment. I don't want to reveal my potential right away. Itachi understood what the guy was talking about and nodded in understanding. End of flashback. You're always together with him, aren't you? Kotetsu said. He nodded. I already forgot when I paid attention to Sasuke. He apparently already sees Naruto as a formidable opponent. Chapter 33. Naruto slowly walked to the window, looking at the sky and mentally thinking, is the Chunin exam really that much of a pain to take? Sighing heavily, the boy remembered how the villagers hated him, how they tried to kill him, How they tried to desecrate him, but they didn't think what kind of person he was. Naruto became stronger and stronger with each passing year. The boy thought for a long time about his first friends, whom he lost, but was never able to take revenge. He was torn from these thoughts by one of the mist shinobi, who was heading towards him. Your name is Naruto Uzumaki, right? But he didn't bother to say a word. Hey, I advise you to answer differently. Naruto jerked into his pouch. The mist genin took a few steps back. Lee, meanwhile, approached Sakura. I will love you until I die, Sakura-chan. Naruto was shocked. Wait, hold your horses. Lee immediately became despondent. Neji walked up to Sasuke. Hey, are you new? Sasuke grimaced. Let's say, the guy grinned. How old are you? Should I answer, or can I remain silent? Naruto approached Neji and looked into his eyes, smiling unkindly. You, as I understand it, are a representative of the Hyuga clan. He merely nodded. How did you understand? Naruto grinned. From your eyes, he said with a smile. They say you're a great shinobi, but why are you taking the exam with everyone else? It's a long story. Tenten thought, that guy from the Uchiha is so cute, and this Naruto in a mask, some kind of suffering. Rough appearance, sad look, anger in his eyes. It's better not to mess with him. I hope I can fight against you, Naruto Uzumaki. He just nodded. I'm waiting for our duel. After this dialogue, Neji disappeared somewhere, and Sakura approached Naruto. That guy, what are those eyes? She asked. Byakugan. Byakugan, what is it? In short, the Byakugan has no limits. It can see through any obstacles, and the Sharingan has almost similar properties to the Byakugan. So, Sharingan and Byakugan are almost the same thing. Naruto shook his head. No, the Byakugan is used when examining the opponent's weak points. Thanks to this it has almost no obstacles, but each dojutsu, or, more simply, improved genome, has its own unique abilities. Take for example the Uchiha clan where I am now among them. We have a Sharingan, no matter what degree it is. We cannot see everything through an obstacle. She nodded and said a short, I see, before Ibiki walked in. Good afternoon, guys, sorry for making you wait and worry, please come into the auditorium. And so they entered. Itachi was already at the exam. Naruto chuckled, remembering Shisui's words. The Sharingan is capable of copying the opponent's techniques. Sakura noticed this, but did not bother him. So they sat down. Let the fun begin, Naruto said. Chapter 34. Naruto sat down next to Hinata. She noticed his eye. Naruto-kun, what's wrong with your eye? Why is it closed? It's a Sharingan. The girl was surprised. Sharingan. He nodded. She wanted to say something, but Naruto interrupted her. Let me listen to the examiner. So, guys, you have 60 minutes to take the test. The point is that you have to answer the tests correctly on your own, without cheating, and cheating is basically impossible. There are jonins here who are watching you. So to speak, not even a fly will get through, so if there are no questions, you can start. Naruto felt goosebumps on his skin. Damn. But the guy was lucky. He sat behind Shikamaru. Naruto took off his headband, and Hinata was surprised after she noticed the Sharingan. Naruto copied Shikamaru's movements. Shikamaru, I'm sorry, but I'll have to copy your movements, the guy copied. Gaara used the third eye jutsu and copied from Shino with it. Ino used the mind transfer technique on Sakura and mentally said, thank you for your intelligence, Sakura, smiling slyly. Morino watched the others. Hinata, who was sitting next to Naruto, was answering the fourth question. Meanwhile, Naruto had already finished one page. Sasuke looked at the sheet. I can't write this test, flashed through his mind and he smiled. Shino used a bug, and when it flew onto the guy's sheet, he said, good boy, come on, tell me. Itachi's kunai hit Naruto from behind. Itachi stood up from his chair. You're already disqualified. Sasuke tensed up a little. A leaf shinobi, he began to tremble. And you are in the opposite lane too. They walked out, Naruto sweating. Things are bad. If things continue like this, it will be bad. Number 56 is disabled. Number 33, number 9, number 41 is disabled. 35, 62 are disabled. Sasuke was shaking. The only thing on his mind were two words, this is bad. Chapter 35. Naruto continued to copy Shikamaru's movements. Itachi watched the blonde and smirked unnoticed. At that time the boys continued to write the exam. The time had already expired. Morino said the following. It looks like we got rid of almost all the idiots. So, guys, 45 minutes have passed. The main 10th question, let's begin. So now I will ask the 10th question. Naruto closed the bandage. Oh. Damn, we already wrote a hard paper without this. Now there's one last question left. I'd like to add a few rules regarding his answer. Sasuke's body trembled. At that time, in another building, tests, Kakashi, Sarutobi and Kurenai were sitting and talking. Asuma started to speak. I heard that Morino Ibiki will be teaching this year. Kakashi had a bad feeling. Kurenai decided to ask Kakashi. Still, what kind of person is this? He's a pro, Kurenai asked again. Pro? In what? Asuma was smoking as always. In torture and interrogation, Kurenai gasped in surprise and asked again. What? Although there is no physical action in this exam, but by using his interrogation skills he can scare the genin, Kakashi looked at Asuma. Don't underestimate Naruto and Sasuke, these guys are not fools, the only thing that can scare you is guys with an unstable psyche, although remembering the genjutsu that I used on Sakura, she is more likely to be this type, Kurenai asked again. And that guy, Naruto Uzumaki, is he really as strong as they say? Hatake nodded. Yes, until you try you won't know, he knows the enemy's movements and he has a Sharingan. Asuma was surprised by the answer. Sharingan, are they giving you eyes for free? Kakashi shook his head. No, if you remember, I got the Sharingan from a friend, I told you, Asuma nodded. And Naruto? Kakashi frowned. Are you sure you want to hear it? Kurenai supported. He sighed heavily. Okay, Shisui told me. He saved Naruto from death, Kurenai asked again. Death? Kakashi nodded. Yes, I train both Naruto and Sasuke, both are improving their skills, Naruto has his, Sasuke has his. So, we moved away from the conversation, Naruto was attacked by shinobi, it's good that Shisui intervened in time, otherwise the guy wouldn't have gotten out. Asuma exhaled smoke and spoke. I think I heard a story, there was such a thing that he was almost killed. Kakashi nodded. Have they found the culprits? Kurenai asked. Yes, they're in prison under arrest. Asuma nodded. It's good that we have such a Hokage. By the way, Kakashi, have you asked Naruto if he wants to become Hokage? Hokage? No, I didn't ask, and I don't want to pry into my students' personal lives. Meanwhile in the office. Everyone was on edge because of the question. Sakura says in her mind. If we don't answer the 10th question, we'll be eliminated. Kiba stood up from his chair. What kind of idiotic questions are these? Are these jokes? Morino began to grin bloodily. This, brat, is my decision, these are the rules, Naruto relaxed, crossing his arms. Hinata noticed. Those who are not confident in themselves cannot answer and can come next year or two. Another half of the participants began to leave the auditorium. Naruto began to wring his fingers in excitement. He raised his hand. Ibiki noticed. Naruto, are you giving up already? Sakura looked at the guy. No, I want to become the Hokage of the village in the future, and I will not go back on my words. Sasuke looked at the guy. Hokage. Itachi smiled. Let's see, Naruto, how far you'll go. If your dream is to truly become Hokage, you'll have to sweat. There are many worthy candidates here. Morino smiled. I'll ask again. Naruto responded instantly. I'm not changing my decision, I repeat once again, this is my path as a shinobi, Morino smiled, Temari said mentally. Hokage. Hardly, it's a serious position, and to become one you need to be recognized by all the villagers. The participants believed Naruto's approach. Ino grinned. Morino grinned too, but from his own thoughts, an interesting guy, with one word he dispelled all the worries of all the guys. 78 people remain. More than I expected, but if I don't leave them alone now, it won't change anything. Itachi showed Ibiki his eyes. Morino looked at Itachi and said. All those who are now left, I must say that you have passed the first stage of the exam. There was no 10th question from the very beginning, it was a test of your, so to speak, nerves. Naruto began to get indignant. What? How was it not? We were all preparing, Morino nodded. That's true, however, the preparation was not in vain, Morino showed his head. Naruto felt a little sick. What a nightmare, my whole head is covered in burns. I want you to understand the following. To get the wrong information means to expose your comrades or the village to death, so we decided to expose you. To test your stress resistance skills. Sakura asked a question. And what is the essence of this mysterious 10th question? Morino folded his arms. I'll try to explain, this question is a choice, To pass or not to pass? It's not even worth saying which of these two options is more painful. This question leads to a dead end. Temari felt a shudder run through her body. Well, let's digress for now. Let's imagine that you are Tainan and the goal of the mission is to capture a secret document, the number of ninjas, weapons, etc., all this is unknown, and moreover, there may be traps that they have diligently built. What to do? To go on this mission or not to go? If the lives of your comrades are dear, would you prefer this mission? The answer is no. No matter what the stake is, there is a mission that cannot be refused. First of all, you need to show courage and overcome difficulties, and in fact, this is what the Tainan, the commanders of this squad, should rely on. And people who hesitate, saying in their hearts that I will pass next year, continue to miss their chance. I can say that you answered the last question correctly. Having refused to retake, I am sure that you will be able to face each other in the future. You have penetrated through the front door. The first stage of the selection for Tainan is over. You are great, congratulations. At that moment, Anko flew in, broke the window, and Itachi shook the shards off his shoulders. You could at least apologize for the sake of decency, Anko chuckled. Hello Itachi, the Uchiha grinned. You're the same as always. She continued. I am your second examiner, my name is Anko Mitarashi, we are moving on to the next stage, please follow me. 78 people, that doesn't sound like you. It's just that there are a lot of great guys participating this year, Anko chuckled. Okay, at the next second stage, you guys are not to be envied, I will leave you with less than half. Sakura started to get nervous. Less than half? Someone from the crowd asked. Anko nodded in response. You're shaking, aren't you? A detailed explanation tomorrow, that's all. You can ask your Jonin sensei about the rest. Here it is, the Forest of Death. This is the 44th site. In other words, this is the Forest of Death, Naruto smiled. I like this business. Chapter 36. Itachi approached the guys. You're worried, aren't you? Sakura nodded slightly. After Anko-san said that there would be another half of the team, I became scared. Itachi smiled. Yes, there really are a lot of dangerous creatures there. When we passed by we saw even worse in the forest, but don't worry Sakura, you have two friends who saw all of this. I trained with Naruto, and Kakashi trained Sasuke, so the probability of something happening to you is extremely low. You all need to stick together. Itachi turned to Sasuke. Can I have a word with you? Sasuke nodded and they walked away from everyone. Anko began her speech. This place is called the Forest of Death and you will soon find out why. In total, 26 teams will participate in the exam, one half will fight for the Scroll of Heaven, and the other for the Scroll of Earth, then the team will receive both scrolls and from this your battle will begin. Naruto leaned against the rock and asked. I see, but how should it end? The team must bring both scrolls to the tower. Sakura decided to ask one more question. So, half of us will fail the exam, right? Anko nodded. Sasuke said. To put it simply, we have to deliver them within a certain amount of time, right? Anko nodded for the second time. Yes, and one more thing, the exam is time limited, you must arrive 6 days in advance. Ino asked in confusion. 6 days, Kabuto answered. There are a lot of living creatures here and I doubt that the other teams will get there. Those who solved some of the problems that were given to us, they're strong in intellect, which means they have a tendency to survive. The rest, who could not solve, are a team of dumbheads, but they have strong techniques. Kabuto sighed heavily. Naruto said in his mind. So they got hit, there will be enemies and our guys. Sakura looked at Naruto, he was tense. Choji grimaced. Horror. Ino answered her friend's silent question. This is a survival test, Neji said. Under these conditions, I doubt that all 13 teams will make it. Naruto walked up to Neji. Only the strongest will survive. Neji put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said with a smile. You are right. Anko noticed the behavior of the younger ones. I like the way you think guys, this exam is also a test of strength, any techniques you know are allowed here. Anko handed out the sheets. Stop fooling around, here are the forms with the participation that you give a report on what might happen to you, it is not in my interests to be responsible for each of you, read and sign. The woman finished threateningly. The boys started reading. Naruto signed without looking. Anko chuckled at her thoughts. It seems Itachi was right about this boy, let's see your experience from the last battle, she said mentally. The Jonins opened the gate and Ano waved her hand. The Chunin exam begins. So the boys entered the forest. Naruto said mentally. I will find you, masked man. Chapter 37. Team number 7 went forward in full force, jumping on the trees. But they met Akatsuki. It was a shinobi of the fog. There is no passage further. The boys stopped. Sakura asked, "Who are you?" Naruto answered without waiting for the stranger to do so. "This is one of the 7 swordsmen of the Mist Hoshigaki, Kisame, but how did he get in here?" "Everything here is guarded." Kisame smiled. "It wasn't difficult to get here. I passed through the barrier." Sasuke looked at the sword. "Is this what I think it is?" He nodded. "Yes, this is Samahada. He absorbs chakra. It's not for nothing that they gave me the nickname of a biju without a tail." Naruto tensed up after the swordsman's words. Kisame, hitting the tree trunk, pointed the sword at the guy with one hand. "You have the 9 tails chakra that we need." Naruto put his hand on the katana, moving his finger slightly. Sakura looked at the katana. She became curious. "Do you think I'll just let you take me? You can talk as much as you want. You're already a corpse." Naruto Uzumaki, nicknamed Sharingan. Naruto was surprised. "Do you know me?" The new acquaintance nodded. "Our leader warned me about who I would be dealing with, against the Sharingan, and I prepared well, even hiding my chakra in case we were discovered." Itachi felt a sense of unease. "Something happened?" Anko asked, placing her hand on her hip. "I'm worried about them, that they might get into danger." Anko sighed. "I understand, you are the brother and mentor of these two. I heard how you prepared Naruto and Sasuke, but everything will be fine." Naruto said, which shocked them. "I'll take care of this guy myself, especially since he's a clone." Sasuke raised an eyebrow and asked, "A clone?" The blonde nodded. "I can handle the clone. He can't move further from the original anyway. Take Sakura and go ahead. I'll catch up with you." Sakura tried to protest. "Do you think that?" Naruto interrupted her. "Don't argue. I've wanted to test myself for a long time." Naruto grabbed Minato's kunai. Kisame looked with a smile. Well, let's see." And he attacked the guy. The sword hit his hand, blood flowed, but Naruto was already behind the swordsman's back. Kisame said the technique. "Water element, water jet." Naruto looked and dodged the technique, jumped onto the Samiyada and created lightning element. Kisame immediately jumped back with his sword and smiled. "Samahada likes your chakra." Naruto sweated. "He is stronger than I thought. I will have to use my trump card." At this time, Sakura and Sasuke were jumping on the branches. "You know Sasuke, no matter what anyone says, but Naruto is the strongest genin among all of us." He nodded. "Yeah, and you also called him a loser. We need to talk to Naruto, but still, he's an idiot." Kisame appeared behind Naruto and slashed his sword at his back. Samahada opened up. "What kind of wretchedness is this?" "Like it? This is that very blade." Naruto Uzumaki, Kisame with a bloodthirsty smile pointed his hand at the guy. Samahada opened up, but was then attacked in the torso by lightning. Reikiri. Lightning beast stalking fang. There was an explosion, Kisame hit the ground hard, and Naruto was saved by none other than Kakashi Hatake. "Are you okay, Naruto?" He was in a state of severe shock. "Kakashi-sensei." Hatake smiled. "You became a strong genin, Naruto, since you were able to resist Kisame." Kisame took a stance. So, who do we have here? The son of Konoha's White Fang, copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake. Hoshigaki Kisame, demon of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. He grinned bloodily again. "No matter how many of you there are, I will still destroy you." Sasuke laid her down near the tree. "Thank you," she said. Sasuke started to worry. Damn, Akatsuki had to intervene at the wrong moment. Naruto is still in danger. He wasn't even on the list. Sasuke nodded. "That's right, he came for Naruto, or what's inside him." 9 tails, Sakura said. "Sasuke, you have to help. I can't leave you here alone. You sleep, and I'll be on guard." Sakura did so. She fell asleep with her back against the tree. "So, can you track his chakra?" Naruto strained as much as he could. "If only I could put a mark." "Come on," Hatake said hastily. Kisame swung at Kakashi, slightly wounding him. "Sensei!" Naruto shouted. Hatake jumped back, holding his wound. The wound was not big. "It's okay, Naruto. You better track his chakra." Naruto closed his eyes and made a seal on the kunai. The seal went forward. The clone saw it. "Brat, I will destroy you." Kisame waved his hand, but Kakashi stopped him with a kunaomi. Kisame smiled. "So, until I destroy you, you will protect him?" "Yes." Naruto opened his eyes suddenly. Found it, Hataki smiled. You're doing well. Naruto walked forward. Life won't teach you anything. Anko was on edge herself. I think it's better to find out what's ahead, Itachi grinned. Has your conscience really awakened in you? She smiled at this question. Let's not be formal. If Kakashi is delayed, it means the enemy is really strong. Yes, he can win, but we don't want him to fight alone. Itachi stepped forward. You're right. So together they entered the forest. Kakashi was breathing heavily. It's hard, isn't it, Kakashi? Samahada is too tough for you, and attacked Kakashi. He swung his sword, putting on his signature bloodthirsty smile before doing so. Kakashi created lightning in his hand, preparing to repel, but the attack was repelled by fire shurikens. Itachi and Anko covered the Jonin. Anko blocked it with her hand. Kakashi sighed. You should have stayed longer. Itachi chuckled at this statement. Sorry. He activated the Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi. Itachi glared at the demon, but decided not to say his name. Uchiha activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. The demon of the mist grinned evilly, preparing his Samehada to attack. Chapter 38. Naruto appeared unnoticed behind the original. Kisame jumped to another tree and grinned. Well, so those three defeated my water clone. I had no doubt that a brat like you wouldn't be able to defeat him, Naruto asked the swordsman with Akatsuki with cold blood. Do you think I'm weak? Kisame started laughing. Naruto didn't like it. How naive are you? You think the battle against Zabuza taught you anything? You're wrong, buddy, those were just flowers compared to the current duel. Naruto took off his headband, showing the Sharingan. Kisame let out a laugh. Do you think your eye and the truth will stop me? I am a Biju without a tail, and it is not for nothing that they call me that. I will demonstrate to you some of my skills. He attacked, swung his right hand at him, swinging his sword. Naruto prepared to reflect, creating a Chidori, but Kakashi saved him. Chidori, Hataki shouted, his hand going over his shoulder. Kisame jumped back holding his shoulder. Damn, Kakashi the copy ninja ruined the whole plan. I think I'll go, I'm already late. With these words, he disappeared in white smoke. Kakashi sighed heavily and closed his mask. How are you? Not hurt? Naruto looked at Kakashi, dispelling the technique and doing the same, closing the bandage. Well, it seems. He fell, losing consciousness. Kakashi grabbed the guy, lowered him to the ground. At that moment Team 7 arrived. Sasuke noticed that Kakashi was wounded. Kakashi, how are you? Hataki chuckled. It's okay, you better keep an eye on Naruto. Be extremely vigilant. This is not a simple exam as it seemed at first glance. But Itachi came. Sasuke was surprised. Brother, he looked at the student. I didn't think that the Sharingan uses up a lot of chakra, although he is a Jinchuriki and there shouldn't be any problems with that, Kakashi answered, looking at the guy. He still needs to get used to the Sharingan. I myself can't hold my eyes for long, Itachi grinned. He is an Uzumaki, and as we know, the clan has always had this ability, plus the Biju. Itachi thought for a moment. Maybe he needs to be trained a little more in the truth. Guys, keep an eye on him. They nodded. He is our comrade after all. Itachi said, looking at Sakura. Certainly. And the two of them disappeared. Chapter 39. Itachi and Kakashi came out of the forest of death and approached Anko. She was sitting on a rock and looking at the sky, but seeing the Jonin, she immediately approached Kakashi. Not badly hurt. Itachi chuckled. Have you really started caring about others? He said mockingly. She sighed, frowning. Don't make me out to be a completely indifferent devil, Uchiha. She closed her eyes, saying mentally, what a cretin. Itachi chuckled. Kakashi sighed. We should report to the Hokage. She looked at the Jonin and said, you're right, let's go quickly. And teleportation disappeared. Hiruzen said while sitting in the chair. Akatsuki tried to capture Naruto. Kakashi nodded. We should have expected that. That organization can strike from behind. Sarutobi asked in a calm voice, standing near the window. How did you know they were coming for Naruto? Itachi stepped forward. From the very beginning, I began to suspect something was wrong. Anko tried her best to console me, but I was tormented by the agony of excitement. I could not sit idly by, so Kakashi-san and I went into the forest, and not in vain. Hiruzen lit his pipe and asked, exhaling. Who exactly is this person? Itachi answered. Hokage-sama, this is not a human, this is a demon of the hidden mist, Itachi replied. Hiruzen sighed heavily. Now everything is clear. The Mist Village has always been famous for crime in the ninja world. Even the fourth Mizukage does not rule the village the way the masked man rules it. Itachi sighed. The Hidden Mist Village has always been famous for murders, it's not surprising. Hiruzen lit his pipe again and said. Okay, you all know it anyway, be vigilant, and you, Kakashi, rest, you deserve a weekend. And he let out a laugh. Meanwhile, the guys. Naruto opened his eye, Sakura was bandaging the wound. That's better, she said, closing the wound, and then hit him on the head. Naruto grabbed his head with his hand, Sasuke sighed. Are you healing me or crippling me? He said mentally and chuckled. This was to be expected. Naruto looked surprised. What's wrong? Sasuke replied. After all, you baka, you got what you deserved. You stood up to a dangerous opponent, against whom you alone didn't have a chance. It's good that Kakashi-sensei intervened, but what if he hadn't had time? Do you really think you could stand up to a strong Akatsuki? Hold your tongue, I did save your life after all. Sasuke suddenly walked up and grabbed him by the collar. But not at that price. He shouted. Sakura sighed heavily. Guys, that's enough. Sasuke abruptly let go of the guy and walked a couple of steps away from him. I'll go get something to drink. And he jumped onto the tree. Meanwhile, in Hiruzen's office. Okay, that's all for today, rest. The Jonins have come out. Kakashi, he stopped. Go to the hospital, let them treat you. Kakashi silently left the office. Hiruzen lit his pipe, looking out the window. After the hospital, Itachi hugged Kakashi by the shoulder, carrying him home. Why are you treating me like a little child? I can get there myself. Itachi chuckled. You said it yourself, senpai, the doctor says that you need rest, which means you will come to our estate. Hatake sighed. Chapter 40. Naruto woke up, opening his left eye. Sakura was still sleeping. Damn, I slept so much. The guy stood up, starting to stretch, but heard someone coming and grabbed the katana. It turned out to be Sasuke with 2 flasks of water. Naruto put the katana back. However, you slept almost the whole day. Naruto scratched his head guiltily and turned his attention to Sakura. Sasuke, I'll be on guard, and you get some sleep too, we'll be moving out tonight. Sasuke nodded and lay down with Sakura. Naruto grinned and said, you two would make a great couple. Sasuke immediately jumped up, shouting in a whisper. No way, he points his finger at the blonde. Naruto giggled. Rest. Uchiha went to bed. Naruto jumped onto a branch, looking forward, when suddenly the fox spoke. Hey, kid, it's going to get even more dangerous. I don't know what kind of chakra is so strong, but you shouldn't relax, stay on guard. Naruto sighed. So all exams pass. The fox grinned. Do you think it's easy to get to the tower? You have the Thunder God technique, but not the time dilation. It will only get more interesting from here. Keep an eye on the team. These guys will do anything to protect you. So Kurama fell asleep again. What a fart. Kurama opened his eye. I hear everything, he said and breathed out steam. Naruto grinned. Sorry, the fox nodded. That's better. Meanwhile, Asuma's team. Ino was fixing her hair, and Choji was trying to get food. Shika sighed. It's a total hassle, we haven't met anyone or anything, I thought I'd show myself, but there's not a soul here, as if everyone had died out. Ino finished her hair. Shikamaru, you still have time for your lifetime, don't run ahead of everyone. Hey, Choji, she shouted. Found anything? Choji shook his head. Shika sighed as he approached the river. Shadow paralysis technique. The shadow came forward, so he was able to catch the fish. The guys lit a fire and discussed the 7th team. How is the forehead one? Sometimes I'm afraid for them. Choji kept eating. Shika, chewing, answered, don't worry about them, they won't disappear. Moreover, Naruto and Sasuke are the best genin, both have Sharingan, so they won't disappear. Ino sighed, continuing to eat. Meanwhile, the team has 7. Sakura opened her eyes. Sasuke was on guard with Naruto. Naruto was tense. The girl stood up. Guys, she said. They turned around. Naruto asked with a smile, did you get enough sleep? She nodded. Then let's go quickly, otherwise we'll be delayed here anyway. Sasuke stopped. What else? The brunette sighed. We need a snack, we haven't eaten anything all day. Naruto winced. Okay, then you rest, and I'll go catch something. Sakura said slowly. Be careful. Naruto went towards Sakura and went deep into the forest. Naruto was walking, reading a book. The guy saw a wild boar. A wild boar, Naruto said. Naruto set up traps and created 4 clones. The boar was successfully caught. The boys waited for him to bring food. They didn't have to wait long. Thank God, said Uchiha. Sasuke got some sticks and lit a fire. Uchiha used the fire technique, so the guys had a hearty snack and went on. Chapter 41. Meanwhile in the village. Itachi and Kakashi sat on a bench, discussing the exam. At that moment Fugaku came out, grinned, and approached the guys. Hello, Kakashi, I heard how you saved Naruto in the forest. Kakashi looked at the sky. I couldn't sit still during the exam and was very worried, and it turns out that Itachi and I intervened for a reason. Itachi chuckled. You were the first to think of going into the forest. Fugaku said. Well, tell us about that later at the table. Mikoto has prepared dinner, let's go eat. Meanwhile, the rest of the guys. They heard the screams of the other teams. Team H was on guard. Hinata was worried. What is this? She said in a worried voice. Kiba himself tensed up. These are probably wild animals or poisonous worms. This is the forest of death. We should expect it here, Shino Aburame said calmly. Kiba sighed. Maybe we should take the scroll from Team 7. They have earth, and they have sky, which is what we need. Shino asked. What if they have land too? Will there be 2 scrolls of land? Remember what Anko-san told us. Kiba sat down leaning against a tree. Well, then what the hell are we hanging around here for? Let's at least do something. Let's at least take something from someone. But Kabuto's team intervened. Hey you, we need what you have. It's the scroll of heaven. Kiba stood up and grinned. Did you hear, Akamaru? They want to take this scroll by force. Come on Akamaru. Akamaru jumped on Kiba's head. Gapsuga, and flew at the sound Shinobi. They jumped back. Misumi grabbed the kunai and said. It seems you want it the hard way, brat, so be it. Kabuto sighed. It's a total hassle. And he attacked Shino. He grinned. I don't advise it, and directed the beetles. Kabuto used the wind element gust. A huge amount of wind flew out at the beetles. Shino hit a tree. Hinata immediately ran to Aburame. Shino-kun, he stood up with difficulty. Damn, he's got wind, how come I didn't realize it right away? Well, guys, should I finish you off right away or what? Hinata looked angrily, but couldn't do anything. She held out the scroll. Here, they stopped. It seems that life is dear to you, girl from the Hyuga clan, but Naruto intervened, forming a fire seal. Fire shurikens. Shino asked himself. This technique. The shurikens hit different targets and slightly injured Kabuto. Sound Shinobi, Naruto said. A brat from Konoha, one tried to attack, but Kabuto stopped him. Yoroi, don't, I know this guy, we have to leave, he sighed heavily and removed the chakra from his hand. It's a pity, but we had a good start. And they disappeared. Chapter 42. Naruto walked away from Shino, looking around the area. Hinata said excitedly. Naruto-kun. Kiba landed next to Hinata. You like Naruto, right? Hinata immediately blushed. Is this even up for discussion? Kiba chuckled. Calm down, I'm just kidding. Shino replied. Your jokes have always been unfunny. If you can't joke, don't joke. Kiba felt beads of sweat appear. Shino, damn, who made you say that? Hinata giggled. Naruto created a shadow clone, remembering Shisui's story. Flashback. Look, Shisui folded the cloning seals. This is a shadow cloning technique. Thanks to this technique, the clone tells the user the information received from the clone. End of flashback. The clone went forward. Shino stood up and walked towards Naruto. Why did you create a clone? Shino asked. I created it with the purpose of pursuing Kabuto. They couldn't have gotten far. At that moment, Sasuke and Sakura pulled up. Hinata said, guys, Sakura landed next to Hina. Are you okay, Hinata? She nodded. Yes, but they took the scroll of earth and left. I am weak. Kiba came over to cheer her up. Don't worry, you're a strong girl from the Hyuga clan. I believe in you. Hinata smiled at Kiba. Thank you, Kiba-kun. The dog owner smiled back at her. Sasuke walked up to the blonde. Did you act rashly again? Naruto chuckled at Sasuke's words, taking off his mask. I had to help the guys, even though they took the scroll. Sakura blushed slightly as she looked at Naruto's face. So this is what you look like without the mask, Naruto, she said in her dark subconscious. Naruto may be handsome, but my heart will be with Sasuke-kun, Sakura's dark side said. Sakura shook her head and turned her attention to Hinata. Meanwhile, Inoshika-cho. Okay, let's get going. They went deeper into the forest. Shikamaru sensed something was wrong, but didn't show it. Shikamaru, you're tense, Choji said. I know that already. I'm wondering if there's any chance of getting to the tower. But they met Kabuto's team, and they stopped. Shinobi of sound, Shikamaru said angrily. Chapter 43. The clone hid near a tree, watching the Inoshika-cho team. The clone dispersed. Naruto jumped onto a branch. Kiba approached the guy. Hey, wait, Naruto stopped. What's the matter? Did you hear something? Naruto nodded. Yeah, Team 10 seems to be in trouble, Naruto said. Sasuke sighed and walked up to the guy. Naruto, put the seal of the Thunder God on me. If anything happens, I will carry the guys away from danger. Naruto put his palm on Sasuke's hand, and a mark appeared on him. Shino, seeing it, asked, this is a teleportation technique. He nodded. Yes, more precisely, Hiraishin no Jutsu, I have mastered this technique. It allows you to teleport to any point in the world, as well as the necessary items. Kiba replied. After all, if I'm not mistaken, this is the fourth technique. Naruto nodded. It seems like you know something, Naruto said with a grin. Kiba turned away. Damn you, the dog walker muttered. Hinata sighed. Sasuke quickly said. Let's hurry, otherwise Team 10 might get hurt. Meanwhile, the team has 10. Shikamaru was wounded like the others. Akado Yoroi chuckled. You don't look like Team 10, you're 2. Before he could finish speaking, Shoji used his technique. Meat tank, and flew at the shinobi. Kabuto used the wind element. Wind style, a huge amount of wind flew out of his mouth. Shoji hit the tree hard. Kabuto created chakra on his hand, a chakra scalp. Ino said. Is this a chakra scalp? Kabuto chuckled. Yes, it is suitable for both combat and fighting. It can block your chakra points. And he attacked Shoji, hitting the fat man. Shikamaru shouted. Shoji. He tried to get up, but was pinned down by a foot. Tsurugi was pressing his foot on his neck. Kabuto sighed. Don't overdo it, we don't need a conflict with List yet. He chuckled. I'm tired of your orders, it's better to take the scroll of heaven from them. Ino tried to attack him, but was attacked. Sticking out, the girl fell. Tsurugi grinned. In time, otherwise she would have used the mind transfer technique. He tried to take it, but kunai were thrown. It was Sasuke Uchiha. They jumped back. Reinforcements, Tsurugi said quickly. Kabuto's team formed a manji. Naruto took off his bag. While the bag was falling, he took a step and quietly appeared among them. Shikamaru said in shock. This technique. The guy whispered, lying down. Ino was unconscious. They tensed up. I gave you a chance, you missed it. So you are that yellow lightning and Sharingan. Kabuto warned me to run away. Naruto stabbed Tsurugi in the stomach with a sword imbued with lightning and, having created a Chidori without being noticed, stabbed Yori as well. Sasuke threw a kunai at Kabuto, but it was a substitution. Naruto immediately lay down. You wanted to kill me. Sasuke grinned. Relax, this Kabuto is a spy, he wouldn't risk his life so easily. Apparently he knew about you in advance and prepared. Kiba sighed. I guess we should take a smoke break. Hinata nodded. Yes, let's help our friends, because they suffered greatly from them. Naruto chuckled at Hinata's words. The blonde thought about Ino, but did not express his emotions. The guy put the katana back. Sasuke approached the blonde and extended his hand. Naruto stood up with his friend's help. Okay, you rest, and Sasuke and I will bring something to eat. So the two guys left, leaving the guys alone in the forest, waiting for the team to come to their senses. Chapter 44. Shisui sat on a bench and looked at the sky, thinking. Shisui's POV. Morning, beautiful morning, birds are singing, you sit quietly and rest. But the latest events have amazed me. This Naruto Uzumaki has become incredibly strong over the past year. He will soon surpass Itachi and me. His strength, most importantly his intellect, his mind, all these qualities that a shinobi should have, he has. I taught him cloning jutsu, Itachi and I taught him to use the Sharingan. Maybe it's time to teach him to use the secret techniques of the Uchiha clan. I think he's grown up to it. This guy has matured over the past few years, and Fugaku-san spoke of a gift to him. As with the conversation with Itachi, I didn't consider it necessary to ask my best friend about it. And the question with Akatsuki is starting to bother me. Maybe it's time to unite and destroy this organization in the end. Naruto is in danger. It is still good that the Uchihas recognized him as their own, but there are those who are against it, but I think they will sooner or later understand that they are wrong. Naruto has learned to master clones well over time. He creates hundreds of clones at a time, and he has great potential. He has a legendary clan. I will not be surprised if he learns or has learned to master the techniques of his clan. He can become a formidable weapon, and therefore this freak Danzo will try to chop off the guy, but the Uchiha clan will be against it. Shisui sighed and continued again. And now the Chunin exam is underway. He and Sasuke are on equal terms. Even Sasuke acknowledged him as a strong competitor. let alone Itachi and me. I hope everything will be fine with him. Naruto, the main thing is to take care of yourself during the Chunin exam, protect what is dear to you. End of POV. Shisui stood up and went for a walk into the depths of the forest. Chapter 45. Mikoto was sitting on a chair reading a newspaper. When a tired Fugaku entered, the woman stood up and walked over to her husband. Hello, darling. Fugaku smiled at her. Hello, I'm sorry. Mikoto was surprised. What is it? Why are you apologizing? I haven't been paying attention to you. The man stroked her stomach, wrapped his arms around her neck. Mikoto blushed slightly. Not here, in case someone comes in. Fugaku smiled. Don't worry. Mikoto caught her breath as she lay on her husband's chest. You know, after so many years you notice me as a woman. The man hugged her and kissed her. Sorry for not paying attention to you earlier. She smiled. I understand. By the way, what kind of gift did you mention once? Fugaku chuckled. You mean this? I would like to give him a woman. Mikoto was a little confused. And how do you imagine it? Fugaku kissed his forehead. It's simple. Itachi and I will prepare everything as needed at the hot springs and organize a meeting. Supposedly Naruto is asking us out on a date, especially since they are on an exam, and after it will be a great reason to relax. Mikoto remembered. By the way, do you know how they are? Fugaku sighed. It's normal, but there was an inspection. Mikoto asked again. Test. He nodded. Akatsuki tested Naruto's ability, but he was able to show that he could fight back. Kakashi intervened in time, otherwise he would have been hurt. Mikoto sighed. And you take it calmly. Fugaku was surprised. Why should I worry? Naruto has long surpassed Itachi and Shisui. He can stand up for himself. She chuckled. You are right. Chapter 46. Forest of Death. The guys were waiting for the boys. Sakura was thinking about the latest events. Flashback. Naruto dropped his bag and moved towards the sound guys. He quietly appeared behind, showing the Sharingan. Kabuto warned us to run away, and apparently he was right. Naruto used his sword to cut open the stomach, using genjutsu, and jumped and stabbed the second one in the neck with his chidori. End of flashback. The pink-haired girl's face darkened, and Shikamaru came to his senses. Shikamaru, Sakura said. The guy barely stood up. Sakura, how much time has passed? 2 days ago, Naruto and Sasuke-kun went to get food, but they never returned. Shikamaru chuckled. Don't worry, they're strong guys compared to us. The brunette grabbed his head. Oh. My head. Sakura smiled. You lost a lot of chakra. That's all. But Naruto and Sasuke arrived. The rest of the teams also came to their senses. Ino blushed a little when she saw Naruto. How are you guys? Sasuke asked, worried. Normal, how are you? Naruto chuckled. Evening came, the boys lit a fire and roasted food. It was a wild boar. Naruto was sitting on a tree and eating pills. Kurama asked tiredly. Maybe you should join them. They know who you are anyway. Naruto replied with a smile. The first rule of Anbu is don't show your face. Kurama narrowed his eyes. You haven't been enrolled in Anbu yet, so don't act like you're an Anbu, and he fell silent again. Ino, chewing, asked. Where's Naruto? Shino pointed his finger to the right at the branch where Naruto was sitting. The guy rested his palm on his knee. Ino asked the girl. Hey, big-headed one, you're not yourself. Sakura sighed tiredly. I remember how Naruto killed the sound shinobi. Although it wasn't his murder, he became more cold-blooded and tough. Sasuke replied. What did you expect? Haruno, he has no family, no close people. If it weren't for our clan that recognized him as one of their own, he would have remained an outcast. I understand him, we are on the same wavelength. He is looking for the culprit in the death of people close to him and will do it. Shikamaru, chewing, also answered. The main thing is that he doesn't go overboard with his revenge, otherwise he'll become as arrogant as Madara. Sasuke nodded in response. It's not for nothing that you're the smartest after your father. Naruto disappeared to take a walk. Ino looked at the branch. Naruto flashed through her head. Sasuke suggested to the others. We need to ask the Hokage to give us a mission without much effort, like collecting herbs or just doing almost nothing, otherwise Anko-san will turn us into not genin at all, but some kind of killers. Shino replied. That's right, and we'll do it after the exam. Meanwhile, Naruto. Naruto looked at the sky. POV. Father, will I really be such a cold-blooded and tough shinobi? Why is the world so cruel? What are the Jonin preparing us for? Yes, I said that I would become Hokage, But did I do it just to cheer up the people around me, to give them motivation to move on? Or did I just say it to relieve tension? I read Abiki-san's mind that I have the gift of changing people, and apparently I am the only person who is capable of this. What do you think, father? What a pity you are not around. I became a very strong shinobi, at the age of 11, a genin. My fate is similar to Kakashi-sensei. He taught me a lot, gave me a lot of wisdom. He is like a father, always by my side, and I am extremely grateful to him. Tomorrow we hope to arrive at the tower and finally sort out this exam. By the way, I met Jiraiya-sensei. The guy grinned and continued. He is such a pervert, and how is he really one of the legendary three? I hardly believe that you are his student, but time will tell. I hope that after the second elimination round he will be able to teach me something. Time will tell, father, Naruto cried. End of POV. The wind blew, Naruto jumped from the branch, approached the boys, some were sleeping, and Sasuke remained to guard. Naruto put his hand on his shoulder. You should get some sleep, you're tired too. The brunette grinned. No, Naruto, you rest, and I'll be on guard. If anything happens I'll wake you up. Naruto lay down next to Ino, looked at the sky and fell asleep after about 5 minutes. The next morning, the boys woke up and Naruto said, let's get to the tower faster. They nodded and started jumping through the trees, but they heard the screams of the other shinobi and tensed up. No need. The sand covered the entire team. Sand waterfall jutsu. Temari was horrified. Naruto clenched his fist. If I get the chance, I'll crush this Gaara, he allows himself a lot. Meanwhile, Guy's team. Neji, did you hear that too? Hyuga nodded. Yes, it looks like the sand shinobi have found the next victim. Lee caught fire. I want to win this fight. Neji chuckled. Winning does not mean winning the battle. Hyuga started thinking about Naruto and smirked. I hope I can fight against you, Naruto Uchiha. Ten asked again. You said he's an Uchiha. Lee was surprised. Don't you know, the Uchiha clan recognized him as their own. Fugaku-san personally monitored him as the clan leader, and that's good, he's under supervision now. Neji sighed. Not everything is as simple as it seems at first glance. Tenten looked at Hyuga. Explain. Fugaku wouldn't immediately accept a stranger into his home. Apparently he made a promise to someone asked to take him in and look after him. You seem to be right, Tenten replied and blushed slightly, looking at Neji. Chapter 47. Naruto and the rest of the guys arrived at the tower. Shino opened the door. Ino was scared. It's kind of scary. Naruto chuckled. Everything is fine, let's go. They entered, closing the door. Each entered the rooms. The sound shinobi were wary of the yellow lightning. Kabuto warned them, they understood who they were dealing with. The guys took out the scrolls. Well, shall we open it? Uchiha Sasuke asked confidently. Team 7 nodded. The guys opened the scroll, and smoke came out. They quickly threw it. Aruka entered the door. You're great, guys, you got there with almost no losses. Naruto smiled at Aruka. He also thanked him for recognizing him and being like a brother. Sakura asked in surprise, how come we almost passed? A total of 13 teams made it. Sakura became gloomy. So more than half were eliminated. He nodded. Yes, you are lucky that your team has experienced genin. Kakashi-san recommended you for a reason. You passed in 3 days, and that is amazing. Sasuke chuckled. Aruka noticed the seal on the Uchiha's shoulder and mentally said, this is the mark of the Hiraishin Jutsu, Naruto, you have surpassed your father. He smiled. Okay, those scrolls you took mean sky, mind, and earth, power. Naruto and Sasuke have these abilities, and you Sakura, sky. Okay, you rest, other teams will come next. He led the boys into the room. The room looked like this. A double bed and a single bed, a small closet, with gloomy windows. Sakura sighed with relief. She relaxed, knowing that the worst was already behind her, and that only the second stage of Chunin would come next. Naruto looked at the scenery of the Forest of Death. Kakashi came up to him. Kakashi-sensei. Hatake chuckled. So how are you guys? Thank you, Kakashi-sensei, for everything. Hatake waved his hands. Come on, Naruto, what are you talking about? We are your teachers and we must teach you everything we know ourselves. I mean that you also recognized me. If it weren't for you, I would have remained on my own. Hatake replied. If a person is closed, then he doesn't need anything. He will be his own man and do unthinkable things. You know the story of Madara, right? And I don't want my students to step on the same rake. Itachi appeared behind them. Guys, sorry to interrupt, but the second elimination round is starting. And, looking at Naruto, he smiled. Hatake put his hand on his shoulder. Good luck to you, and to you too, Naruto. Chapter 48. The guys were in the arena hall. The Hokage began his speech. Here is the second stage of the Chunin exam. You already understood how important it is to work in a team, but that's nothing. The Hokage looked at Fugaku, he nodded, Hiruzen nodded in response. This stage will eliminate another part of the participants, it will test your abilities. And now your next examiner will bring you up to speed. The man coughed, he was a young man of average height with dark eyes and brown hair. He had a sickly-looking face with dark shadows under his eyes. After his resurrection, his face was covered in cracks and his sclera had turned black. Hello guys, my name is Gecko Hayat. I am the third examiner for the Chunin in the second stage. Here you will be allowed to do anything, including ninjutsu and other things. And do not forget, I can stop the fight if I deem it necessary. If the person is unable to move or is in a half-dead state. He turned to the Hokage. Hiruzen signaled to the others that the exam for the second stage of the knockout had begun. Please announce the first board, Hayat shouted. The board lit up and the selection of participants began. Sasuke Uchiha vs Yoroi Akado. Sasuke jumped, but Naruto ended up behind the guy. Let me fight him. Sasuke chuckled. It's enough for your lifetime. Naruto disappeared. Yoroi grinned. Didn't expect it. Naruto became nervous. He turned to Hayat. Gecko-san, may I fight? He shook his head. No. Go back to the arena and wait for your fate. Naruto got angry and disappeared. Sasuke quickly made a seal. Fireball jutsu, the ball flew out of the mouth, heading towards the sounds. The shinobi dodged and with the chakra in his hand hit Sasuke's liver. The brunette fell hard and hit his head. Fugaku and Itachi remained calm. Sasuke got up and attacked again. The guy teleported unnoticed. Kurenai quickly asked. Teleportation. Hatake nodded. Yes, it has Naruto's mark on it. Sasuke appeared behind the genin, throwing him up, showing the Sharingan. Sasuke hit him hard with his hand, and he fell hard on his back to the floor. Hayat stopped the fight. Enough, Sasuke Uchiha has won. Naruto chuckled. Well done, Sasuke appeared unnoticed next to Naruto. Thank you. The girls were delighted. Sasuke-kun, well done, Sasuke-kun. Naruto calmly read the book and waited for his fate. The following scoreboard was formed. Zaku Abumi vs Aburame Shino. Chapter 49. Jiraiya appeared behind the Hokage. Hiruzen smiled. He came after all. Jiraiya turned his head proudly. I'm waiting for Naruto to fight and see how the Uchihas and Kakashi trained him. Itachi smiled. Don't worry, Naruto is well prepared. They passed in 3 days. Jiraiya was surprised. 3 days. Fugaku nodded. Yes, he possesses the same techniques that Minato possessed. Sannin smiled. I wonder what will happen next. Shino Aburame won. Gecko announced the winner. Naruto chuckled. And Shino is not bad. Next boards. The board started to light up. Neji Hyuga vs Hinata Hyuga. Hinata walked forward hesitantly. Kurenai said in her mind. Who would have thought, brother versus sister, even though Hinata is from the main branch, and everything would happen so unexpectedly. Gecko looked at the participants. Jiraiya said, brother against sister. Hiruzen nodded. This is a Chunin exam, not entertainment, there is no mercy. Are you ready to lose to me? Neji said. The girl was upset, she couldn't speak calmly. Yes, brother. Naruto asked Kakashi in surprise. Brother. They are brother and sister. Hatake nodded as he read. Yes, Naruto, but the thing is that Hinata is the main branch, and Neji is the younger one. Hiashi only pays attention to her, she is the future heir of her clan. Because Hinata was born a few seconds earlier, Neji was outraged by this. Naruto asked. Can't we stop this madness? Hatake put his hand on his shoulder. Naruto, this is none of our business, you don't need to interfere in this. This is the clan's business, they will sort it out themselves. But Naruto didn't listen. Hinata, Neji, stop, I don't want to see this madness. Everyone stared at Naruto. Fugaku smirked. It's useless. Naruto, it's better not to interfere. Gecko looked at the guy. Naruto got angry. Grabbing Minato's kunai, Hatake put his palm on his hand and said, no need, Naruto. Naruto sighed heavily, putting the kunai in his pouch. Meanwhile, Neji was striking Hinata. She was dodging the attacks as best she could, but Neji took a stance and struck the girl in the chest with a soft palm. She fell and was unconscious. Naruto was furious. The guy tried to create lightning in his hand, but Sasuke blocked his hand and shook his head. Naruto calmed down. Gecko declared the winner. Neji Hyuga won. The orderlies took Hinata away on a stretcher. Naruto found himself where the girl's blood was, dipped his fingers in it and looked angrily at Neji. Neji, my destiny says that you will lose to me. Neji chuckled evilly. You said you were going to become a cage. Well, you can't become one even if you want to, and believe me, I will do everything for that. While Hyuga was speaking, Naruto put his sword to his throat. Everyone was shocked by the speed, except for the Uchiha and Kakashi. Don't play with fate, otherwise it can turn around, and he said mentally. Hinata, I will avenge you. Chapter 50. Gekko announces the next match. Announce the next round. The scoreboard lit up. Gaara vs Rock Lee. Guy hugged Rock. Go ahead, my beloved student, show him the power of youth. Lee jumped off the barrier. Gaara slowly descended. Naruto became nervous and approached Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, why not me? Hatake put his hand on his shoulder. I don't want you to fight either, much less against a sand Jinchuriki. You'd better enjoy the match. Naruto removed his bandage, copying Lee's movements. Sakura said in shock. Wow, such a fast speed. Guy smiled. This is his signature move, and it will get more interesting from here on out. Lee kicked Gaara, flew up, wrapped around him and flew down. Lotus technique, the guy said, and Gaara hit the rock hard. The Uchihas were shocked. Guy smiled. This is the end. Naruto copied the Lotus technique. But that wasn't the end. Gaara healed and directed the sand at the guy. Sand coffin. Gaara squeezed Lee's hands with his hand and crushed them. The boy couldn't get up. Sand was aimed at Lee to finish the boy off, but Guy intervened, knocking the sand away with his hand. I will not allow the sand to mock my student. Naruto quietly appeared behind Gaara, pressing Minato's kunai to his neck. Temari was shocked by the speed. What is this? Baki replied. This is the technique of the fourth Hokage, the Flying Thunder God technique. Temari asked again. Teleportation. He nodded. Yes, he even surpassed his father in speed. Gaara chuckled evilly. In the next round you are mine, he said and disappeared. Naruto put the kunai under the bag and left. Gekko didn't announce the winner, and that was clear. The board came on again. Naruto Uzumaki vs Kankuro. Naruto took off the bandage. Kankuro chuckled. Come on, Kankuro put out the doll. The doll attacked using needles, but it was a clone. Shadow clone, Kankuro thought, but before he knew it, Naruto appeared behind him with the thousand birds technique and shouted. 1,000 birds. Lightning formed in his hand under the sound of 1,000 birds. The audience was shocked. Naruto activated the Sharingan on Kankuro, but he dispelled the illusion, and the doll grabbed the guy. There was poison in the doll, but Naruto destroyed it with lightning and covered himself in it. Kankuro was surprised. You destroyed the cook. But before he could finish, Naruto immediately plunged his Chidori into his right shoulder, showing his Mangekyo Sharingan. Everyone was shocked. Sasuke asked in surprise, Mangekyo Sharingan. Sakura was shocked, and Naruto smirked, his eyes filled with hatred. The lightning continued to flash. Gekko stopped the duel. Enough. Naruto Uzumaki has won. But Naruto didn't hear him and was making a seal on one hand, but Kakashi intervened and blocked his hand. No need, you won. Naruto nodded to the copy ninja and let go of the puppeteer. Kankuro fell unconscious. Naruto closed the bandage. Chapter 51. Ino's face darkened. She realized Naruto was not the one she knew. He had changed before her eyes, becoming cold-blooded and cruel. Sasuke had become the same. Itachi sighed heavily, and Fugaku asked, well, what do you think, son? Is this a coincidence? How was Naruto able to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan in front of everyone? Do you understand what consequences await us later? We raised a murderer. Itachi sighed. Don't worry, Dad, I'll talk to him. Fugaku crossed his arms over his chest. Do whatever you want. Fugaku continued watching the fight. The Mangekyo itself deactivated, turning into a normal Sharingan. Naruto closed the headband and quietly appeared next to Sasuke. Sasuke closed his eyes and said with a grin, did you notice anything suspicious that just happened to you? Gekko announces the participants. Announce the next scoreboards. Sakura Haruno vs Ino Yamanaka. Well, two best friends are going to fight, Kakashi thought in surprise. Gekko asked. Ready? They nodded. They've started, and jumped back. Ino used the mind transfer technique. Mind transfer. She hit, but it was a genjutsu. Ino was shocked. What is this? Sakura chuckled. Didn't expect that, pork. This technique is Naruto's, he taught it to me, and I was looking for a reason to use it. Get out of my body. Ino came to her senses, but kunai were flying at her. The girl immediately parried them and stood in a stance. Naruto yawned. Boredom. Sasuke chuckled. Well, yes, after you almost killed Kankuro, it will seem boring. But there are also advantages. You can enjoy it. Naruto felt unwell. Hatake managed to grab him. Are you okay? The teacher asked, to which Naruto nodded. Yes, Kakashi, I just used the Sharingan for a long time. Sasuke asked. By the way, how were you able to awaken the Mangekyo? Naruto asked again in shock. Mangekyo. Sasuke was surprised. You don't remember. Although it's not surprising, you must have suffered for a long time. Mangekyo awakens in cases when you have experienced feelings too much. Remember yourself, you suffered constantly. Here's the result. You were too withdrawn and didn't pay attention to anyone. While Sasuke was explaining, the girls punched each other and lost consciousness. Gekko looked at him in surprise. A draw, the Jonin thought. The Hokage nodded. It's a draw, he announced. Next scoreboard. The scoreboard began to form. Kabuto Yakushi vs Kiba Inuzuka. The boys jumped down. Kabuto created chakra in his hand. Asuma said with a smile, this Kabuto is strong. Kurenai nodded. Yes, he is a master spy. Kiba is not his rival, although it will be unpleasant for me as a teacher. Asuma smiled. Well, don't be so upset. You're a great sensei for them. They just weren't all prepared well. Like everyone else. The woman chuckled. Well, compared to Naruto, they are nothing. Naruto has carried out missions that only Chunin and mid-level Jonin can handle. While they were talking, Kabuto formed a seal. Water jutsu, water jet, the jet flew out at the dog handler. The shock wave hit him hard, and Kiba hit the wall along with Akamaru. Gekko declared the winner. Enough, Kabuto Yakushi has won. Jiraiya smiled as he looked at Naruto. What's wrong, Jiraiya-san? Did you like this guy? Sanin nodded. Yes, perhaps I will take him as an apprentice. Itachi smiled. You won't regret it, he is very talented. Sanin, closing his eyes, grinned at the statement. I have no doubt. Chapter 52. Naruto closed his eyes and leaned his hands on the fence. Sasuke hugged his friend and watched the duel. Gekko announces the next match. Announce the next scoreboard. The board came up. Temari vs Tenten. The rivals stood next to each other. Tenten was weak, she specialized in weapon mastery, and Temari was a specialist in long-range wind attacks. Naruto analyzed the thoughts of the Sand One with his Sharingan under his mask. The guy understood what would happen next. Sasuke asked with a grin, are you going to continue copying techniques? Naruto chuckled. No, I'm just watching what the outcome will be. Naruto closed his eyes again. The girls began the duel. Ten unsealed her katana and moved towards the Sand One. She was fast. Temari didn't see it right away. Ten swung her katana towards the girl, but she dodged. Temari swung her fan at Tenten. The storm flew towards the girl. The other participants were also caught by the wind. Naruto calmly endured the wind. Tenten tried to get up. She is strong, you have to admit it. Tenten raised her hand. I give up. Gekko announces the winner. Temari won. Naruto found himself next to the girl. Good girl, Temari, let's go somewhere maybe. Temari blushed slightly. I don't know, what will my brothers say? Naruto smiled. The girl blushed even more. It suits you, and he smiled sweetly through the mask. The girl tried to pull herself together, but it didn't work. Ino got angry. This Naruto allows himself a lot. He hits on a girl who is from a different village, Cable. Naruto smiled at her. Then after the exam, Temari nodded sheepishly. Naruto disappeared. Hatake smiled. Did you like the girl from Pesik? Naruto chuckled. Well, it's not that I liked her, I like her. Kakashi made a serious face. I hope you haven't forgotten, they're our allies, but you shouldn't relax, there are also members of Akatsuki among the Sandmen. Naruto nodded. I understand that, Kakashi-sensei. Hatake continued reading the book. Chapter 53. The board came on again. Akamaiki Choji vs Dosu Kinuta. Choji made a seal. Meet tank. Dosu chuckled. It seems that this is his signature technique. He dodged the attack. Choji hit the wall. And finished him off with a sound wave. Gekko declared the winner. Enough, Dosu Kinuta has won. Asuma scratched his head. Next fight, announced the scoreboard. Shikamaru Nara vs Tsuchi Kin. Naruto chuckled. Is she from Sound? Hatake nodded. Leader Orochimaru. Naruto asked again. Who is this? Hatake answered uncertainly. This is one of the legendary Sannin. Like Tsunade too, he really betrayed everyone and went to the side of darkness. Now he is somewhere here, and I feel it. He is strong, Naruto, even though you are stronger than all the other guys here, but you need to train. Naruto asked. What is this Orochimaru doing here? It seems he didn't come here for no reason. Shikamaru Nara 1. Kin lost consciousness. Shikamaru sighed tiredly. It's bullshit, and lazily walked on. Naruto smiled at his friend. Ino ignored the guy. Gekko looked at the participants. There were now 9 of them, and this, Gaara, Temari, Neji, Dosu, Sasuke, Naruto, Shikamaru, Shino, Kabuto. Gekko looked at Anko. She jumped off the fence. Well, that's better. Now you're down from 20 to 9. As I promised, even more teams have been eliminated. The next stage is in a month, kittens. I advise you to prepare well. She looked at the Hokage. Hiruzen began his speech. The second individual stage of the Chunin exam is over. You showed yourselves well, and we also thank the other participants in this duel. I hope the guys weren't hurt too much. The next stage is in a month. Everyone is free. The guys dispersed, but Naruto met Shisui near the exit. Shisui. He nodded. Hello, Sasuke. Sasuke greeted him. Shall we go for a walk? Naruto nodded. I heard how your exam went. You did well. Naruto chuckled. But the fact that you awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan in front of everyone was a shock to all of us. I myself don't know how this happened. Okay, you rest today, and tomorrow I will teach you my illusion technique. Naruto asked again. What kind of technology is this? Kotoamatsukami. Naruto asked again in surprise. Kotoamatsukami. Shisui nodded. That's right, go get some rest and come to training. They've already split up. Chapter 54. Uchiha Azumi was patrolling the clan's territory when Ino approached. The girl approached her. What's the matter? Ino asked. Excuse me, please, I came to see Naruto. Can I come in? Azumi sighed. What do you think this is? A walk-through yard. Just so you know, girl from the Yamanaka clan, they don't let just anyone in here. I won't allow anyone to come here like it's their home. Ino asked. Well, please, I don't know your name. My name is Azumi, Uchiha Azumi, and I am Itachi's girlfriend. Ino begged. Please, please. Itachi jumped off the roof. What's the matter? Asked the clan genius. Well, this girl is persistently trying to come to our territory. Itachi sighed. If about Naruto, then it is impossible. Firstly, we came to the conclusion that this is the territory of another clan, and it must be guarded, and secondly, this is really not a walk-through yard, you understand. Naruto became an Uchiha, and he is among us. Now they are training with Shisui. Jiraiya will also come. We gave him official permission, and without the knowledge of any of us, shinobi from another village or another clan are not allowed to enter the territory of our clan. Ino sadly lowered her head. Itachi put his hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, I'll tell Naruto that you're waiting, but training is the most important thing right now. Sasuke is also training on a separate training ground with Kakashi. They are 2 blocks away from us. You can go to them. The girl left. Itachi looked at Azumi. Okay, you rest, and I'll be on guard. Meanwhile, Shisui and Naruto. The training ground was beautiful. Forest all around, a waterfall, and pillars with targets for throwing shurikens. Shisui dissolved into the form of crows. Look, this is the Mangekyo Sharingan technique. Thanks to it, if someone tries to kill you, you can put the attacker under genjutsu. Shisui imperceptibly appeared an eye similar to the Byakugan. Naruto was terrified. What's wrong with the eye? Jonin chuckled. Don't worry, this is a special technique of Mangekyo Sharingan, Azanami. This technique allows you to save the life of the user. If he tries to kill, then he will be able to replace himself with the corpse of the original. Not everyone has this ability. This is a unique Kekkei Genkai. Shisui activated his eye to the normal Sharingan. By the way, have you been told about this property? Naruto nodded. Yes. But Jiraiya came. Shisui grinned. You're just in time. Jiraiya chuckled. I came to see my favorite student. Naruto smiled. Itachi said. Don't worry, the territory here is securely guarded. You can take off your mask. Naruto took it off. The guy was cute, an exact copy of Minato, the same hair and 3 stripes on his face with a Sharingan on his right eye. Jiraiya smiled. Let's start training, I'll prepare you even better, the Sannin said with a smile. Naruto smiled. I have no doubt, perverted hermit. The boys laughed. Have we seen each other yet? Shisui asked with a smile. It happened at the hot springs. I barely escaped from my pursuers. I had to use Kakashi's genjutsu. Itachi scratched the back of his head. What a story. Chapter 55. Jiraiya sat down near the tree, leaning his back, resting his palm on his knee. Naruto, I was told that you fought Akatsuki on equal terms. The guy nodded. Yes, but he was incredibly strong, I couldn't resist him. Jiraiya chuckled and said in his mind. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, right, Minato? You've thought of everything, maybe at least the boy will see you in person, he smiled. Okay, you know that in addition to the usual chakra, you also have another chakra. The fox chakra gives more chakra than usual, that is, it means that you have, so to speak, an endless flow of power. Naruto was surprised. Does this mean that the red chakra inside can give an even greater increase in strength? Sanan nodded, smiling. Yes. This kid is smart. With these thoughts he stood up. Okay, in order to activate another chakra, you must be free of the normal chakra. Naruto nodded, forming the clone technique. Jiraiya was surprised. Does he know the cloning technique? The Uchihas were not there, they left him alone. Multiple cloning jutsu. Azumi looked from the roof, watching the boy, and smiled. As stubborn as Sasuke. Listen, people, I need to use up regular chakra to activate the next chakra. Your job is to try to kill me, okay? 200 clones nodded. Sanan smiled. This guy created so many clones, he doesn't need a shinobi army. Let's. Clones attacked, 10 clones threw shuriken, Naruto disappeared. Shurikens hit 5 clones, they dispersed, Naruto himself attacked using jutsu. Wind jutsu, air flow. A strong flow was directed towards the clones, it dispelled another 50 clones. Sanan smiled. The other 20 clones cut Naruto off and tried to hit him with Konoha's taijutsu whirlwind, but Naruto activated his Sharingan and stabbed one of them with his sword. Now there were 170 clones, Naruto made a seal. Fireball jutsu. A ball came out of his mouth, killing half of the clones. The remaining clones attacked one by one, Naruto began to fight them off. The clone that hit the guy was even surprised, but Naruto switched himself with another clone, and he himself knocked him out in the jaw with his foot. So by the end of the day the guy had used up his regular chakra and was exhausted. Sanan stood up. Great, now make the seal and release the red chakra. Naruto made a seal and the chakra was released for a while. The girl was surprised. So this is what the Kyuubi's chakra is like. Naruto was covered in red chakra, his shirt was torn, the seal was visible on the guy's stomach. So the fourth one put a seal, the Sanan created a seal on his fingers, hitting him in the stomach, Naruto fell in pain. What are you doing? Sanan smiled. Relax, I've strengthened the seal. Naruto fell down dead. Sanan smiled, sitting down next to him. I was thinking, maybe we can be together. Naruto was surprised. What about the Uchihas? Sanan smiled. Don't worry about them, you'll come and visit them as before, you've become one of them, and I'll discuss you with Fugaku. After all, he's your guardian, consider him family, you can take someone with you during your free time together. Naruto chuckled. Thank you. Jiraiya hugged the guy. Chapter 56. Naruto continued to train with Jiraiya, he taught the boy a lot about how to control the fox's chakra. Sasuke also became stronger, Itachi taught his brother to use his eyes correctly, taught him how to use the fire element, and Kakashi taught him Chidori. Each time, the guys became stronger and stronger. Jiraiya also taught Naruto the summoning technique, the contract was concluded with Naruto's blood, and the guy could summon toads. Days passed, the other teams did not lag behind either. Kabuto trained with Orochimaru, as did Dosu, the Sand team also trained at their training ground, Sakura and Ino made peace after a fight, Shikamaru trained his clan's technique, Asuma trained him, taught him the wind element and gave him a sword bought in a weapons store. Shino learned to control beetles well, Shisui watched Naruto train. Jonan was surprised that the blonde at the age of a genin learned to summon. There are 2 weeks left until the exam. Naruto and Sasuke passed from Team 7. Sasuke started to get mad because Naruto wasn't leaving him alone. He started to get angry and clenched his fist. Damn Naruto, he said mentally. He's getting stronger than me, I'll destroy him. After the Chunin exam, Naruto came to the training ground and saw Shikamaru with Asuma. Hi guys. Shikamaru stopped. Naruto. The guy nodded. Hello, Naruto, Asuma said. What brings you here? To watch or to spar? Naruto smiled. Just to have a look. Asuma continued to teach Shikamaru. Shikamaru mastered the wind elemental technique. Naruto was surprised that a guy from the Nara clan, who specialized in shadow techniques, learned to control the elements. Asuma stopped. By the way, how are the trainings going? He asked. Naruto chuckled. Mastered the summoning technique. Asuma smiled. Even so, the blonde nodded. It's not surprising, you and Sasuke were the best in the academy, as far as I can remember. But Sakura came. Where do you go? Sakura-chan. Naruto asked in surprise. She got angry. Never use the suffix chan. Understood. Naruto nodded. She grabbed the guy by the ear. There's an Uchiha clan meeting going on. Sasuke asked me to find you, and here you are, chilling out. She tugged at his ear. Ouch. It hurts. Sakura smiled. Be patient, you're a ninja. Asuma smiled. They would make a great couple. Shikamaru shook his head. No, Asuma, Naruto also has fans, and from other villages too. Asuma scratched his head. What young people. Chapter 57. Fugaku sat with the rest of the Uchiha clan. Itachi sat next to his father. Naruto and Sasuke came in. Fugaku began his speech, not taking his eyes off the blonde. As you know, we are going to talk about the Chunin exam. I called an emergency meeting. One of the guys asked, what is the reason? Itachi closed his eyes and replied, Akatsuki. They were shocked. Akatsuki. He nodded. Yes, during the exam, one of them tried to penetrate our territory and take Naruto, but it didn't work. Naruto clenched his fist. What about other villages? Fugaku closed his eyes and replied, there's sand here too, that's what's bothering me. Are you saying that Team Sand is somehow connected to Akatsuki? Itachi nodded. Not somehow, but that's how it is. Shisui sighed heavily. You had to disturb us. I order the Konoha military police to keep an eye on the Sand team, and if anything happens, report it to me immediately. One of them asked. What is Naruto doing here? Itachi smiled. He also needs to be present at this meeting. As for Pesk, I was watching him, analyzing the situation. These guys are not friendly. We need to form a squad of 3 people who will watch Pesk and begin surveillance. Does the Hokage know? Itachi nodded. Yes, Shisui reported it. Shisui activated the Mangekyo. And not just knows, they turned their heads to Shisui, and looked at the Mangekyo, as Naruto took off the bandage, but Fugaku put his hand on his shoulder, shook his head. Naruto calmed down and closed the bandage. Shisui told what happened a day ago, showing the past a day earlier. Clear. Fugaku said. And one more thing. They turned their attention to the clan leader. Your task is to cooperate with the Anbu. With Anbu, they only know how to kill, they have no feelings. Itachi smiled. Feelings, then. Uchiha showed the Sharingan. In the darkness, the eyes were clearly visible. Enough, eldest son. Sasuke overheard the conversation. Is sand really dangerous? The boy asked himself. Then there were a number of other problems. Fugaku appointed the guy as a member of the Konoha military police. You are under a secret mission. Fugaku gave Naruto a bandage, put it on and fixed it. He called Shisui. Shisui, take Naruto under your command. Jonin nodded. Got it. Sasuke got angry and disappeared. Naruto came out. Shisui brought the guy up to speed. Chapter 58. Shisui's team went outside the village. Naruto was among them. The guys disappeared. Hiruzen looked ahead from the residence. But Itachi appeared. So how did it go? Itachi removed the lion mask. It's been better. The boys were jumping on the trees. Shisui, where are we going? To the Akatsuki lair. We need to follow. Muta sighed. Oh. We'll get into a lot of trouble. Shisui chuckled. Naruto looked at the Akatsuki lair. So this means this is the very lair. Shisui nodded. Yes. Byakugan for 2 hours. Hyuga nodded. Byakugan. The eyes activated. What do you see? There are 15 of them, and each has unique abilities. Naruto asked in a hurry. Is that bastard in the mask there? He nodded. It looks like the one in the mask is the main one among them. Naruto took hold of his sword, but Shisui stopped the blonde by putting his hand on his shoulder. If you haven't forgotten, we have a mission. Our task is to scout out the situation, and now let's go. Naruto reluctantly put the sword back. And they disappeared. Pain looked at the door. It looks like they noticed us. Kisame chuckled. Konoha shinobi again. Pain nodded. That's right, figure out what's going on, Deodara, you'll go with him. Day began to get indignant. Who would go with this idiot anyway? I'd rather handle this myself. Okay. Myself. Kisame directed Samehada at Deodara. One more word and you might as well be dead. Pain sighed heavily. Fulfill. They came out of the shelter and started to pursue. The Hyuga clan member sensed something was wrong. Shisui quickly asked, what's the matter? They spotted us. Shito moved forward. Where are you going? Wait. Oh. Damn. We'll all help. Deodara chuckled. So you are the Jinchuriki of the leaf. Keep in mind that you won't be as lucky as you were at the exam. Naruto created a Chidori. Lightning flashed 1,000 birds. Kisame grinned. Just don't act like a rat, okay? Day got angry. They didn't give her the word. Kisum chuckled. You have a lot of nerve, and attacked Shisui, who blocked it with his sword, but it was useless. Naruto said in a hurry, this guy wields a sword, his ability is to absorb chakra. It's not for nothing that he was called the Bayu without a tail. Shisui jumped back into the tree. This is a problematic one. Hyuga took a stance. 64 strikes of heaven. Naruto was surprised. Day was angry. Hey, kid. Naruto paid attention, but Deidara flew at him at a furious speed, then jumped off. Art is. Shisui started to shout at the guy, but. Explosion, cats. There was a huge explosion. Shisui shouted. Naruto, but it was a mistake. Naruto used Izanami. Shisui grinned. You really scared me. Naruto used Chidori, cut Deidara's bird, but there was another explosion. The guy dissolved into the form of crows. Meanwhile, the rest. Shisui, he is strong. The guy nodded. Well, are you ready to die? Kisum made a seal and said, water element, water wave. Shisui repeated the seal. The element of water, water wave. Naruto absorbed lightning into the water. Kisum was struck by lightning. Shisui chuckled. You sort yourself out. The guy grinned, fighting against Deidara. Naruto showed the Mangekyo. Deidara was surprised. Come on, Mangekyo Sharingan. The guy started bleeding, and Shisui understood from his eyes what kind of technique it was. Amaterasu. Deidara started to burn. His arm was burning and he had to cut his arm off. Kisum sighed. That you can't do everything like a human being. And he swung his sword at Naruto, but Guy intervened. Leaf hurricane, and Kisum crashed into a tree with his back. Shisui was surprised. Guy. Maito nodded. Yes, the Hokage sent me for you. He turned his attention to the eye. What about Naruto? Naruto replied. Amaterasu. There is no time to explain. We need to run. They disappeared. Deidara went berserk. Hey, Konoha brat, you won't get off so easily next time. Next came Day's displeasure with obscene language. Chapter 59. Naruto and Shisui's team came to the village. The villagers met the guy with hostility as usual, hating him. Shisui didn't pay attention, as did Naruto. Gossips began. How could the Uchiha allow this demon to become a shinobi? The woman hit her finger with her palm. Quiet you, that will attract even more attention. I heard that this Jinchuriki has become incredibly strong, equal in strength to the first Hokage. The man was surprised. This brat. Naruto walked further. The guy understood what the threat to the villager was. So they reached the residence. I received news from Itachi. You are great. Hiruzen turned his attention to the guy's eye. Have there been any changes to your eye? Shisui nodded. Yes, he demonstrated Amaterasu. Hiruzen was surprised, as was Asuma. Even so, Asuma said. Shisui nodded. Hiruzen continued. As far as I know, this technique is only available to the Uchiha clan. Shisui agreed. But there are exceptions to the rule. Asuma scratched his head. Girls should be pining over you, Naruto. Naruto smiled, taking off his mask. True, but I'm not chasing a relationship yet. Hiruzen sighed. That's not the point. We got distracted, so what about Akatsuki? Hyuga replied. Two of them, Deidara and Kisum. One uses clays, apparently a master of demolitions, and the other uses the sword Samehada. Hiruzen began to sweat lightly. I heard a story about this sword. Only experienced shinobi can carry it. Shisui said. By the way, Naruto has one of the swords. Hiruzen was surprised and asked. Naruto, is this true? Naruto nodded. Zabudza gave it to me, said that he was no longer needed, and I decided not to waste it, but he is too big. I need training so that I can cope with him. Hiruzen stood up and looked out the window. You have 4 days left before the exam. It will decide your fate. Kakashi was near the window. Hokage-sama. Naruto was surprised. Kakashi-sensei. Hatake smiled. Hello, you were gone for 3 days. Where were you? Naruto smiled. On a mission. Hatake smiled. Just like me. Oh yeah, I finished spying on them. What will you tell? Hatake sighed. So far everything is fine, just normal guys. Hiruzen was worried. Clear. Hatake looked at Naruto. Naruto, if anything, I'll help you out even more, because there are 4 days left until the exam. Naruto nodded. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Hatake smiled and disappeared. Hiruzen turned around. You can rest too. Naruto concerns you first and foremost. The guy lowered his head. Everyone left. Hiruzen and Naruto were left alone. Naruto, I understand that you are tired of all the gossip, but I can't influence everyone. I know you want to revenge your parents' death. But, Naruto interrupted. We found that masked bastard. I wanted to intervene in the fight, but Shisui stopped me. Hiruzen sighed. You did the right thing. Do you understand that it would have ended badly? You are the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox. It is a tasty morsel for them. They have 15 elite squads of criminals, and each has unique abilities. In your current state you can only detain no more than that, especially since you have become like family to me. Naruto burst into tears. Hiruzen hugged the guy. Everything will be fine. Naruto wiped away his tears. And by the way, keep an eye on Konohamaru. Naruto smiled. Is he misbehaving? Hiruzen chuckled. I once painted on my face that I was old. Naruto chuckled. Understood. Hiruzen walked away from the guy and sat down at the table. Okay, take a rest. You will be resting this month. You can join. Naruto yawned and left the office. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, right, Jiraiya? He smiled, smoking his pipe. Chapter 60. Naruto walked through the village, his hands in his pockets. The villagers still hated the guy, but the blonde didn't pay attention to it. On the way he met Kakashi, who was reading a book. Hello, Naruto, how are you? I'm not doing anything, as you can see. Hatake smiled. Let's practice. Naruto smiled. Meanwhile, at Sasuke's Chidori, lightning flashed 1,000 birds. Itachi watched the brunette with a smile. Sasuke hit the rock with Chidori. Sakura yawned tiredly as she walked around Konoha. The girl decided to gossip and entered a flower shop and saw Ino. Howl. Ah. Big-headed one, is that you? The girl smiled. Hello to you too, Pork. Itachi jumped off the cliff, calling out to Sasuke. Have you come to watch? Itachi smiled. Sasuke, forgive me for not paying attention to you. I understand that I made a mistake in relation to you, but you yourself understand that I cannot pay attention to both you and Naruto. Sasuke started to get angry. Don't say that name to me. Itachi was surprised. Sasuke, do you understand what will happen if you fight? There is no need to complicate the situation. If you get clingy over a trifle, irreversible consequences will begin. Sasuke leaned his back against the destroyed rock. So what should I do? Itachi hugged his younger brother. Do what you must, but don't kill your best friend. And he disappeared. Sasuke came to the courtyard of the estate and saw his father. Father, Fugaku stopped. What about son? Sasuke called the man to his training ground. Chidori, lightning flashed. Fugaku mentally said, this is your technique, isn't it, Kakashi? Sasuke hit the rock. Fugaku turned around and said, you can be proud of such a son. And he disappeared. Sasuke left his training ground and came to the courtyard of the estate. Itachi looked at the sky. Brother, the elder Uchiha turned around. Sasuke, and put his hand on his head. Don't do something stupid, and smiled. Sasuke smiled back. The younger Uchiha was happy that his father acknowledged him. The Uchihas began to eat dinner. Mikoto quickly asked, where is Naruto? Fugaku sighed. Don't worry so much, he's training with Kakashi. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Naruto. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei, for the training, you taught me a lot. Hatake smiled and replied. Everything is learned in training. This is not our last training. It's good that the third Sama gave you a day off, because you have the final stage. By the way, do you like Hinata? Naruto was surprised by this question. Why do you ask? Hatake chuckled. You swore that you would avenge her. Naruto frowned. Remember you once told us that anyone who doesn't complete a mission is trash, but anyone who abandons their comrades in trouble is worse than trash. That's why I can't just sit back and watch Neji be so selfish. I'll set him straight. Hatake smiled. What if they put you against Gaara? Naruto looked at the gray-haired man. I didn't think about it, although Sasuke is keeping an eye on this guy. Hatake and Naruto were passing by a ramen shop. Shall we go in? They entered. Oh, Kakashi-san, what an unexpected meeting. Hatake chuckled. Let's skip the formalities, Chuki-san. Okay, what do you want? Naruto replied with a smile. Ramen. And more of it. Chuki served ramen half an hour later. Ayami stared at the son of the White Fang with loving eyes. Naruto was surprised. So fast. Hatake chuckled. Thank you, here, I paid for both. And they left, and the seller and his daughter still couldn't come to their senses. So they walked again. Are you going to the Uchiha quarter? Naruto shook his head. You shouldn't abuse hospitality, Kakashi-sensei, I'm going to my place. Hatake went his way, and Naruto disappeared into Hiraishin. So the guy ended up at home. Chapter 61. Naruto woke up. It was already 10 in the morning. The guy of course overslept. Oh. Damn, I slept through the exam, AAA. Naruto quickly began to dress, put on his uniform and ran through the center of Konoha, not noticing anything on his way, knocking down Chuki with food. Oh you. Naruto smiled. Chuki was surprised. Naruto, I'll kill you, damn it, kid. Naruto didn't listen to the lines, he knocked down Itachi now. Itachi hit his head on the pole. Where are you flying to? Itachi looked at Naruto. Naruto. The guy was out of breath. I need to go to the exam, otherwise I won't have time. Itachi sighed and pointed to the cart. The boys were given a lift. Can it be done faster? Meanwhile, at the exam, the examiner began to get worried. 8 participants. If this continues. The audience was unhappy. Hiruzen sighed tiredly, as did Fugaku. Well, what do you think? Fugaku walked away from the Hokage and looked at the participants. They must not be late. But they didn't have to wait long. The horse knocked Itachi and Naruto over, they flew out of the cart, Naruto ended up under Itachi. Temari closed her eyes and turned away slightly. The audience was perplexed. Mikoto sighed. As always. Itachi shook him, and Naruto lay in shock, his head slightly dirty. Itachi helped him up. Gaara closed his eyes. Shikamaru sighed tiredly. Where have you been? Naruto scratched his head guiltily. Sorry, I'm late. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. Well hello Naruto, I hope you'll be a rival. Naruto walked up to Kabuto. Don't doubt it. The examiner was at the Hokage's. Third Sama, what are we going to do? Uchiha is still missing. Hiruzen nodded in response. You can start without him. For now, Genma nodded. So, guys, you've already read the familiarization sheet of who will be fighting. Oh yeah? I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Genma Shiranu. I'm the third examiner for the Chunin exam, so, the first board. Kabuto Yakushi vs Dosu Kinuta. Kabuto took a stance. The examiner announced the duel. The battle began. Kabuto threw shurikens. Dosu was slow but moved quickly. Naruto watched from the second floor, talking to Shikamaru. Sound wave. The wave was very powerful. The guy's ears started bleeding. Orochimaru was in the form of the third Kazekage. Kabuto didn't lose his head, using wind element. The element of wind, gust. Naruto was surprised. Does he have wind? Shino looked at Kabuto. Dosu crashed into the wall. Kabuto used the chakra in his hand to hit his heart. The examiner announced the winner. Kabuto Yakushi won. Next match. Shino Aburame. The examiner looked at the sand, against Gaara. Shino declined, saying he wanted to watch the next match. The examiner sighed. Next match is Naruto Uzumaki vs Neji Hyuga. Naruto found himself next to the examiner. Neji went down to the arena. Tenten said. Naruto, I'm sorry, but you're going to lose. Neji is considered a genius after you. The boys stood in a stance. Naruto grabbed the katana. The examiner announced the duel. We've started. Naruto threw shurikens. Neji parried the attack. Byakugan. The eyes activated. Naruto appeared in front of Neji and immediately disappeared. Hyuga hit him in the stomach with a soft palm. He crashed into the wall, falling to the ground. Itachi got nervous. Come on, Naruto. Naruto started the conversation. Why is there enmity between you? Hyuga reluctantly replied. Hinata was born first. She is the heiress of the clan of the elder branch. I learned all the techniques of the main branch, and activating Juken, he attacked the guy. Naruto did not expect that he would be fast. 64 strikes of heaven. Neji started to strike. Hinata felt unwell. She is tall. Kiba went after her. Are you okay? Neji meanwhile dealt the finishing blow, but it was a clone. Itachi smiled. The ground shook violently. Naruto absorbed the lightning element on the ground with his feet, stood on the hilt of the katana. Neji successfully dodged. Naruto took hold of the bandage. You want something serious? Neji frowned, looking at Naruto. The blonde took off his headband, revealing the Mangekyo Sharingan. The audience was surprised. So be it. Hiruzen smiled. Mangekyo, that'll be interesting. Naruto looked at Neji with an evil look with his Mangekyo Sharingan. Fugaku understood that Naruto was serious. Kiba looked at the eye. Mangekyo Sharingan. You have chosen your fate. Neji, you will lose to me. I will change your attitude towards the Hyuga clan, reconcile you to fate. Naruto made a seal. Fire Jutsu, giant fireball. Neji prepared himself for the worst. Chapter 62. The ball flew towards Hyuga. Neji used a spin. Rotation. A whirlwind appeared. The fire continued to burn. Naruto immediately next to Hyuga. In front, hitting his knee on the chin, grabbed Neji rose up. Naruto was right there. Hyuga didn't have time to react. Uzumaki jumped out of the ground with the 1,000 birds technique and struck the guy in the shoulder. Neji realized that he was losing consciousness. Naruto immediately caught him and carried him to the hospital. You are also cunning, Naruto. You hid underground and waited for the right moment. How could I not have realized? The guy grinned, closing the bandage. It's all experience, Neji. Well, you apologize to Hinata. Neji nodded. That's what I'll do. This guy is no slouch in defeating a descendant of the Hyuga clan. Izumo smiled. He'll have more experience. He's not a timid person. Kakashi has a strong team. Kotetsu chuckled. Well, what do you want? Like teacher, like genin. And Naruto continued. Even though you are considered a genius, but remember, with your thinking that you are a genius, and being too self-confident in yourself, not listening to anyone, you will remain alone for the rest of your life. Think about it. Naruto lifted Neji. The winner is announced. Naruto Uzumaki won. Itachi smiled. And he did well to defeat a descendant of the Hyuga clan. Mikoto sat and watched the fight next to her husband. The spectators applauded, standing up because of such nobility. Is this what I think it is, Sakura? Haruno replied. At first glance he may seem cold-blooded, but if you become closer friends, he is even very pleasant. Ino blushed slightly. Sakura noticed. Are you in love with Naruto? The examiner announces the next round. Meanwhile, in the hospital. The sister pointed where to go, and Naruto took Neji to the hospital and put him to bed. Neji asked, why do you care so much about your friends, risking your life? Naruto walked up to the window, reluctantly answering. You are my close friends. Friends will always come first, even when it comes to impossible missions. You know, Neji looked at the boy. I've only learned one lesson from all of this. Neji asked. And what kind? Naruto chuckled, walked over and put his hand on her shoulder. It doesn't matter where you are, it doesn't matter how many miles away you are, if someone needs you, they will find you. As you are, so will your friends be. Naruto turned around, leaving. The guy opened the door, turning left, and apologized to Hinata. Neji chuckled. Okay, and you forgive me. Naruto grinned at his friend and disappeared. Chapter 63. Naruto didn't like this Chunin exam. The guy found himself on the roof of the arena, watching what was happening. And he saw the Root fighters. Naruto was surprised. Root, what are they doing here? Naruto started counting. The guy was tense. 8 members of the Anbu Root. Naruto was near the guys. Gaara turned his attention to the blonde. Kankuro was also among the participants, but did not take part. Oh no, that's bad. The examiner announces the winner. Temari versus Shikamaru Nara. Shikamaru started screaming, I refuse. Asuma scratched his head. He was always so lazy, but now, for some reason, he has become completely lazy. Naruto giggled and kicked his friend, Shikamaru falling with his hands spread. The guy looked at Naruto with displeasure. Damn, I'll still remember that kick in the ass. Temari sighed heavily. Hey you. She stuck her fan on the ground. Shikamaru yawned. Women again. The audience began to rage. Hey, get started already, you had a month to prepare, ooh. Genma tried to calm the audience. Quiet, quiet, there will be a duel you've been waiting for. Temari said with a grin. Since you don't announce it, I'll do it myself, and she attacked Shikamaru. I haven't given the go-ahead yet. Temari didn't listen. I hate the brave, took a couple of kunai and disappeared. After the sand strike, Naruto leaned against the wall. Itachi smiled. Things are about to get interesting. I don't care about this exam, but I certainly won't allow myself to be beaten by a woman like a baby on the doorstep. Temari waved her fan and Shikamaru disappeared again. Of course, it's not proper for a guy to beat up a girl, but she's asking for it. Temari swung her fan with all her might. The wind hit the audience as well. I won't let you hide forever. Temari saw the shadow. She tried to jump away. Naruto smiled. You say it's not proper to hit women, well. Temari emphasized the line. Okay, I see. With the shadow jutsu you control the shadow you're standing on, for example, the shadow from the walls, and no matter how you stretch it, it won't reach here, am I right? Naruto chuckled as he looked at the sand. Shikamaru chuckled. You figured me out. Temari smiled. Here is the limit, 15 meters 32 centimeters. Asuma was surprised. This. Kurenai asked. What is he doing? This is his special method. He analyzes the opponent's tactics. Shikamaru is more of a strategist than a fighter. Like Naruto, Naruto immediately rushes into trouble. What the? The shadow almost reached Temari, but she dodged again, breathing heavily. Shikamaru smiled. The shadow suddenly reached Temari. She was grabbed. What? Shikamaru smiled. Naruto jumped out with the 1,000 birds technique for a reason. This hole is 3 meters deep, and there is a shadow in the hole. That's where you got caught. The examiner announces the winner. Shikamaru Nara won. Shikamaru raised his hand. To hell with it, I give up. Temari was surprised. What did you say? I give up. I don't want to get my hands dirty with all this. Genma chuckled. Then, Temari won. Naruto started to get angry. Shino was calm. Relax, he's always been lazy. Naruto sighed. I'll clear his head, you'll see. Shino smiled. I would even pay for it. Naruto appeared unnoticed in front of the sand. Temari, the girl looked at Naruto. Let's go somewhere after the exam. She blushed slightly and nodded. See, come on. Ino was angry. Damn you, Naruto. Sakura sighed. Naruto was back next to Shino. Sasuke is late. Shino sighed. They will definitely come, you can believe me. Chapter 64. Naruto remembered the pleasant training with the perverted hermit while waiting for Sasuke and chuckled. Flashback. Naruto and Jiraiya sat down to rest. Jiraiya leaned his back against a tree, having a small picnic with the blonde. The Sannin smiled and said, Naruto, you can take off your mask. The guy took off his mask and they started eating. Jiraiya, chewing on cutlets on a stick, asked, Listen, what's under your protector? Some kind of scar. Naruto chuckled. We have become close. Jiraiya-san, you are almost like a father to me, so I can trust you. And he took off the bandage. Sannin was surprised. Is this the Uchiha Sharingan? Naruto nodded. Aha, he answered, chewing. How did you end up with it? Shisui saved me from drunken Chunin, and I owe him, but he once told me that he did it just to keep me from dying. I was on the verge of death. Sannin frowned. If I had known this story earlier, I would have strangled them with my bare hands. Naruto chuckled. You see, Jiraiya, Sannin smiled. I understand you know your parents. Naruto was surprised. Yes, and how did you understand? Sannin grinned again. Old man Hiruzen once told me this story. And by the way, you know that you are my godson. Naruto was surprised. Godson. Yes, your father asked me to look after you somehow. Apparently he understood that something bad would happen. Naruto became sad. The Sannin hugged the guy. Don't be sad, Naruto. You should only be happy. I understand your feelings perfectly. As long as I'm alive, I won't let anyone hurt you. Naruto chuckled. Perverted hermit, I can take care of myself. Sannin chuckled and said. I see how you take care of yourself. Eat ramen every day and leave the Uchiha quarter from time to time. Naruto asked. But the third asked for something else. Sannin nodded. Yes, find a worthy replacement for him. I have someone in mind. Naruto asked while chewing his food. And who then? Sannin darkened slightly. The legendary loser, and also a Sannin like me, Tsunade of the Senju clan. Naruto said. Tell me about her. Sannin reluctantly answered. Tsunade studied with me and Orochimaru at the academy. Our mentor was the third Hokage. Naruto was surprised. So, you were all taught by old man third. Sannin, smiling, put his hand on his head. That's right, at first Tsunade didn't acknowledge me and always beat me, like with you and Sakura. Naruto crossed his arms. You compared them, damn it. Sannin hugged the guy. Tsunade met Dan. This guy dreamed of becoming Hokage, but fate decreed otherwise. He died on a mission. Tsunade tried to save him, but she couldn't. Sannin became a little sad. Then Tsunade somehow gave a fluken to the first Hokage, the younger brother, Nawaki. He also dreamed of becoming Hokage. But during the Third World War, he also died before her eyes, and she developed a phobia. She is afraid of blood, even though she is a medical ninja. Naruto became sad. After this I begin to understand her. She lost her loved ones. Hey, pervert, you have to be with her. If you continue to write your perverted books, I will not forgive you. Sannin smiled. Do you want us to be together? Naruto nodded. I would be happy to do it myself, but I'm afraid it won't work out. Tsunade has a bad character for everything. Then how is she going to become Hokage? After all, she will be ruling the village. Don't worry about her condition. Tsunade has enough intelligence and patience to rule. She is a wise woman. Naruto stretched and leaned his back against the Sannin's back again. How are we going to look for this Tsunade? Sannin looked at the sky. I think we'll start right after the exam. You don't know the rasengan technique, do you? No. What kind of technology? Sannin smiled. It's like Chidori, but you have to hold it. This technique requires strength to handle chakra. This technique is stronger than your Chidori or 1,000 birds. Sannan stood up, holding out his palm. Chakra glowed in the spherical clot of chakra. It spun in his hand. Naruto was surprised. Rasengan. Jiraiya hit the tree. The target spun, and the tree flew 20 meters away. Naruto was surprised. Yes, it's the same for me. Sannan smiled. We will teach you. The main thing is desire. After all, you have an exam for Chunin coming up, and then the next day we will go look for Tsunade. I have no doubt you will like her. Naruto blushed slightly. Old pervert. Sannan smiled. He blushed. He pointed his finger at Naruto and smiled. No, it isn't. Sannan scratched his head. She is very beautiful. You will see for yourself. End of flashback. But finally two silhouettes appeared. Kakashi and Sasuke. Sasuke leaned his back against Kakashi. Are we late? Chapter 65. Ino told before the exam. Sakura blushed slightly. So you've already seen him without a mask? The girl, blushing slightly, nodded. Not completely. Sakura giggled. Pork, pervert. Ino chuckled. All you do is chase after your Uchiha. You could have made a move. Sakura turned her head away sadly. He will definitely not accept them now, because, remember, I told all sorts of nasty things about Naruto. Naruto smiled at the blonde through his mask as he sat next to Guy. People continued to shout, demanding a duel. And you call this a fight? 9 participants, 5 participated, the rest were eliminated by themselves. Where is that fight that everyone kept telling us would be a spectacular fight between the younger Uchiha and Gaara from the sand? Itachi sighed heavily, looking at his father. Father, what do you think? Fugaku chuckled. There's nothing to think about, son, they'll come. Itachi chuckled. Kakashi seems to be late. But finally the leaves appeared. It was Sasuke and Kakashi, pressed back to back. Naruto grinned. Here you are. Kakashi scratched his head guiltily. Are we late? Genma sighed heavily. Well, finally. Now we can begin the duel. Sasuke activated his Sharingan. Fugaku noticed that there was some other power going on in his Sharingan, but what kind of power it was, he couldn't find an answer yet. Naruto leaned his hands on the fence. Sasuke grinned evilly. I think, Sasuke said, we can begin. The girls were screaming, admiring him. Sasuke was wearing a black t-shirt, braces with seals, dark shorts. And there was a new headband. Naruto appreciated the Uchiha's new outfit. As did Mikoto and Fugaku. Chapter 66. Sasuke chuckled. And who won the penultimate round? The examiner said. Naruto's confident victory. Kakashi noticed a hole. What is this 3-meter deep hole? Genma smiled. Naruto jumped out. Kakashi chuckled. Cunning. He doesn't waste time. And where is he, by the way? Genma replied. He was here today, and then disappeared into Shunshin. Apparently he prefers to hide from others. You understand what his fate was. The girls continued to chant for Sasuke. Itachi sighed. Naruto meanwhile watched from a tree branch, leaning his hand on his knee, reading a book. Okay, let's begin the final battle. Gaara, come down. Gaara began to descend slowly. Naruto took off his mask and activated his Mangyoko in the form of a demonic flower. The guy observed the situation and looked closely at the kosekage of the sand. The examiner announced the beginning. Fugaku smiled. Hello, Kakashi. Hitaki greeted back. Well, how is my son? Hitaki replied. You'll see everything for yourself. And indeed, Sasuke activated the Sharingan and started moving. Gaara didn't immediately realize how Uchiha hit him in the face. He flew back 3 meters. Gaara immediately covered himself in sand. A ball formed. Sasuke jumped back to the arena wall, creating a seal. 1,000 birds. The sounds of lightning appeared. Itachi was surprised. Has he learned to wield Chidori? Soon he will surpass me too. Sasuke descended at breakneck speed and headed towards the sandstone. Near the ball the spears began to move from the sand. Sasuke realized this and quickly began to move, directing his hand to the shield, and confidently pierced it. The technique pierced the chest. The spectators were shocked, but Mikoto was excited, looking at the guy. Gaara got angry. The sand grabbed Sasuke, but the examiner intervened and tried to push the guys away. Shisui used Mangekyo, the Jonin's eye strained, and blood flowed. The Uchiha understood. Amaterasu, a black flame appeared near them. Sasuke immediately jumped back, tearing the sand with lightning. Gaara asked angrily. Problem. Shisui closed his eyes and sat down. Itachi came out. Haven't you been told enough? This fire can't be put out with ordinary water techniques. Suddenly feathers began to fall. Naruto paid attention to it. The guy realized that this was an attack. Almost all the Jonin and Genin dispelled this technique. Sasuke also dispelled it, but the sand shinobi disappeared, and went right after them, pursuing. The clan leader asked Itachi to follow Sasuke. Itachi had already gone after him. Fugaku immediately reacted, intercepting his hand. He took off his cloak. Orochimaru did not expect that the Uchiha would be with him. Fugaku activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, holding the Sannin with his left hand. Well, hello, Orochimaru, he said angrily. Orochimaru couldn't move. Fugaku caught him under his Mangekyo Sharingan. At that time, explosions were heard near the arena. Haruno dispelled the genjutsu and helped Ino. Shikamaru was sleeping. Oh. Come on, she said, and hit him, still screaming. Why are you so lazy, Shikamaru? Shikamaru yawned tiredly. Are we under attack? Sakura slapped her forehead with her palm. But she came to her senses immediately, remembering Naruto. Where is Naruto? Hitaki replied. Naruto is watching us. Haruno was surprised. So he was watching us all this time. Meanwhile, Naruto fought against the sound shinobi. The guy fought back with his sword, but the odds were clearly not in his favor. Shinobi, so you attacked the village together. Naruto got angry. Water element, water wave. A huge amount of water came out of Uzumaki's mouth, drowning everything in its path. Naruto was near Kakashi, as Sakura punched him in the head. For what? For watching us. Hitaki sighed heavily. Like father like son. Hitaki made a seal. Summoning jutsu, and the dog Pakken appeared. Hello, Naruto. Sakura screamed. Does the dog talk? Naruto sighed heavily. Allow me. Hitaki nodded affirmatively. These are special dogs, Sakura, these are ninja dogs, spy specialists, Pakken, it's no wonder he can talk. There are some dogs that can talk, and these dogs are in the Inuzuka clan. It's not for nothing that Kiba babysits Akamaru. These dogs are able to effectively develop a strategy with their owner. Hitaki smiled. Now it's clear, Naruto. Haruno and Uzumaki went after Pakken. Kakashi led the way. What do you think, Pakken? What are the chances? Pakken frowned. I don't really know myself, Naruto, but I think Sasuke is in a difficult position with a 1:3 ratio, especially since there is a girl with a long-range wind elemental attack among them. Naruto frowned. The guy remembered Temari from the first stage of the exam and clenched his fist. Chapter 67. Kurama decided to help the guy. Hey, Naruto, I have conditions for you. Naruto chuckled. If you're talking about releasing me from the cage, then I'm sorry, it wasn't for nothing that my father risked his life so that we could fight again. Kurama sighed. I hope you haven't forgotten, you have a Mangekyo Sharingan, and you can easily subdue me without using any excesses. I mean, I'm ready to help you. Kurama paused, then continued again, because otherwise, my brother will be able to beat you up. Don't forget, that red-haired guy is a Jinchuriki. Shukaku, the one-tailed one, you have a similar story with him. You were hated in the village just like him, but they didn't try to kill him like you. If it weren't for the guys from the Uchiha clan, it wouldn't have been easy for you. Naruto stopped, as did the boys. What's wrong, Naruto? The pink-haired girl asked worriedly. I'm worried. Okay, let's go. And they moved again. Meanwhile in Konoha, Kakashi, did you understand this too? Hitaki nodded. Yes, it is an attack. The Anbu squad fought against the Sand and Sound Ninja. Orochimaru made a seal with heavy movements and began to chuckle evilly. Don't underestimate me, Fugaku Uchiha, because I hope you haven't forgotten about me. I'm one of the legendary Sannin. Fugaku said. And what do you need? Sannin grinned. It's none of your business, Uchiha, how I hate you, and he made a seal. Fugaku watched in shock. Summoning technique. Resurrection. 3 coffins appeared and the door opened. The first Hokage was Hashirama Senju, the second Hokage was Tobarama Senju, and the third Reikage was Sandaime A. Fugaku said in shock. This can't be. This is a dream. Shisui was in a stupor. This is a prohibited technique. Hiruzen nodded. True, but not for him. All these years he was engaged in forbidden techniques. The second one said. Well hello, Fugaku and Hiruzen, let's remember the old days. Hei sighed. Resurrection technology. I'm not surprised that some scoundrel was able to resurrect us from the other world. Hashirama hit himself on the forehead. Your division, who would have thought that they would ever start using this technique? Orochimaru made a seal. No time to chat, you have to destroy everything here. Fugaku asked. Hey, Shisui, are you okay? Shisui nodded. The eye is no longer bleeding. Fugaku-san, the most I can do is simply activate the Sharingan. Hitaki took a closer look. What's going on there? 3 on 3, That's equal. You're finished. Guys. The second one made a seal. Excuse me. Water element. Technique of a huge water wave. A huge wave was directed at the guys. They tensed up. Sasuke caught up with them, throwing a kunai. Kankuro smiled. Were you able to catch up with us? Sasuke smiled. I have the mark of the thunder god. Thanks to this technique I can move at the speed of light. The sandman tensed up. Gaara came out. You go ahead, and I'll take care of him. Temari tried to object. Gaara. The demon interrupted her. I'll kill you, come in. Sand coffin. Sasuke tensed, activating his Sharingan. Chapter 68. A wave of sand flew at Sasuke. Uchiha looked at the mark, but could not teleport. He remembered Naruto's words. As for my chakra, I can teleport, even to people who have my mark. Sasuke jumped back onto a tree. Gaara raised his head. You can't run away from me forever, Uchiha. Naruto closed his eyes. Kurama, give me chakra. Kurama sighed. What would you do without me? Naruto was covered in orange chakra. Pakken looked at him in surprise. This is the fox's chakra. Naruto nodded. Maybe not the fox's entire limit, but I can control it. But they were stopped by the sound ninja. Damn, they managed to catch up with us. The guys stopped. Sakura took hold of the kunai. Naruto stopped it with his palm. Naruto. Naruto replied. Go ahead, I'll take care of them myself. They nodded. Take care of yourself. And they set off. Naruto was covered in chakra again. It became even more powerful. This is the Nine Tails chakra. Naruto created lightning element. This is your end. They were surprised. Disappeared. Naruto ended up behind. Quick. The guy thrust the Chidori. The shinobi put down the technique. Wind element. Air flow. Naruto copied the Sharingan, covered in chakra, disappeared again. The guys looked back. Sakura wanted to go there, but Pakken stopped her. You're useless there. We need to catch up with Sasuke. Sakura reluctantly followed him. Sasuke made a seal. Fire element. Fireball. Gaara covered himself with a shield. The wind flew at the brunette. Sasuke jumped back. Sorry, Gaara, but we'll help you. Gaara chuckled. He aimed the sand at Sasuke, who saw it and cut it with a kunai imbued with lightning. Naruto's situation is no better. Naruto, in his fox form, jumped onto a branch, breathing heavily. This is bad. They're truly experienced shinobi. Even the sealing technique won't help, he said mentally. Well, do you give up? Even the fox's chakra won't save you. Better tell me where Sasuke Uchiha went. So you need Sasuke. Why? The leader sighed. It doesn't concern you. Naruto created a clone. Just one. Okay. Naruto and his clone went on the attack. The guy caught his hand on a branch, grabbed it with his foot and threw down one of the sound shinobi, using the fire technique. Fire jutsu, fireball, a ball came out of his mouth. The Jonin only said in shock. Your mother, but it was too late. The fire was burning from below. Naruto tried to jump back. As he was almost pierced by a kunai, Asuma saved him. Asuma sensei. He chuckled. You're a good boy, and you're good with the fox's chakra. Are you in trouble here? Naruto chuckled. As you can see. Naruto's fox chakra dissipated. The guy breathed heavily, putting his hand on his knee. Asuma frowned. The boy, however, cannot fully control the Kyuubi. Apparently he is not ready yet. Asuma prepared for battle. You don't look like a shinobi. They tensed. I know him. This is Asuma Sarutobi. He has good fire elemental techniques. Asuma smiled. I see you know something about me. He nodded. Asuma prepared for battle. Watch and learn, Naruto, how to fight them. Shikamaru landed next to Naruto. Shikamaru. He smiled. Did you think that you would take glory for yourself alone? And he helped his friend up. Go ahead, we'll hold them off. Naruto thanked them and walked away. The guy frowned and clenched his fist. Damn it, Sasuke, just don't overdo it. Chapter 69. Pakken and Sakura caught up with Sasuke, who was fighting against three. Sakura hesitantly took out a kunai. Kankuro grinned. This is the reinforcement, the girl and the dog. The doll attacked Sakura. The girl jumped back slightly to another branch. You won't be able to hide for long. Sasuke tried to look back at Sakura. Sakura, the guy shouted. But a powerful wind hit the brunette. He flew back and hit his back hard. The guy tried to get up. Don't worry about her, but look at your opponents, Uchiha. How you've gotten on everyone's nerves. Sasuke got angry. Don't you dare say such things about our clan. And he activated the Sharingan. Sharingan, try it. Sasuke attacked the girl with high speed, hitting her. Gaara used sand. Directing it at Sasuke, the brunette realized it and ended up behind Gaara. Lotus technique, Sasuke said and slammed him hard into the ground, jumping back into a tree. Thousand birds, he created a Chidori. He pointed his finger at Temari. You're next. He attacked, but the sand grabbed his leg, landing him hard on the ground. Sasuke, the girl shouted. Suddenly, help came in the form of Shino. More reinforcements. Catch me if you can. Kankuro went after Shino. The rest is on you. Kankuro and Shino are at the other end of the forest. I take it you are the one from the Aburame clan. Shino nodded. Yes, and I came to protect my comrades. How touching. Kankuro pointed the doll at Shino, who pointed the bugs. The bugs grabbed the doll and broke it. No, it's impossible. Next, Shino sent the beetles at Kankuro. They grabbed his leg and held him in the air. And it suits you like this. Kankuro tried to resist. Let me go. Shino sat on a branch and watched the Sandman. Sasuke and Sakura were in no better situation. Gaara had grabbed the girl with sand, pinning her to a tree. Sasuke was exhausted. He tried to get up, but couldn't. Very little chakra. Suddenly, the sand was aimed at Sasuke, but was blocked. I finally caught up with you. Sasuke was surprised. Naruto. He nodded. I see that everything is bad with you. Sasuke chuckled. As you can see, I really need to go to the hospital. By the way, what's wrong with my father? Naruto replied looking at Gaara. They fight together with the third against Orochimaru and the resurrected cage. Sasuke was surprised. Resurrected. The technique is called resurrection. It's a forbidden technique that summons the dead from the other world. Naruto prepared for battle, covering himself with a fox's cloak. Shall we begin? Gaara immediately directed sand at Naruto. Naruto used the Thunder God technique. Quick, Gaara said, but Naruto threw explosive scrolls. Gaara jumped away from the explosions. Temari did nothing. She knew Gaara was out of control. Naruto used Chidori, 1,000 birds, and quickly stuck it in. Gaara got angry. Naruto jumped back. The guy was shocked. What is this? Sandstone became a biju. Well, finally freedom. It smells of freedom. Naruto frowned as he covered himself in the Nine Tails chakra. Summoning jutsu. Naruto summoned a toad. Hey, brother. Naruto was in shock. What? Gamakichi. Where's father? Sorry, but for now I'm for him. Gamakichi saw Shukaku. Is this guy the one I think he is? Naruto nodded. Can't you get bigger? Gamakichi shook his head. No, I haven't grown up yet, sorry. Naruto scratched his head. So what should I do? Sasuke was surprised. He can already master the summoning technique. When did he manage to do that? Gaara fired air bullets at Naruto, who successfully dodged them. Listen, brother, you have a Sharingan, so control it. Naruto chuckled. Mangekyo takes a lot of chakra, unfortunately, so let's try to wake him up differently. He began to think. Could it be that the Sharingan had such an effect before that I can't use the summoning jutsu normally? Damn Sharingan. Gaara directed sand. Naruto used water jet and jumped back again. Is this really all I can do? Naruto looked at Sakura. She was unconscious. Sakura. Chapter 70. Fugaku activated the Mangekyo on the second Hokage, taking control of him. Hiruzen said, Don't forget, Fugaku-san, you shouldn't underestimate Tobirama. He is also a cage after all. Four sounds attacked. Fugaku jumped back. Who are you? The Uchiha leader said. Tayuya, guardian of the northern gate. Jirobo, the guardian of the inner gate. Kidomaru, guardian of the southern gate. Sakan, guardian of the western gate. Fugaku got angry. So Orochimaru kept these pawns to use as a trump card. Tobirama aimed the explosive scrolls at Fugaku. Fugaku used the log. You, Uchiha, should have been destroyed back then. Water release. A huge water wave. The wave was aimed at the clan leader, who successfully jumped back. But Orochimaru attacked with the Kusanagi sword, and began to swing it. Fugaku clearly saw his techniques. Fugaku used Mangekyo. Itachi, Shisui, and Azumi joined in. Reinforcement. Moon Shadow, clones of Shisui were created. The guy activated the Sharingan. Suddenly the third Raikage attacked. Using his fingers, Shisui dodged in time. His fingers cut the tree. The first began to fold the seal. Secret release of wood. Birth of the wood forest. Everything started to be covered with forest. Fugaku said in shock. This. The guys were suddenly attacked by the Raikage. Don't get distracted, Uchiha. The boys looked at their fingertips and dodged in time. What kind of technology is this? Orochimaru said with a grin. This is the third Raikage's signature technique, called the Hell/Slash technique. In addition to physical strength, he is able to absorb a huge amount of chakra into his fingertips. Even your Susanoo won't help. Itachi frowned. What kind of monster is he? Orochimaru chuckled. He is not a monster, he is inhumanely strong. Tobirama meanwhile punched Fugaku in the face. He jumped back. Damn, we were looking at each other. They were surrounded by 9 people. The 4 sounds, the 3rd Raikage, the 2nd Hokage, and the 1st Hokage. Orochimaru attacked the 3rd Hokage. I think, Hiruzen, we'll play with you. Orochimaru pointed his sword at the Hokage, who kicked the Sannin. The snake Sannin jumped back. Azumi used the Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan, and took control of the Raikage, but not for long. The girl tried to move her body. But, it's no use, he pointed 3 fingertips. So that's it, he decided to finish this girl off with one blow. Orochimaru thought. Susanoo's fist struck. It was Itachi Uchiha. It's time to end this, he said angrily. Fugaku grinned, parrying the other's attack. Amaterasu, the clan leader said, black flames appeared on the armor of the second one. He quickly took it off, but was stuck by Shisui. Are you okay, Fugaku-san? Fugaku chuckled. It's been better. Azumi was surprised. So this is what our clan's Susanoo looks like. Shisui had taken complete control of the 4 sounds. The eagle was on the Jonin's hand. They couldn't move, the Mangekyo Sharingan was burning in their eyes. Itachi grinned. So you used it? Shisui said angrily. Koto Amatsukami successfully completed. Azumi asked. Shisui, what did you do? I used Orochimaru, the sound 4, and Koto Amatsukami on the pawns. She was surprised. This is a forbidden technique, isn't it? Shisui smiled. If you were in my place, you would do the same. Hei covered himself with a lightning shield again. Guys, it's time to finish with you. Itachi's Susanoo aimed his fist at the Raikage, but he quickly dodged it. Fast. Orochimaru was a little taken aback. I won't lose to you. Blade of the Flying Thunder God. Tobirama struck Fugaku, slightly wounding him, who jumped back, holding his right side. Father, Itachi shouted. Itachi used the Mangekyo Sharingan. Crows, Orochimaru said, but was shocked when Itachi stabbed him with Susanoo. The second one created the technique. The technique of impenetrable darkness. That's all for now, guys. Hiruzen said. I know a way to seal it. Fugaku asked. Third, is this really the same technique? He nodded. I lived a happy life, so I can die, and tell Naruto and Konohamaru not to shed tears. Itachi burst into tears. Death God Jutsu. The Death God appeared behind the Hokage and grabbed Orochimaru. No, that's impossible, he shouted in shock. The third one chuckled. Impossible. He spat blood, it is possible. And he pulled out Orochimaru's soul, his body was paralyzed. Give me back my soul, creature, and then he began to shout at the Hokage. The third died with a smile on his face. Azumi caught him. Itachi viciously activated the Mangekyo. We better go. And taking Orochimaru, they disappeared. Fugaku stopped Shisui, shook his head. He reluctantly agreed. Kakashi and Guy fought off the sand and sound shinobi. They heard the sound. This is a signal, we retreat. Hataki looked up. I see. Third Sama, he clenched his fist. Chapter 71. Naruto, in the fox's chakra cloak, glared at the demon Shukaku. Your mother, can't I do anything? Gamakichi said with a grin. So you're going to stand there doing nothing? Naruto replied angrily. I'm saving your ass, ungrateful. Gamakichi pouted childishly. I see how you save. Naruto sighed tiredly. What an ungrateful person. Naruto noticed the Jinchuriki's hand of sand. Sakura was being crushed. Sasuke tried to get up. Naruto, I will fight him. Protect her. Naruto smiled through his mask. It's your job to rest, Sasuke, especially since you don't have chakra. This is not the final stage. Gaara was not completely covered. The tail hit the guys, they jumped back. Naruto wrapped an explosive seal around a regular kunai. The mark of the Thunder God was on Sandman's body. Take that. He jabbed it at Gaara. They pouted. About time, Naruto, Sasuke said with a pouty face. But there was an explosion, and he flew off. Naruto made a seal. Water element. Tornado. A water tornado was flying towards Gaara. Temari was surprised. Wow, this guy has intermediate Junin class techniques. Gaara hit the tree. The guy got angry. Yes, what the hell? Sand shurikens flew at Naruto. Uzumaki copied the shurikens and deftly dodged. And found himself in front of Gaara. He straightened his leg, hitting him on the chin. He flew off, and continued with a taijutsu strike. Konoha vortex, Naruto said, casting 2 explosive scrolls. Gaara fell, and the explosive tags exploded, sand falling off Gaara. Sasuke asked in surprise. Did it work? After such a water tornado, he wouldn't have had a chance. Gaara directed the sand, grinning evilly. I couldn't kill your friend, but the temptation was great, so I'll take it out on you. The sand chain landed him hard on the ground, a hard crack appeared. Naruto was covered in lightning. Naruto, Sasuke shouted, but he couldn't get up. Sasuke was worried about Sakura. Uzumaki threw an explosive seal at Sandman, he was covered in sand, and Naruto disappeared. Another explosion occurred. Naruto did not hesitate, he made seals. Fire shuriken jutsu. Sasuke wasn't surprised, he knew his brother taught him the technique. Gaara covered himself in sand as the ball flew, he bounced back. This is enough, Gaara shouted and grew larger. Now he is the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed Shukaku. Naruto shuddered. This one is huge. Naruto felt sand enveloping him. That's all, kid, Shukaku laughed. Naruto tried to move, but couldn't. Crap. Sand coffin. Chapter 72 Naruto vs. Gaara continued. Itachi turned his gaze forward, Fugaku stopped. No, son, you'll be superfluous there. Remember, Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the strongest of all the tailed beasts, he'll figure it out. I believe in him. Shisui placed his fingers on Mikoto's neck. Relax. The woman woke up. What happened? Itachi replied. It's genjutsu, there was an attack, but we repelled it. She looked back, Konoha was destroyed. What happened here? She quickly came to her senses. Where is the third Hokage? They lowered their heads sadly. Mikoto clenched her fist. I see. She came to her senses again. And Naruto and Sasuke. Shisui sighed. Lots of questions, Mikoto-san. They went after the Sandman. Meanwhile, Naruto. The sand slowly squeezed Sasuke and he shouted. Naruto, the guy shouted at the top of his lungs. But, summoning technique. The toad boss Gamabunta appeared. He was angry. What the hell? Jiraiya, how many times do I have to tell you, don't summon me in vain? Naruto jumped on his head. Who are you, and why do you possess the technique of summoning toads from Mount Myoboku? Naruto asked in surprise. Myoboku. The toad sighed. Okay, as I understand it, you are his student. He nodded, and the toad paid attention. This, as I understand it, is Shukaku's Jinchuriki. Yes, please help me. The toad let in smoke. No. Naruto was shocked. Fart. I'm not going to help the brat, I remember about your Sharingan, but you don't have enough strength to stop me. But Gamakichi jumped. Hi, Daddy. He frowned angrily. What are you doing here, Gamakichi? He was sweating. Yes, I got bored and decided to take a walk. By the way, this one was bullying me. Yes. He nodded. And little Naruto fought him on equal terms. Naruto is indeed considered the strongest genin. Gamabunta sighed heavily. This is true. Naruto nodded. I'm not asking you, he pointed his paw at Sasuke. You're the boy from the Uchiha clan. He nodded. Is what happened true? Sasuke just nodded in shock. Toad grabbed his sword. Since we have witnesses to what's happening, I can believe you. He jumped. Hold on tight, guys. He cut off the tailed one's arm with his sword in mid-jump. The boys below tried to hold on to the tree so as not to fall. Air bullets flew at the toad. Gamabunta made counter seals. Water bullets. It rained sand and water. Sasuke was shocked. It's incredible, Naruto, how strong have you become? Gamabunta slapped Shukaku in the face with his paw, and he jumped back. You can't kill me with this. Wind storm. The storm flew towards the guys, they quickly teleported. Isn't this the technique of the thunder god? He nodded. I'll tell you later. The toad grinned. Forward. Toad jumped and struck the stomach with his sword. But the tailed demon grabbed the sword. Pushed them, they fell hard. Toad barely got up. How are you, Naruto? He barely got up. It's been better. The toad began to think. What are you thinking about? The toad replied. Don't interrupt. He answered after a minute. Hey, Naruto, we need a creature with strong paws and claws. Will you try? Together we will form a seal and repel his attack. He nodded, and together they formed the seal's combination transformation. A fox demon appeared from the smoke. Unbelievable, Sasuke whispered. Temari's eyes widened. This is the Jinchuriki. Jiraiya watched what was happening. Well, these two found a common language. And he grinned. The fox began to scream. Shukaku chuckled. Well, Gamabunta mentally said, great, that's what I need. He smiled. Chapter 73 Naruto vs. Gaara, Finale. Jiraiya continued to watch as Itachi landed next to him. 9 tails. He activated the Sharingan. Jiraiya grabbed his hand. Don't worry, it's Naruto and Gamabunta from Mount Myoboku. It's a combination jutsu. Itachi deactivated his eyes. So Naruto has a summoning ability. Sanan nodded. Yes, he really does have a huge reserve of chakra. This is a child of prophecy. Itachi was surprised. Prophecies. Sanan grinned. The Toad Sage saw a prophecy in his visions, and one day he called me, saying that I would be the teacher of the child of prophecy. At first I thought it was some childish babble, but time tells. I didn't take him as a student just like that. He is an exact copy of Minato, no matter how you look at it. Itachi chuckled. Maybe you're right. Look. He pointed his finger at the one-tailed one. Gamabunta began to breathe heavily. Listen, Naruto, you have to wake him up. Otherwise there will be trouble. He will kill your girlfriend with his sand. Itachi was surprised. What kind of sand? Jiraiya pointed his finger at the tree, who quickly looked at Sasuke. The Sanin nodded. Sasuke, he came up and put his hand on her shoulder. Be brother, he nodded. Sasuke grabbed his hand. Don't worry, this girl herself is shocked by what's happening and doesn't want to interfere. Itachi calmed down. I see Sakura got it pretty bad. A tree was flying at the boys. Itachi took the brunette and successfully dodged it. There's a battle of the titans going on there. Sasuke chuckled. How long have you been here? Itachi sighed. No, I just came here and had a chat with Jiraiya-san. Sasuke looked at the jewel. Naruto and Gamabunta turned into normal state. The guy was breathing heavily. Itachi looked surprised. So Naruto really does have a summoning ability. Naruto covered himself in red chakra, quickly found himself next to Gaara, and kicked him in the chin. Damn you, wake up. Gaara woke up angry. You bothered me for nothing, I'll tear you to pieces. Sasuke asked. Did it work? Temari looked at Naruto with shocked eyes. Itachi shook his head. The sand began to press Naruto down, enveloping his arms and legs. Uzumaki was covered in lightning and red chakra. He clenched his fist. Damn you, and hit him with his forehead. Shukaku began to crumble. Gamabunta disappeared along with Gamakichi. Naruto was falling, but Itachi grabbed him. Sand was falling off Sakura, but Sasuke reacted in time and caught the girl. Itachi held his head in his palm. Naruto was breathing heavily. He was all battered and tired. Meanwhile at Shino's. Shino sighed heavily. Okay, I'll let you go. The bugs dispersed. Kankuro fell, waving his arms. Ah, and he fell, breaking the doll with his back. Damn, thank you. Shino smiled. Looks like the guys are done. And he disappeared. Kankuro was left lying dissatisfied on the ground. Naruto quickly asked. What about Sakura? Sasuke replied with a smile. She's fine. Naruto fell asleep with a smile. Jiraiya landed next to the boys. Gaara asked while lying down. Why are you so strong? What does this motivation give you? Itachi lifted the boy up, holding him by the shoulder. Naruto replied, breathing heavily. You know, Gaara, when I was young I was just a normal guy, but everyone hated me, the villagers, everyone despised me, they said I was a murderer, a demon, they tried to kill me. And they almost killed me. While Naruto was talking, Gaara was remembering himself. And so it turned out that I became an Uchiha now and they look after me, I was able to achieve universal recognition. And my eye is proof of that, that's how I lost my eye, and there was a scar on it. You have almost the same situation, Gaara, people change over time, you have a brother and sister. Appreciate it, protect and love them, and what you did before is wrong. At this rate, you will be alone, think about it. Itachi chuckled. What a talkative guy. Temari and Kankuro landed, they took the red-haired one and disappeared. Kankuro carried Gaara on his back. Temari, Kankuro, I'm sorry. Forgive me for everything. Temari was surprised, as was Kankuro. Everything is fine, don't worry, Kankuro replied. On the way, the guys met a group of medics and Kakashi. Itachi said with a smile, Kakashi, he took the guy from Itachi's shoulders and placed him on his own, and so they continued their journey to Konoha. Temari said in her mind. Forgive me, Naruto. The blonde with 4 ponytails became a little sad. Chapter 74. Naruto opened his eyes and the first thing he saw was a white ceiling and an IV in front of him. The guy realized that he was in a hospital, his friends had come, Kakashi, Sasuke, Itachi, Fugaku, Ino, Shisui, Sakura, Shikamaru, Asuma, Lee, Tenten. Naruto asked. How long did I lie like this? Sakura replied. 2 days, 2 days you were unconscious. We started to worry about you. Naruto tried to get up, but Itachi helped him, put a pillow on his back, and the blonde settled down comfortably. Ino blushed slightly. She saw this scar, and also his face. He tries to hide his identity. Naruto lay bandaged. Where is the perverted hermit? Asuma chuckled. There he is sitting on a toad. Jiraiya looked at the boy and handed him a bag of fruits and vegetables. Here, take this to strengthen your immunity. Fugaku smiled. He reasoned that Naruto would be safe with Jiraiya, but he was tormented by the question, and this is the youngest son, Sasuke. After all, Orochimaru did not attack the village for no reason. Naruto asked, and what about the third old man? Itachi replied sadly. The Hokage died. He made the only attempt to stop Orochimaru. Naruto clenched his fist. I am weak. Sakura tried to cheer up. Don't say that, Naruto, you showed what you're capable of. Don't blame yourself for what happened. Kakashi replied. By the way, we have anarchy, we don't have a Hokage. Who can become one? He looked at Fugaku. Don't even think about it, Kakashi, sorting through papers is not my thing. Hatake began to argue. Well, of course, Fugaku-san, you said so much that you wanted to become Hokage and start building a new life. Fugaku folded his hands. I wanted to, but it's not that easy. Asuma asked while smoking. Danzo. Naruto heard that name and clenched his fist. This freak is involved in the attack on List. Fugaku nodded. Yes, it was his doing, and he was involved in the death of not only your clan, but also your parents. I don't want you to suffer because of this, but we can't let you go fight either. You're still not strong enough for that. Danzo also has forbidden techniques, and on top of that, there are few of us left, because before you were born, people from our clan were disappearing. It was probably Danzo or his pawns who were quietly killing our guys and taking the Sharingan. That's why Itachi didn't transplant it to you for nothing. Do you now understand why he went against the rules of our clan? Naruto nodded. Yes, but due to my inexperience I will lose to him. Jiraiya jumped towards the guys and approached Naruto. After you recover, we'll go look for Tsunade. Fugaku was surprised. Do you know where she is hiding? Jiraiya smiled. She is also one of the legendary three, like me, don't forget that. Tsunade is very strong and too smart for this position. She will be able to beg for your candidacy for the role of village advisor. Fugaku chuckled. I like this job better. Jiraiya stroked the boy's head. Come on, get up on your feet and let's go train. We'll look for her along the way. Naruto lay on his back. The guys left, saying goodbye to the guy, and Ino stayed. Naruto asked. What are you doing here? Ino sighed and replied. Forgive me for not being able to overcome myself and say thank you for saving me both during the exam and in life, even though we didn't really communicate, because you were on a mission all the time. I'm not you, Naruto, I can't risk myself like you do, and I wanted to thank you for saving the village from the Sand Shinobi. The girl kissed her on the cheek, taking off her mask, then putting it back on. Naruto smiled after her, but Ino left the room and walked on. Chapter 75. Naruto started to get ready, putting everything he needed into his bag, when Sasuke walked in. Are you leaving already? Naruto nodded. Yes, I'm tired of lying in the hospital doing nothing, and I'll learn a new technique along the way. Sasuke smiled. I'm not surprised by anything. 6 years ago we were nobody, and you were just a simple guy. How time flies. Naruto chuckled. Hey, don't talk like you're already writing us off as old people. Naruto walked over, placing his hand on her shoulder. The village is on you, Sasuke. Sasuke chuckled as Fugaku came out. Are you leaving already? The guy nodded. Come with me. Uchiha clan temple. Stop. Who are you? Fugaku showed the Sharingan. They retreated. The elder Uchiha folded the technique, and the seal dissipated. What is this place? Fugaku chuckled. You'll see. He took the boy to the lab. This. Fugaku nodded. Everything about our clan is written on this plate. Our clan's techniques are also indicated here. There are some hieroglyphs that you can't read with a regular Sharingan. But you have a Mangyoko, so it won't be difficult. Next comes the laboratory, but for now it's better for you not to know. I wanted to show you so you could get acquainted. Naruto removed the bandage and began to read. Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu and Susanoo. Fugaku nodded. Susanoo is an absolute defense. You protect yourself from external attacks of the enemy. But it has its drawbacks. Not only does this technique take away a huge amount of chakra, but you also go blind. You need 2 more eyes of the Mangyoko user. As I said, there are few of us left, but this is enough to destroy Danzo and the elders of the leaf. Naruto clenched his fist. I'll deal with this Danzo. Fugaku and Naruto walked out of the temple. Let's go, I'll see you off. So they went to the main gate. Jiraiya was waiting for him. Jiraiya, take care of the boy. Sanan smiled. When he's with me, he's safe. Then he turned to Naruto. Well, are you ready? Naruto chuckled. Then let's go, they said as they walked out of the main gate. Itachi passed by and saw his father. Pa. Fugaku chuckled. Naruto became strong. Itachi smiled, watching the guy go. Have you shown the temple yet? Fugaku chuckled. I see you already know. Itachi chuckled and walked on. Chapter 76. Jiraiya frowned, remembering the elder's request as he walked along with Naruto. Flashback. Sanan watched the beautiful girls with a smile through his telescope, some of them without a top bathing suit. As the elders appeared behind him, Amuro started the conversation. Are we bothering you? Jiraiya sighed, putting away his telescope. You're really disturbing me, guys, I'm busy. Koharu sighed. We see what kind of business you are doing here, so we didn't just come here for no reason. Jiraiya frowned, putting the pipe back into his pouch. Do you want me to become the Hokage of the village? Amuro was surprised. Right. Sanan immediately responded. My answer is no. They looked at him. I mean, Koharu began the conversation, the council made that decision. Jiraiya asked again calmly. What about Fugaku? They sighed. We don't trust his methods, he could be worse than Danzo, and it's unknown what will happen if the Uchiha gain the upper hand. Jiraiya sighed. Do you want to drive out the last Uchiha? Judge for yourself, there aren't that many of them left, and you continue to impose your dirty games on them. Keep in mind, they're warlords, and Naruto is among them, as one of the Senju clans. Amuro looked at Sanan. We've gotten off topic, of course, Jiraiya, but if you haven't forgotten, Fugaku took him under his wing because of Minato's request. Jiraiya crossed his hands. If Naruto were here, he would gladly avenge the death of his parents and the clan, even though the fourth wouldn't want that. Amuro asked again suspiciously. What are you hinting at, going against the will of your village? Sanan responded angrily. I advise you to hold your tongue, Amuro, I will crush both of you without anyone's help. The elders calmed down. Koharu blocked his way. We didn't come to quarrel, but to ask for help, because we have anarchy. Jiraiya thought. There is one candidate for the post of Hokage, the same Sanan as me. They looked at Jiraiya. Who then? Jiraiya raised his head and replied with a smile, Tsunade. Koharu replied. Of course, we don't doubt her abilities, but we need to look for her. Sanan grinned. Don't worry, I'm an expert in espionage. Amuro chuckled. We have no doubt about that, then we will assign several Anbu so that you don't get into trouble. Sanan laughed. No, it is necessary. But, they looked at him again. There's a guy here whose company I wouldn't mind. End of flashback. Naruto asked. Jiraiya, who is this Tsunade? Sanan grinned. Well, she has big curves. Naruto grimaced. You, as always, are talking about your own things, I'm talking about something else. Sanan looked at the guy. Like a shinobi. Jiraiya chuckled. So let's get straight to the point. I like it. She is very strong, she can crush anyone with just one finger. Naruto felt goosebumps run down his spine. I feel uneasy. Jiraiya continued. She lost many of her loved ones in the war, and they all dreamed of becoming the village's Hokage, so that peace and order would come. But they all died. Nawaki died before her eyes, and she later developed a phobia. Naruto asked. Phobia? Sanan nodded. Yes, she is afraid of blood. Naruto chuckled. How can you be a Sanan and at the same time be afraid of blood? Jiraiya hugged him. Don't think about it, Naruto, Tsunade is not the type to be afraid of anything, she simply won't be able to overcome this phobia due to the loss of her loved ones, and it's unlikely to convince her to take the post of Kage, but there is a chance. Naruto smiled. I have a plan. Jiraiya chuckled. I didn't doubt you, it seems you are truly a worthy student of mine, and it was probably not for nothing that the Uchiha took you under their wing. And Sanan hugged the guy, and they walked like that, talking. Chapter 77. Morning came, Itachi and Shisui left the estate. Well, Shisui, here's work in Anbu finally, because of the exam I couldn't pass or leave. Shisui nodded. Yes, after what happened, at least the village leadership allowed us to patrol the border with the NBU guys, although it's still a hassle. Shisui asked after a couple of minutes. Listen, how are things with Naruto? I remember he and Jiraiya-san went on a journey to find the Hokage for us, right? Itachi chuckled. Naruto has become almost a hero, he saved the village from the one-tailed one, He is 12 years old, and he has already surpassed me and you. Shisui laughed. Ahaha, yeah, especially his thunder god technique. Everything here is covered with his seals. Something happened, chick, and you're already here. Maybe I should learn this technique too. Itachi replied with a smile. Just so you know, it was created by the second Hokage. It would be a surprise to the other clans if our clan learned the second's technique. So, while they were talking, they reached the Anbu building, where they were given equipment, and they went out to patrol the border. Yugayu Uzuki, a girl who had lost her boyfriend, she was a little depressed. The Uchihas understood this, and Itachi's conscience dared. He didn't know what to do in such situations. He liked a girl from his clan, and at that time he was not indifferent to her. Meanwhile, the team has 7. Kakashi trained the boys. Sakura and Sasuke breathed tiredly. At this rate, I won't become a shinobi. Hatake sighed. All good things in moderation, Sakura, no need to overexert yourself. Am I right, Sasuke? The brunette smiled. By the way, have you seen Naruto? Hatake shook his head. They left, Sakura, with Jiraiya-san. Sakura asked again. How did they leave? On a journey. We need to find the Hokage. Sakura was surprised. Well, it's a pity that Naruto hardly communicates with us, because he's always busy, either training or something else. Hatake asked. As far as I know, your friend Ino has her eye on him. She nodded. Yes, but Naruto ignores her. Sasuke smirked. And he's right. Naruto needs a girl with character, like his mother, and you're perfect for that role. Sakura turned away. I won't be his girlfriend. I have nothing to do with this idiot. Remember, he didn't listen to me at the exam. Hatake smiled. Well, Sakura, what a memory. He had excuses. Sakura sighed. I don't need such excuses, Kakashi-sensei. Let's continue training. Mikoto was watching them and smiling sweetly at the guys. She really was also thinking about the guy's words about Naruto's other half. Meanwhile, Naruto and Jiraiya. On the way they talked about something, and Naruto spoke. Perverted hermit, I have a favor to ask of you. Jiraiya looked. What kind of request is this? You're not asking me for anything like that. What's come over you all of a sudden? I fought against the Swordsman of the Mist. Jiraiya chuckled. The Swordsman of the Mist, against Zabuza, or something. Naruto replied. Don't interrupt, please. Jiraiya didn't interrupt. He gave me his sword and asked me to take it as a memento of our battle. He said that he didn't need it anymore and asked me to take it. Sannon was pleasantly surprised. How interesting, Naruto, do you want to learn how to control this sword? Naruto nodded. This will require a lot of strength of spirit. You must train your body well, your arm muscles and so on, but you should not worry. I will train you and at the same time test your control over the nine-tailed. Naruto jumped and hugged the Sannon. Jiraiya grinned and said. You're still a stupid child, Naruto, you need to grow and grow. Chapter 78. Naruto and Jiraiya were traveling, looking for Tsunade. The Sannon saw a brothel and decided to go in, leaving some money for Naruto. The guy snorted. You're still the same old pervert. Naruto went further. He began to look around. Children were happily playing in different shooting galleries with their parents. Mothers were laughing happily. Fathers were buying some tasty things. Naruto smiled sadly. He understood the joy of children, and he was incredibly lonely that at such a time, he was walking alone without his own family. But he saw Orochimaru and Kabuto in a battered state and was surprised. Is that Orochimaru and Kabuto? What are they doing here? Naruto didn't pay much attention to it and went on. The guy saw a stall where guys were playing a game to get a fish. Naruto went on. He didn't know how to spend the money, but still decided to. Excuse me, but how much does this mask cost? The seller smiled. Do you like the Anbu mask? Naruto nodded, and he held it out. Here, take it. Naruto held out a bill, but the merchant declined the offer. No, it's not worth it. Naruto moved on. A day passed. Jiraiya returned to the hotel with a smile. Naruto was tense. The Sannon sat down on the bed. Have you arrived already, pervert? Jiraiya sighed. You don't know how to relax. Naruto, you've been really all dressed up lately. What happened? Will you share your worries? Naruto sighed, moving away from the window. I saw the kids today, how they were having fun with their family and I was damn jealous. Sannon smiled. Envy, Naruto, is a bad thing. You have me. After all, we have also become family lately. They stayed at a nice hotel in the town while they searched for Tsunade. By the way, Jiraiya. Sannon looked. Is this Tsunade of yours really a very strong shinobi? Jiraiya smiled. I see you liked her. Naruto chuckled as he took off his mask. I hope she's pretty. Sanan nodded with a smile. Yes, she uses the youth jutsu, and for the Byakugo, on her forehead, this is her special mark that allows her to maintain youth. Naruto chuckled. But she's old. If you think about it, then she is still in her prime, and in terms of pleasures she can still give a head start to young girls. Naruto began to get indignant. You're talking about your own thing again, you old pervert. Sanan began to laugh. Ahahaha, Naruto, you're never boring. So the boys went to bed. Chapter 79. The next morning Naruto woke up early, but when he saw Jiraiya, the guy grinned. Apparently he didn't go to his brothel, he said to himself, standing up and opening the curtains. Naruto looked at a small lake, while ducks were swimming there. Naruto grinned, the weather was wonderful. But he was homesick, the guy thought, looking at the sky. How are the guys? The guy said mentally and began to remember the battle. The event on the bridge flashed through the boy's mind, and about Inari, the boy he thought he was attached to. His dream of becoming a shinobi made the blonde happy, and he also remembered Zabuza, the swordsman of the mist, asking for his sword and decided to discuss it with Jiraiya when he woke up. So finally the Sanin got out of bed and saw Naruto in a robe. He mentally said, Naruto. The guy was looking at the sky. Sanin decided to entertain the guy. Okay, enough being sad, let's go have some fun. He and Jiraiya went out. The Sanin noticed Naruto's armband, there was a seal on it. And he asked, listen, Naruto, what's with the armband with the seals? This, thanks to them, I can summon weapons or kenjutsu. Sanin answered with a smile. You also know kenjutsu. I wonder what other surprises you have prepared. Naruto chuckled. Very pleasant. So they went into the brothel. This is a brothel. Are you some kind of old pervert? Sanin hit himself on the forehead. Hey, at least don't call me names here. Hello, Jiraiya-san, who did you bring? This is Naruto, my student, help him to clear his head too, he's been looking gloomy lately. Naruto tried to resist, but the Sanin was adamant. Come on, be a man. And don't pay attention to his age, girls, he's a very strong shinobi. Two beautiful young girls led to the entertainment room. Naruto sighed tiredly, it seemed that it was useless to resist. So they began the entertainment. Chapter 80. Naruto and Jiraiya left the brothel, continuing to look for Tsunade. Well, since I made you a man, I think we can start training. Naruto's eyes lit up as if he was a small child. Sanin smiled at his godson. Tell me, do you have any striking techniques? Naruto nodded. Chidori. Jiraiya was surprised. Well, you know how to use a chidori. Interesting. And if I tell you that there is a technique that is much stronger than chidori and does not require the formation of hand seals, how will you feel about that? Naruto didn't know what to say. So, there is a technique that, without seals, rotates into a clot of chakra. Sanin nodded. Yes, it was created by the fourth Hokage, your father. My dad created this technique. Sanin nodded. Yes, but this is far from the limit. This technique can be improved, and it will be more powerful than the previous one. Okay, let's go to the training ground, choose a place, but before that, let's take the balls. Jiraiya began to explain the basics of using the rasengan. While showing the basics of the technique, the Sanin created chakra, it rotated in his hand. This technique is called rasengan. And look at the principle of its action. Sanin explained in detail the principle of the technique. Naruto began to train, but nothing worked. Sanin approached the guy. Pull out your palm. Naruto pulled it out, and the man drew a spiral on his palm. Blow up the ball along this spiral. However, the training was not in vain. Naruto managed to pass the first stage. After grueling training, the boy created a rasengan with one more hand, maintaining chakra, helping with the other hand. Sanin smiled. Wow, this guy is helping with one hand, supporting with chakra. Hit somewhere. Rasengan. Hit the tree, but it didn't fall. Is that all I can do? Sanin smiled encouragingly. It's not as bad as it seems at first glance, but you have something to learn, it's still better than nothing. This is not enough, I want to become stronger than Sasuke, become stronger than the bastard in the mask. In a mask. Jiraiya realized who Naruto was talking about. Naruto, let's take a rest today. While you were training Rasengan for 3 days, I didn't leave you, let's go to the hotel and rest. Naruto nodded tiredly, especially since your hand is shaking a little, so rest is necessary. So they went to the hotel to rest. Chapter 81. Naruto and Jiraiya walked around the city. So where should we look for this Tsunade? We've been here for 5 days. Jiraiya took him by the hand and led him to the bar. There she is. Naruto pointed his finger. He blushed slightly. And she really is beautiful. So they approached her. Shizune glanced at the Sannin. Jiraiya-sama. Tsunade turned her head. Jiraiya. The slime princess was surprised. It's been a while since we saw each other, since the end of the Third Ninja World War. Jiraiya chuckled as he sat down next to her. Yes, a lot of water has flowed under the bridge since then. There are few of us left. Tsunade was slightly drunk. Lost at cards again. She nodded. It's not for nothing that they called me the legendary loser, you know it yourself. Sannin sighed. Even age doesn't help, she makes the same mistakes. You didn't just come for no reason, did you? Jiraiya nodded. Yes, the council appointed you as the 5th Hokage. Shizune was surprised. The 5th? Sannin nodded. Tsunade turned her gaze to the boy. And this is your student? He nodded. He is very capable and grasps everything quickly on the fly. She chuckled. And he's okay. So, I got distracted, so they appointed me Hokage. Jiraiya chuckled. Yes, and they gave it to me personally. She took another sip of sake. I don't want to be Hokage, that's the job of idiots. Dan and Naoki died because of that dream. Are you saying, Tsunade, or whatever your name is, that all the Kage are idiots? She chuckled. What do you have under the mask in your left eye? Jiraiya replied with a smile. Sharingan. They were surprised. Do you have a Sharingan? He also added. Moreover, the Mangyoku Sharingan. Tsunade was shocked by the answer. I see. And what do you want? To prove you're wrong. She stood up from her chair. You can't touch me with a finger, even the Sharingan is powerless. Shizune said. She'll crush him. Sannin smiled at her answer. Don't underestimate him. Tonton Piglet became a little nervous. Naruto and Tsunade stood in a stance. The guy took off his mask, showing the Sharingan. Tsunade tensed up. This guy has 3 tomo. You need to be more careful or you'll get in trouble. Naruto threw explosive kunai at her. She jumped back as a fireball flew. Shizune watched the seals in shock. His typing speed. Tsunade added. Too big. Naruto said. Fireball. The ball was heading towards the princess. She covered her hands with chakra, fought it off. You are strong, Naruto, now catch this. Tsunade kicked the ground, creating a large crater from the impact. Naruto touched his shoulders with his hands, jumping onto the pole. I must admit, she is strong, I will hesitate and it will not seem a little to me. Naruto created a seal. Sannin chuckled. Well, Chidori. Naruto created lightning. 1,000 birds. Lightning flashed in his hand. Tsunade was surprised. This is the son of the White Fang's technique. How was Naruto able to master such a technique? Naruto headed towards her. Tsunade grabbed him and threw him against the nearest fence. He cut him in half. Tsunade sighed. The same thing would happen to me. Shizune was surprised. Well, Jiraiya-san, this boy has the technique of an average jonin. The Sannin smiled. You don't know all of his abilities. It's not for nothing that they call him the unpredictable ninja of Konoha. Shizune smirked at the boy. Naruto pulled his hand away. The Mangekyo Sharingan activated. The eye took the form of a demonic flower. Tsunade tensed. This eye, the form has sunk into another stage. It's definitely the Mangekyo Sharingan. She frowned and continued. It seems like this kid has suffered too much. Naruto held out his palm, creating chakra in his hand. Sannin grinned. Oh. Wow. Tsunade was in shock. No, it can't be. This technique. Naruto created a rasengan, supporting it with his hand, and moved sharply from his place. It's unbelievable, she said in shock. Chapter 82. Tsunade looked at Naruto's technique in shock. No, it's impossible. Ah. The boy shouted, aiming the rasengan. Tsunade slammed her index finger into the ground, and Naruto flew into the wall from the contact, leaving a crater. Tsunade frowned. Did you teach him this technique? Sannin sighed. Here we go again. She continued. Rasengan is quite a complex technique and requires chakra concentration, and you need to be able to distribute chakra correctly. Do you really think this kid can master it? Did you see how his hand shook slightly when he used Chidori? He has a lot to learn. Naruto entered the argument again. I can master the rasengan. Tsunade looked at the eyes and saw determination. If so, then, she pointed to the necklace. If you prove you are right, you will receive this necklace. Naruto asked. What's so special about it? Sannin hit himself on the forehead. This is the first one's necklace, fool. It is priceless. The boy's mouth began to water. Shizune sighed heavily. I will prove you wrong, Granny, believe me. This is my ninja way. Tsunade stared at the boy. Naoki. She shook her head. This is my ninja way. Tsunade smiled sadly. Okay, I'll believe you, don't let me down. So they parted ways. Jiraiya, let's go have a drink. So they went, and Naruto walked Shizune away. She decided to speak. Can we talk? Naruto nodded, walking with his Sharingan. You can close your mask. After all, it's not good to show everyone that you have a dojutsu. Naruto closed his eye. We saw Orochimaru. Naruto nodded. I saw him too. I personally want to get even with him. He is the same Sannin as they are. Don't forget, Naruto, even though you are strong, he is not weak either. After all, he is a participant of the Third World War. I know this story, we went through it at the academy, but since he is a Sannin, it does not allow him to behave in an impudent manner. I met Kabuto and his protégés. I saved Team 10 from, let's say, disgrace. Shizune asked. What happened? Naruto briefly explained what happened. I see, you already know his abilities. This guy is good, in the elements too. I saw his chakra flows with the Sharingan and understood his next moves. It's good that the Uchiha took you under their wing, thanks to them you became who you are now. So the guy walked her to the living room. Meanwhile at Tsunade's. Jiraiya took another sip. How many years have passed? Don't say it, I'm feeling nostalgic. Jiraiya staggered slightly. I feel bad when I hear such words. What did you want, pervert? After all, no matter how much you tried to watch me, you always got it, and flew away a good distance. Sannin grinned. I even have a scar left. Tsunade took a sip of sake and continued. Scars are a man's glory, so don't whine. Jiraiya asked. And, what did you decide? Tsunade sighed. At a time like this, Jiraiya, I and the fifth Hokage, plus the Uchihas too, serious changes are coming. Sannin smiled. Maybe everything will get better with your arrival. The woman placed her palm to her chin. It's not that simple. Danzo is the main threat to Konoha. He keeps the land of fire under his gun. Don't worry, the Uchihas will take our side. I believe in it, and you believe it too. Moreover, Fugaku will support you. And Danzo, they will deal with him sooner or later. Tsunade smirked at him. Chapter 83. Tsunade took a sip of sake and asked again. Jiraiya, during the fight I noticed that Naruto's soul was full of pain and hatred. This boy must have suffered a strong shock since he awakened the Mangekyo. Jiraiya smiled at her words. I see you're interested in him. Tsunade chuckled. Well, you could say that. What exactly happened? Sannin sighed. A few years ago, Hiruzen told me. A guy was attacked by two drunk chunin who tried to kill him. Tsunade became sad at his words. How do you mean kill? He didn't do anything to these shinobi. Sannin took a sip of sake and continued. What do you think? The people of Konoha hate him, that's why he wears a mask. Tsunade placed her hand on her chin. It's a pity that I wasn't a Kage then. I would have gotten even with them. Sannin smiled. This is no longer necessary. Apparently they have already been forgotten. So, he was saved by Uchiha Shisui. He managed to intervene in time. They cut off his eye. He lost enough blood then. After which the Uchihas took him in for training and, of course, education. He is no longer an Uzumaki and an equal Uchiha, Tsunade said with a grin. This boy has become incredibly strong. He will not go back on his words. Chapter 84. And what was happening in Konoha in the meantime? Itachi and Shisui came to the estate. The guys decided to train Sasuke. Sasuke looked at the blade that Zabuza had given him. Do you like the blade? Sasuke chuckled at Fugaku's words. Father, why is that? Naruto is always lucky in everything and everywhere. Fugaku sighed. Naruto is not our real son. We are just looking after him, especially since he is leaving us, because you remember what kind of mood we have. Sasuke nodded in understanding. Okay, I'll go train. Fugaku looked at his son carefully, watching him go. Sasuke closed the door. Itachi sat near the lake, looking at the river. Do you miss him? Azumi sat down next to him. Hello, Azumi, no. She laid her head on his shoulder. You don't look it. Is it because of Naruto? In part, yes, I am worried. On the one hand I am calm that Jiraiya is with him, but on the other hand I am worried that I am not with him. She sighed. You see his abilities yourself. If Hiruzen hadn't died, he would have promoted Naruto to Chunin, but now we have almost anarchy in our country. We don't have a Kage. Yes, it's hard without a Kage. And why did father refuse such a position? Although one can understand him, too, eternal disputes with the elders of the Leaf, no one has enough nerves. If Fugaku came to power, everything would change back. We are a clan that strives for peace, and other clan representatives generally think that we are a clan that brings only malice. She paused and answered sadly. Somehow it's unfair. Itachi kissed her forehead. I heard about Tsunade, that she is smart and wise enough for her position, she will restore order. That is what a Hokage should be like. Azumi closed her eyes on Itachi's shoulder. Chapter 85. Naruto continued to persistently develop the rasengan technique. But he remembered that he possessed natural elements. Flashback. Itachi told at the training ground. Naruto, you know that shinobi have 5 elements, right? The guy nodded. You have 4 elements. As we have already seen, judging by the sheet, you can control them. End of flashback. Naruto took off the bandage and concentrated the Sharingan on his hand. Lightning was created, then a blue ball, thereby mixing the rasengan with lightning elements. The guy himself was surprised. Did I do this? Naruto aimed the rasengan at the rock. Lightning release, rasengan. Shizune looked at him in surprise. This guy was able to create lightning by combining it with the rasengan. There was nothing left of the rock. There was a huge crater from the rasengan, also a cut by lightning. If I hit someone like that, he'll be in trouble. Naruto created a seal. Chidori. Lightning flashed. The guy immediately hit a thick stone. It fell. Naruto sighed heavily. Did it really work? The guy fell down without strength. The next morning Naruto woke up with Jiraiya. Breakfast was on the table in the hotel. The Sannin opened the window. Good morning, our sleepyhead. Naruto was surprised. Why is it a sleepyhead? Sannin pointed to the time. The hands showed 11 o'clock in the afternoon. I slept like that for nothing. Jiraiya brought the food. No wonder, you trained almost until the morning. Well, are there any results? Naruto said with a smile. You ask, my rasengan has become stronger than ever. Sannin was pleasantly surprised. Shizune told me briefly about your new technique. Was she here yesterday? Jiraiya nodded. Yes, I decided to watch you train. I don't like Tsunade, we parted ways, and she went in another direction. Don't worry, old man, she's a strong woman, I don't think this will shock her too much again. So the boy finished his meal and they parted ways. Naruto unexpectedly met Orochimaru, Kabuto and Tsunade. I'll think about your offer. Sannin smiled. I see that these people are dear to you. I've been through a lot, you know that yourself. Then until tomorrow, I will wait for an answer. Naruto covered his Sharingan with a headband. Tsunade cried and left the place. Naruto frowned. I don't like this, the guy thought. Chapter 86. A week had passed since Naruto and Jiraiya left the village. Fugaku was reading the newspaper and Mikoto was doing her chores, but Itachi walked in with a tired face. Hello, son, how is work? Itachi immediately plopped down into the chair. It couldn't be worse, Dad, they chased us around like children. Fugaku chuckled. This was your dream, so get used to it. But suddenly a messenger arrived. Fugaku-sama, a letter for Itachi-san. They looked at each other in surprise. And from whom? Mikoto asked. From Naruto. Itachi immediately commanded. Bring it. The messenger handed over the letter. Itachi opened the envelope, starting to read to himself. Hello, Itachi, I decided to write you a letter. A strange feeling, isn't it? Writing a letter only to people close to you. I didn't know before what it was, and for some reason it popped into my head. Say hello to Sasuke and the rest of our guys from the clan, and say special hello to Shisui, because you gave me so much. Jiraiya and I found Tsunade. I was able to persuade her, she was against it, but we insisted, and especially when you or Shisui are guarding her, then you don't have to worry. And what else can I write? By the way, I met Orochimaru with Kabuto. I don't know if this is somehow connected with Sasuke. Itachi, reading this, frowned, but continued, and so it seems unchanged, we are thinking of returning in 5 days. Hugs. Naruto. Itachi smiled. Fugaku asked with a smile. What does Naruto write? Itachi put the letter in the nightstand. Naruto wrote that everything was fine with them, and they found Tsunade, and she agreed to become Hokage. Fugaku chuckled. Naruto is such a talkative guy. Itachi looked down at the floor. Why do you need Sasuke, Orochimaru? He asked in a whisper. Chapter 87. The next morning, Tsunade became very sad. Looking at Orochimaru, he put his hands forward. So these people are really dear to you, since you came alone and without reinforcements. Naruto quietly appeared behind Orochimaru and Kabuto. I won't let you play with other people's feelings, I hate it. The guy created chakra in his hand with lightning elements. Orochimaru managed to jump back, but Naruto immediately hit Kabuto. Die. The bespectacled man flew back 20 meters and hit his back hard against a rock. Orochimaru grinned maliciously. Well, who do I see? Naruto's Sharingan and the nickname Orange Lightning of the Leaf. What a pleasant coincidence. Kabuto was still unconscious. Tsunade stared at the boy with wide eyes. He was able to master the rasengan in a week, and plus he mixed it with elements of natural chakra. Orochimaru pulled the Kusanagi sword out of his mouth. Then he waved at him, but Tsunade looked at him in shock. Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto was behind Minato with a kunai. The Sannin looked at him. How? Naruto grinned evilly. Don't underestimate the Sharingan, it's not that easy to take it away. Kabuto had already healed and aimed a kunai explosive seal at Tsunade. The guy intervened and saved her from the explosion in time. Tsunade stared at him. No need for gratitude, fifth. And he smiled. The blonde grabbed the katana and headed towards Orochimaru. The sword duel began. The Sannin grinned maliciously, looking at the eye. Well, who would have thought? You have the Sharingan of one of the strongest Uchiha. Apparently they made a big bet on this. Naruto got angry. Shut up, you won't understand me. Naruto disappeared. The Sannin immediately realized what kind of technique it was. Orochimaru blocked Kusanagi, Naruto's katana. The guy immediately punched him in the stomach. He flew back and hit his back hard on a stone. Kabuto shouted, Orochimaru-sama. Sannin stood up. What was that? Tsunade's eyes widened at him. Did this guy copy my chakra points during the attack? And she smiled. Kabuto managed to injure her, and she couldn't move. Naruto began to think. This is not a simple jonin. He is among the three and the old man's student 3, then we will have to use the signature elemental techniques. The guy was making seals. Element of fire. Hellish pain. Kabuto looked in shock. Tsunade was amazed how Naruto can fold seals at a very fast speed. A huge stream of fire flew out at the snake Sannin. It was visible for kilometers. Sannin frowned, seeing the fire. This is the element of fire. Hellish pain. Jiraiya ran forward. Shizune also saw and ran towards the fire. Chapter 88. Tsunade looked at Naruto with shocked eyes and mentally said, this is a B rank technique, he should at least become a chunin. An earthquake was happening near the guys. The concentration of fire was so strong that both shinobi fell underground. Tsunade watched Naruto in shock. She smirked at him. Kabuto immediately jumped up to check what was next. He grabbed a kunai and wanted to finish the guy off, but Tsunade intervened. She immediately kicked him with such force that he flew off and cruelly hit a stone. While Naruto is coming to his senses, I will protect him. Tsunade smiled at her words. Well, Naruto has become the second most important person to me, after Naoki and Dan. Kabuto slid down, barely getting up. He smiled maliciously. Yes, the rumors about your strength are legendary, and it is true, you are truly strong, princess of slimes. Orochimaru barely stood up. Tsunade stared at him in shock. How did you survive? There's nothing left of such equipment. If you haven't forgotten, we have body regeneration, we are almost invincible, well, and you changed your mind, Tsunade, you made me angry. It's your luck that we are in serious condition, but I have to deliver the final blow. With the sword of Kusanagi from his mouth, Orochimaru pulled out the blade, attacking Tsunade with a bloodthirsty grin. But Jiraiya and Shizune intervened. Sannin hit him with a rasengan. He flew off hard. There's no way out, Orochimaru. Sannin grinned maliciously and disappeared, and Kabuto with him. Shizune instinctively ran to Naruto, followed by Jiraiya. The Sannin picked up the boy in his arms, carefully laying him on the ground. Tsunade began healing with a smile. Naruto smiled through his mask, touching the necklace with his hand. Remember, he chuckled weakly. You promised me. Tsunade chuckled at the boy. Ha, are we on familiar terms already? Well, she said with a smile. Jiraiya asked. So what's the answer about the cage? Tsunade replied with a smirk. Okay, you've convinced me. Naruto fell asleep in her arms with a smile. Chapter 89. Kurama suddenly decided to talk to his Jinchuriki. Well, hello, boy. Naruto was surprised. Kurama, he grinned, decided to talk after all. Yeah, the last week of events. And about, he chuckled vulgarly. Give birth already? Naruto was indignant. Tsunade, she became a dear person to you, doesn't that make you think further? Oh. Go away with your vulgarities, second Jiraiya. Kurama started laughing. Think about it, it looks like Tsunade has fallen in love with you. For what reason? Kurama sighed. I knew my Jinchuriki was slow-witted, but not to that extent. She loves you, plain as day. The guy was amazed beyond measure. What did you say? How is that even possible? Do you even know how much older she is than me? Age doesn't matter if it's true love. The fox understood his Jinchuriki and wanted to help. By the way, Kurama looked at him. When will you be able to synchronize? Kurama was surprised by such a request. You're looking far, kid, I see. It's too early for us to think about it. If you let me go, I might lose control of myself. You're still weak for me. Naruto sighed, but the fox continued. I can only give you crumbs of my power, which you successfully realized during the exam against the Sandman Shukaku. Okay, Naruto, you're about to go to Konoha, so let's chat some more. Chapter 90. So Naruto and Jiraiya found Tsunade. They were walking to the gates of Konoha. They were met by the villagers. Fugaku looked at him. It seemed that Jiraiya became not only a godfather, but also like a father to the child. The villagers joyfully greeted the new Hokage. They were gone for 2 weeks. Danzo, looking in the crowd, frowned angrily and disappeared. Fugaku came out of the crowd, approaching the future Hokage. Hello, Tsunade. Tsunade nodded pleasantly. I heard that you refused the post. So why? Uchiha sighed. It's not my thing. As I understand it, I want to spend more time with my family, and paperwork is tiring. Tsunade said. If it weren't for Naruto, I would never have agreed to become a Kage. Fugaku nodded. Yes, I know the story of how he distinguished himself, and, smiling, looked at the guy. You know how to stand out from the rest. The villagers happily greeted the 5th Hokage. Sasuke frowned as he watched Naruto go. Damn Naruto, he gets everything, damn you. Shisui smiled slightly as he looked towards Shizune. Chapter 91. A week has passed since the coronation of the Hokage, which became Tsunade Senju, the world's greatest medic, the legendary trio ninja, the princess of the slimes and the head of the village. Tsunade sighed, remembering the days when she was young. But Shizune entered. Lady Tsunade. She raised her head. Ah. Shizune, come in. She handed over the list. Tsunade asked, what is this list? Shizune replied. This is a list of those genin who passed the Chunin exam and distinguished themselves in many special operations. She looked at the list. Shikamaru Nara Kabuto Yakushi, crossed out, Naruto Uzumaki Uchiha Sasuke Uchiha, questionable. Shino Aburame. Neji Hyuga. Kabuto wasn't just crossed out like that. Yes, madam, he was involved in the attack on the village. Tsunade sighed. Okay, we'll discuss it later, help me sort out the paperwork. Shizune joined in. Naruto was looking at the mist sword attached to the wall when Fugaku walked in. Hello, Naruto. Naruto nodded in greeting. We didn't really have time to talk, and you're sad again. Naruto replied with a smirk. I remember, Fugaku-san, Zabuzu. Fugaku looked at him in surprise. Swordsman of the Mist. He nodded. Guys, it's time for dinner, Mikoto called from the kitchen. Sasuke, frowning, sat down in the kitchen away from Naruto. What happened between you? Nothing, Sasuke muttered, chewing rice. The others also began to eat. Naruto understood what Sasuke was feeling. He saw how he was increasingly tormented by the agony of being behind him. Sasuke was nothing in front of him. Sasuke understood this too, but he couldn't leave it like that. So they ate. Mikoto, Itachi and Fugaku turned their attention to Naruto, then to Sasuke. They were worried about both boys. Part 92. Morning came. The boys woke up to the sound of birds singing. The blonde woke up and stretched sweetly, but there was a knock on the door. Good morning, Naruto-kun. Please come to the table. Mikoto left the room, but Fugaku was waiting, sitting on the couch reading the newspaper. The clan leader still couldn't believe what had happened months earlier. Mikoto looked at her husband sideways, but went to the kitchen. Naruto got dressed and left the room, but saw Fugaku. Hello, Naruto, we need to talk. Naruto followed him out. Yes, Fugaku-san, the boy said. I've been thinking a lot these past few months, winding myself up with thoughts about how you were able to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. You understand what these eyes are capable of. Naruto remembered the fight against Kankuro. Flashback. Kankuro tried to hurt the guy with a doll, but it didn't work. He dodged all his attacks. Naruto was very angry at his opponent. I will destroy you, Kankuro shouted and grabbed Naruto with the doll. Everyone in the hall was confused. But Naruto's eye changed shape. Kankuro felt weakness in his whole body. The doll opened up. The audience was shocked. The guy was creating a lightning technique. 1,000 birds, Naruto shouted. But the examiner stopped the duel. Enough. Naruto Uzumaki has won. End of flashback. Naruto closed his eyes and started talking. You understand what I felt when I found out the truth about my parents. Fugaku hugged the guy. Naruto, we won't let the Akatsuki hurt you. The village will stand up for you, and went to the kitchen. Naruto dreamed of that same man in the mask again, but the guy met a girl. It was Azumi. Oh. Naruto, hi, Long time no see, she says with a smile. The guy said with a grin. It's been 2 months, maybe we should go for a walk. Let's get some fresh air. She nodded, and they left. Itachi watched from the roof of the assembly building. Part 93. Morning came, the weather was cloudy, soon it became the Hokage of the Leaf Village. Naruto was lying down, looking at the ceiling, thinking about something. Meanwhile, Mikoto was preparing breakfast, talking with her husband. Well, dear, what do you think about Sasuke and Naruto? Fugaku looked at his wife in surprise. What are you talking about? Mikoto continued as she set the table. Do you think I don't notice? Sasuke sees Naruto as a formidable opponent. I worry about them. Fugaku sighed heavily. Friendship comes through rivalry, and if they cross the line, we will stop them. But there was a knock on the door. Itachi opened it, and an Anbu member was standing there. Itachi-san, the Hokage is calling Naruto-kun. Itachi chuckled. I see. Uchiha turned his head. Naruto, he shouted. The guy came out of the bedroom, opening the door. Naruto-sama, Hokage-sama is calling you. Naruto put on his eye patch and walked out of the house. Mikoto wanted to say something but Fugaku told her not to worry. Naruto knocked on the door. Come in, Tsunade said. Did you call, Hokage-sama? Tsunade chuckled. No need to be so formal, we've been through a lot together. The woman giggled, then coughed and continued, but he appeared unnoticed. Hello, Tsunade. Tsunade greeted the Sannin with a smile. Have you come to see the solemn moment? Jiraiya nodded. I can't miss this. The Hokage closed her eyes. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze Uchiha, I, the 5th Hokage, award you the title of Chunin of the Hidden Leaf Village, she said solemnly and loudly. The guy stood there for a minute, unable to understand what had happened. But then he rejoiced like a child. Hooray, I became a Chunin, I don't believe it, hooray. Tsunade smiled as she remembered Nawaki. She said in her mind, people like you, Nawaki, still exist. Tsunade stood up and solemnly handed over the Chunin vest and permission. Naruto put the vest on. Jiraiya chuckled. It even suits you. Naruto hugged the 5th. Shizune closed her eyes, grinning. Part 94. After the celebration, Naruto went out into the street with his Chunin vest, and on the way he met Shikamaru. Oh. You were given a Chunin vest, congratulations, Shikamaru praised his friend. Thank you, Shika, are you going to the Hokage too? Shika chuckled. Dad made me, damn it, I really didn't want to wake up. Naruto chuckled. You're like always Shika, you heard that I'll have to leave the village. Shika nodded. Yes, it is related to the Uchiha clan, but it doesn't really bother me as Danzo's wards. Naruto clenched his fist. Do you think he might be in this? Shika looked at the stony faces of the Hokage and replied. It's not up to us to decide, right? Let the adults decide for themselves what to do next. Shika hesitated and after a minute asked, and how long do you go on your travels for? Naruto replied thoughtfully, for about 2 to 3 years, with Jiraiya. Shika smiled. Well, your sensei is one of the legendary 3. Naruto chuckled. He's just a regular old pervert, that's all. Shika scratched the back of his head. Maybe you're wrong to complain about him, he can teach you a lot. We'll see, Naruto sighed heavily. Shisui walked past them. Oh. Hello, Shikamaru. Shikamaru greeted back. Shisui, the Jonin looked at the guy. Naruto was serious. We can have a demonstration sparring match at full strength. Shisui was surprised by this request. I don't know, why suddenly? He asked in a drawn-out voice. Sasuke. Shisui smirked. I see. Okay, then don't expect any concessions from me. Naruto smiled. You won't get it. So they went to the estate together. Part 95. The next morning, Shisui and Naruto stood across from each other. Fugaku was the judge. So, guys, the rules have become a little stricter. Here it is allowed to wear out the opponent. The one who cannot move loses. Shisui and Naruto nodded. Itachi meanwhile walked around the village and met Naruto's team and his friends. Itachi-san, the boys shouted. Itachi turned towards them. Guys, do you need something? They nodded. Yes, can you take us to your estate to the training ground? Itachi was slightly surprised. To the training ground. Want to see Naruto and Shisui fight? They nodded. Okay, but don't leave my side for a second. So the guys followed Uchiha. Meanwhile, at the training ground, Fugaku frowned slightly, looking at the guys. They were breathing heavily. Shisui chuckled. By the way, you haven't taken off your bandage, maybe you should. Naruto replied with a smile. It depends on the situation. Shisui chuckled. Well then, Naruto understood what Shisui wanted. Shisui's clone threw kunai with explosive seals. Naruto somersaulted back onto a tree. Not bad. At this time, Itachi and the boys were watching the fight. Naruto didn't bother coddling anymore and made a seal. Element of fire. Giant fireball. Fugaku grinned. A huge fireball flew at Shisui. The guy created a clone and disappeared. Naruto understood and deflected the kunai with his sword. Shisui smiled. You're good. Thousands of shurikens flew at the guy. Naruto quickly made a seal. Earth jutsu. Wall. A huge earth wall appeared. Naruto sighed. Barely in time. Shisui smiled. Not bad, not bad. Part 96. Morning came. Naruto was walking around Konoha and met the guards. It was Izumo and Kotetsu. He said hello. Good afternoon, Izumo, Kotetsu. They looked at the guy and noticed the vest. Oh. I see you've been given the rank of Chunin. Congratulations. Naruto chuckled. Yes, the Hokage gave it to me. Thank her for that. You know that I have to leave soon, right? They nodded. We heard, right, you're with Jiraiya. He nodded. Yes, and with Itachi too. And why should you leave? Naruto answered briefly. I see, things are bad. They can be understood. You don't just have a Sharingan, but a Mangekyo Sharingan, but I hope a lot will change in 2 to 3 years. Naruto said with a grin. I would like to complete a couple of missions with Ino before we leave. Azumi chuckled. Have you really fallen in love with her? Naruto shrugged. I guess I haven't really seen love. Kotetsu remembered. Oh. By the way, I saw the delegation from the Sand Country. Naruto said in surprise. Come on, is Temari here? They nodded. Naruto ran to the center to the Hokage, knocked on the door. Tsunade was talking seriously with the Sand representatives. You understand what you did then? If a woman Hokage came, then everything is forgiven. Naruto listened carefully. Baki stepped forward. Tsunade-sama, we take full responsibility. Orochimaru forced us. Tsunade bit her finger. Orochimaru is everywhere. He sticks his nose into other people's business. Temari looked at the door that began to open. Hokage-sama, may I? Kakashi said, standing next to Naruto. Temari blushed, seeing the Chunin vest he was wearing. Yes, Kakashi. Naruto, it will be useful for you too. Stand next to me. Naruto stood next to Tsunade and observed the situation. Baki noticed the sword. That's the blade of the hidden mist, right? He pointed at the blade on the back. Naruto nodded. How did you get it? Zabuza himself asked to take his sword, since he did not need it. Baki nodded. Anyway, Tsunade-sama, you heard it all yourself. We were against it. Orochimaru killed our Kazekage, and now we are confused. Naruto asked directly through the mask. Gaara's father was the Kazekage. Gaara is the son of the fourth, so why don't you want to call a council? Baki replied in amazement. He's only 10 and he's not ready for such a high position, Naruto-sama. Naruto looked at Kakashi, who nodded in response. Tsunade sighed. Okay, go and rest. I can forgive your sins, but don't cross the line, because my patience is not eternal. I can lose my temper. So the Sand delegation left. Naruto and Kakashi remained in the office. What do you think? Tsunade asked. Kakashi replied. You behaved well, fifth. Tsunade sighed. Naruto, did you want something? Naruto replied. I wanted to ask for an easy mission with Ino. Tsunade chuckled. That's it. Well, come to me tomorrow. I have a mission in mind for you. You can rest, go your separate ways, she said in a commanding voice. Part 97. Meanwhile Naruto was sleeping in his room. Kurama decided to talk to his Jinchuriki. Well done, kid. Naruto opened his eye. Kurama, damn, what the hell? Kurama chuckled. Come on, our sleepyhead, you were just falling asleep anyway, so I decided to chat with you. Naruto yawned and asked. And what do you want to chat with me about? About everything, kid. I can arrange a meeting between you and Minato, but it will take time. Naruto immediately became aware of what he heard. Can you make it so that I can meet my father? Kurama nodded and replied. Yes, but it will take time, but for your sake I will reunite you and your father, even though I myself hate neither Madara nor Minato. Naruto frowned. You're at it again, Kurama. The fox grinned. Okay, kid, you go ahead, and I'll talk to the creator of Ninshu. Naruto asked. Who is this? Kurama was surprised. Haven't you gone through this? Naruto remembered Itachi's words, and hit himself on the forehead. As I understand it, you're a little confused. I can even introduce you, but it will still take time. By the way, congratulations on your rank of Chunin, Naruto, you're great. Naruto burst into tears. Kurama immediately said, "Hey, crybaby, wipe your snot and go get yourself in order. And then I'll talk to Hagoromo." Naruto found himself outside again. Chapter 98. Naruto was sleeping, and the fox appeared in his subconscious. "Hello, boy." Naruto opened his eye. "Kurama, you again." The fox grinned. "It's me again, and here's what I want to talk about. Since you forgave the sand people, don't stand on ceremony with them." Naruto sighed. The fox says in all seriousness, "I'm serious, you're too soft on them. You forgot what they did to old man Third, how you loved him, how he considered you his second grandson. And you're ready to forgive them for everything like that." Naruto tried not to get flustered by the Nine Tails' claims. "Kurama, I understand your worries, but I actually like Temari." Kurama sighed. "There are a lot of other worthy girls, candidates, so to speak, for relationships. Ino, Sakura, Ten. Yes, of course, they apologized to Tsunade, to everyone, but it is also not advisable to rush in with open arms." Naruto sighed. "I understand." Kurama grinned and said, "I hope so. Yes, of course, you like Temari, but still hold your horses, and about Sasuke, I am more and more worried about his uneasiness towards you." Naruto replied seriously. "Yes, I know that he hates me because I got what he didn't. He was always envious." The fox sighed. "Envy is the ruin of a man, kid," Kurama continued. "Okay, Naruto, you need to get up, go have breakfast and do your business." Part 99. Morning came, Fugaku went out to get some fresh air, grinned, looking at the sky, mentally saying, "Minato, your kid is not the brat he used to be. He is already a Chunin class shinobi at 13 years old, a genius like my eldest son, the strongest shinobi. We celebrated his promotion to Chunin. You have a wonderful son. I hope you meet again." Jiraiya and a man from the clan approached Fugaku, who let him go, leaving Jiraiya alone with him. "Good morning, Jiraiya-san, you seem to come to see us quite often." Sanin smiled, admiring the weather. "Yes, I missed our dance." Fugaku asked with a smirk, "Does Naruto know that you are his godfather?" Jiraiya nodded. "Yes, but also," Jiraiya frowned, continuing the conversation, "he still doesn't know how it all really happened." Fugaku chuckled. "How quickly our children grow up, and we grow old." Jiraiya laughed. Well, he continued laughing, then calmed down. "There's no need to write us off as old people, and Naruto is still sleeping." He nodded. "Yes, he's sleeping, we were celebrating, and he has a day off, let him get some sleep." "Just like your father, huh, Fugaku?" Jiraiya put his palm down. Fugaku looked forward with seriousness. The residents recognized him, but Naruto is still weak. Jiraiya chuckled. "Are you talking about Toby?" He nodded. "You don't know what and how." Sanin grinned, he wanted to say, but Mikoto interrupted. She said in amazement, Jiraiya-sama." Fugaku chuckled. "Please come to our harbor." So they entered. Itachi entered the room, starting to wake Naruto up. "Naruto, wake up, Jiraiya-san has arrived." Naruto reluctantly stood up, washed his face and brushed his teeth, and entered the kitchen. Fugaku looked at the guy with a smirk. "Good morning, Naruto," Jiraiya said with a smile, the scroll laying near the door. Naruto greeted him, sitting down with Sasuke. "Sasuke, you're kind of weird." Sasuke reluctantly replied, "Everything is fine." Chapter 100. Naruto walked into the kitchen the next morning. Mikoto had prepared everything as usual. The boy smiled as he looked at the scroll. The woman said, "Ah, Naruto, good morning. Jiraiya asked me to give you a scroll, maybe there are some techniques in it." Naruto chuckled and sat down at the table. "How did you sleep, Mikoto-san?" Mikoto chuckled slightly. "Don't call me San, call me Mom or Mikoto, be more natural, you are considered our third son," and smiled. Naruto grinned. Fugaku entered, greeting the guy, so they began the meal, all together. Meanwhile, Tsunade was reading reports from other shinobi. Shizune sighed heavily and entered the office. Senju smiled. Shizune, is Shisui courting you?" She smiled slyly and sighed. "He won't leave me alone, he's in love, what a guy." Tsunade chuckled and said with a grin. "You haven't had a single boyfriend during your journey, so maybe it's time to get one, especially since you're the same age, and Shisui can stand up for his beloved." Shizune sat on the sofa. "Lady Hokage, I can take care of myself." Tsunade shook her head. "I hope you understand me." Tsunade asked for tea. Shizune brought tea and sweets, dango on a stick. Tsunade began to eat. Shizune also joined in, and together they began to eat. Chapter 101. Morning came. Naruto got up from the couch, left the room while the others were still sleeping. The guy went to the training ground, starting to train using the elements. He took off his headband, showing the Sharingan. Chidori. Naruto created the 1,000 birds technique and hit the rock with a very fast speed. The rock crumbled into pieces. Shisui watched the guy, standing on a branch of a tree, grinning. The boy extended his hand, forming chakra. Shisui was intrigued by this. I wonder, this is a rasengan, where did it come from? The guy closed his eyes and grinned. It's clear. After hard training, Naruto learned to use the rasengan well. The guy was lying on the couch, reading a book, when Sasuke entered. Hello, Naruto, we need to talk. The guy looked at the younger Uchiha with surprise. Went. They left. Fugaku looked suspiciously at the closing door. Sasuke asked sternly, Naruto, I don't mind that you live with us and all that, but don't you think that you're taking on a lot? Naruto asked in surprise. What do you mean I take it? What are you talking about? Sasuke started shouting. Don't act like an idiot, it doesn't suit you. If you want to separate Itachi's attention, I won't let you. You became a chunin, and I didn't. I'm already a genin, and don't tell me that you don't understand me. How long have I been suffering? Sasuke grabbed the guy by the collar, showing the Sharingan. For what? He says angrily and continues again. For what should I suffer and see this? That Itachi pays all his attention to you? You have never even seen your parents and you pretend to be the most important person. You are a creature, all you know is how to take away what is dear to me, and I am talking about Itachi. Naruto replied. You're not yourself, you need to rest. He was about to go, when Sasuke took a kunai from his pouch and threw it at him. The blonde grabbed the flying kunai and threw it at the brunette. He dodged, and Naruto hit him in the stomach. You want to fight Sasuke? Naruto grinned wickedly. So be it. At the Uchiha clan training ground, Naruto and Sasuke activated their eyes and looked at each other with anger. Sasuke threw 4 explosive kunai with a seal from under the bag. Naruto deftly turned away. An explosion occurred. Sasuke was already putting seals. How you irritate me. Kaiten, fireball. A fireball flew out of his mouth and flew at Naruto. He got angry through the mask, found himself behind. Sasuke immediately understood. This technique. Naruto kicked him hard in the back. He flew back and somersaulted. The brunette grinned slyly. Not bad, not bad. Naruto landed on a pole. This is just the beginning. Sasuke made seals. Kaiten, Phoenix Hermit technique. A lot of small fireballs were flying at the blonde. He dodged them as best he could, but shurikens were flying, hidden under the fire. Naruto barely dodged them. Sasuke, what's gotten into you? The brunette became even more angry. Stop annoying me, he said, and created lightning in his hand. Chidori, lightning flashed. Naruto released his hand. Sorry, Jiraiya, but I have to. The blonde formed chakra on his hand. Sasuke mentally said, what kind of technology is this? The chakra has formed. GKHAA. The brunette flew at the blonde with crazy speed. Naruto moved his hand in the direction of the Chidori. As Itachi appeared, Big Brother, Itachi glared at the boys, throwing them in different directions. Sasuke crashed hard into the ground. Naruto bounced off the powerful blow. There was a huge crater. Itachi mentally said, his technique, the chakra formed in his hand, is definitely a rasengan. While Itachi was analyzing the situation, Sasuke pulled his hand off the ground with difficulty. And the elder Uchiha spoke again. What's going on? How does Naruto know this technique? Meanwhile, Jiraiya frowned as he watched what was happening. So, that it was a place for training, of course suitable, but not so much that they would kill each other. So, the reason for the conflict. They are silent. Clear. But Jiraiya came out of the bushes. Itachi, let me take Naruto. Uchiha agreed with the answer. He is still your student, and as his former first teacher, I cannot contradict his will. Naruto walked with Jiraiya into the depths of the Uchiha quarter exit. Azumi looked at Naruto in surprise. The guy was clearly very upset. Chapter 102. Morning came. The blonde was lying with his eye open, looking at the ceiling, when Itachi entered his room and sat down. Itachi. Itachi nodded. Naruto, I'm here about your fight, which almost ended in a disastrous situation for Sasuke. Naruto sighed. I myself am trying to digest all the information, why all this happened, and what happened to him. I don't know how to explain it, because we were inseparable friends. Itachi continued with a smirk. And now these friends almost killed each other. I don't even know what to do with you. Okay, let's go have breakfast, and then to the hospital. We'll visit Sasuke. So the guys started having breakfast. Naruto tried not to look the guys in the eyes during breakfast, but Fugaku understood them and the reason for the conflict, why Sasuke lost his temper. The guy left the room, thanked Mikoto, closing the door. The woman sighed heavily. Well, he left, what are we going to do? Fugaku replied while eating. Let's call a council and decide. Itachi replied. If the council decides to send the guy out of the village, I'll go with him. I don't want to put him in danger, and we need to find a really safe place so that the Akatsuki don't know his location. Fugaku replied, chewing and looking at the ceiling. There is a special place for training and an excellent relocation from our world, so to speak. Itachi chuckled. Is it really Mount Myoboku? Fugaku nodded. Do you know what the art of Sannin is? Itachi smiled. That's what you're getting at. It means that if he masters it, he will become several times more powerful. His techniques will increase several times, Fugaku answered his son. After the party, Naruto went to see the Hokage. Hi, Granny, I'm here to see you. Tsunade chuckled. You're in your element, newly minted chunin of the village, why did you come here? The woman grinned at the guy. I'm here about the mission with Ino. Ah, well of course, Ino. Tsunade opened the paper and began to read. So, your task with Ino is to go to the country of tea. Naruto asked again. The country of tea. Shizune nodded. Yes, Naruto, you need to help the guys organize the defense. Which one? Tsunade replied. The country of tea is located near our village, but it doesn't have its own shinobi, so they paid us for their protection. Let's say it's a C rank mission, organizing and protecting the daimyo. Naruto nodded and asked seriously. Is everything that serious there? Not that much, but it's at your discretion. You have been appointed leader of the squad. Tsunade chuckled. Can you handle it? Naruto chuckled in response. There are no easy ways. Okay, the brunette said, nodding. Think about who you can take with you on a mission, analyze, Ino, of course, you'll have fun together. Naruto took the scroll from the fifth. Can I go, Tsunade? The blonde asked, smiling. Yes, go. When the guy left, Tsunade turned to her assistant. Interesting guy. Shizune chuckled in response. Tsunade sighed. As always, he is impatient, and I didn't tell him when he would be running. That's Naruto, her assistant said with a grin. Okay, I'll go tell him, in 3 days. Tsunade nodded and replied. Yes, but for now let him rest. Chapter 103. Naruto, after receiving a reprimand for fighting with Sasuke, did not lose his head. He understood the consequences of the fight, which miraculously did not end for both. Naruto began to gather the guys for the task that Tsunade assigned. Friends and teachers, as usual, supported him, and understood Sasuke's feelings, although Orochimaru was unable to put a mark on him, but the brunette thought about him. Sasuke was immersed in his thoughts. Naruto was thinking about the day and was afraid to go talk to him. After this event, Kurama declared a strike against the blonde and also scolded him for the fact that Naruto himself could not stop the fight, and said that if Itachi had not helped, then everything would have ended very badly for them, and almost death. Fugaku, as the leader of the clan, knew about all this, but so far he did not draw conclusions about Naruto, but there were anxious moods in the clan, about his abilities and about those that Naruto had not yet revealed. Fugaku gradually harnessed the affairs of the clan to Itachi, his heir, because he himself was no longer young, and Itachi did not really agree, because he was already satisfied with his work in the Anbu. Shusui began training other teams in the Leaf Village, and the genin considered Shisui their idol. Naruto did not go to the Uchiha clan for now, fearing that they would discuss him. He sat on the rocks of the fourth Hokage monument, looking up at the sky. Tsunade felt a little sad considering what happened 2 days ago, but she knew she would be useless in this. This is how Naruto's last weekend ended. Part 104. Naruto started gathering the guys for the mission and was the first to enter the Nara clan's estate. Naruto knocked on the door. Shikamaru said lazily. What the hell? Naruto chuckled. Shikamaru, opened the door. The door opened slowly. What I wanted at the crack of dawn. Naruto replied with a smile. Actually, it's already 10 o'clock in the morning, and I didn't come here for no reason. Shika chuckled. Are you really the squad leader? By the way, where is Kakashi? He's on another mission, so I'll take his place. Shika sighed. You are still inexperienced. What kind of commanders are you? I have been in different battles. Shika looked at the blonde. So what if I've been there? It's still not enough for command, so I'll supervise you. Naruto chuckled. The door closed. Shikamaru finally came out after 30 minutes. Where have you been hanging around for so long? Shikamaru yawned and replied. I was going to, and my mother didn't leave me without food. By the way, she also asked me to share with you. The blonde chuckled. Now they entered the Hyuga clan's estate, where a guard led them to Hiyashi. AAA, guys, who are you going to see? Shikamaru replied. We're going to Neji about the task the Hokage gave us. Hiyashi called the junior branch representative. Guys, what are you doing here? Naruto replied. Neji, sorry to disturb you, but we have a mission. Neji nodded. Hyuga also gathered everything they needed. Anyway, during the day, a team of 10 genin were gathered at the main gate of Konoha. An Anbu man landed to Naruto with an assignment indicating a scroll. Naruto put the scroll in his pouch. Sasuke was discharged from the hospital and allowed to participate in the mission. Fugaku asked Naruto to keep an eye on him so that he would not do anything stupid. Ino understood a little about medical techniques, so she was also present. Sakura could not go because of her parents. They were busy renovating a cafe. Sakura's parents decided to start a small business, and Sakura agreed to help her family. Naruto, Shikamaru, Neji, Ino, Sasuke, Tenten, Kiba, Choji, Shino and Lee stood near the gate of Konoha and set off. Sasuke continued to ignore the blonde, angry at him. Part 105 Naruto on an easy mission or the land of tea. Naruto and the guys went into a cafe. The granny set the table with the help of the genin. They chatted nicely, and then asked for the bill. She brought it out to the guys. The guys were sitting and chatting nicely, when some guy started hitting on Ino. What is such a beauty doing here? Hello, I'm a date Morino. When you want to quit this dusty shinobi job, you can come to me. I can help you settle in this country. The team was surprised by such impudence, but Ino decided to settle everything peacefully, rather than Sasuke and Naruto in a hot head. Who the hell is this guy? Maybe he can cast a genjutsu. Naruto thought. Kurama spoke in his subconscious. Hey, kid, I understand that you like Ino, but please don't make too much noise, or there will be trouble. Ino blushed slightly, seeing the persistence in this guy. The girl understood that he loved her, so she answered with an uncertain refusal. Thanks for the compliment, of course I'm pleased, but it's really not worth it. A date smirked and quietly took the wallet from Naruto. Even Sasuke didn't notice. I love shy people like you. Naruto was already starting to get nervous. Don't you understand that we don't need your services? A date frowned slightly. Okay then, ninjas are idiots, damn it, and he left the cafe. Okay, since we're done, we should pay up, Naruto said. Ino said. Granny, can I get the bill? Of course, said the woman, and a moment later she brought 2 bills. Ino was surprised. What? Why are there 2 checks? The old lady pointed to the next table where a date had recently been sitting and said. And this is the young man who just left. He said that you were his friends and would pay for him. Team number 7 was simply furious at such a scam. What a freak, Ino said. Naruto frowned. I'll get you from under the ground. Part 106. Naruto came to the village after completing missions. Relations with Ino were improving. They communicated together every time, had fun, but Naruto understood that in a week he would have to pack up and go to Mount Myoboku with Itachi and Jiraiya. Kakashi also asked, but he was told not to worry. The territory was separated from the world. It was another world where the Akatsuki would not be able to reach them. Naruto looked at the moon as Fugaku came out. I heard about how you did. You are very smart. Naruto chuckled. Father, Fugaku was surprised by such an address. Wow, it's nice and strange to hear that from you. I know it's unusual, I'm not related after all, but I miss my father very much. Fugaku hugged the guy. I understand you, Naruto, you lost your family, but for some reason I have a feeling that you will cope with everything. I underestimated you before, I cooled off a little, but then, after talking with Kakashi, I understood everything. When you finish your business there, come back soon. Fugaku entered the room. The blonde decided to go to the Hokage. She was busy with paperwork as usual. AAA, our Chunin has arrived. What is his purpose? She smiled at him. Say thank you for everything you've done. 5th, I have to leave soon. Tsunade nodded. Yes, I know that. Don't worry, we'll sort this out with Danzo and put an end to this. Naruto hugged Tsunade. She kissed him on the forehead. Naruto walked outside the gates of Konoha the next day, where Itachi and Jiraiya were waiting. The Sannin pulled out a scroll and everyone stood in a row. The Jonin smiled. Bye, say goodbye, and I'll make the seals. Kakashi stepped forward. Naruto, come back soon. I already miss you as a student. We will all miss you. You write letters. The main thing is don't forget about us. Naruto cried. Ino hid behind a tree and was also upset, trying to hold back her tears. Tsunade and the guys hugged the guy and then walked away. Tsunade spoke after crying. Jiraiya, keep an eye on him there. We're all very worried. Itachi replied with a smile. Don't worry, Suna, he's with us, which means he's safe. Sannin finished with the seals. Goodbye, guys, see you in 2 years. Reverse summoning jutsu. The boys disappeared along with the scroll. Ino ran away with sadness on her face. Commentary on part 106. Well, that's it, the mission is over. I wanted to finish the chapter and start a new one, so I didn't drag it out. If you want a continuation and to see which of the couples Naruto will be with, I'm waiting for comments.